Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Welcome back to DMA Live here at twitch.tv/DanMetroArnold. I'm the man, the myth, and the legend himself, DMA, right here. And tonight, we end the spirit of justice once and for all. Well, that sounded bad, but you know what I meant. Tonight, we are finishing this game come Netherrealm or High Water. But before I begin, I wanted to acknowledge a couple of things and get a couple of key things addressed before we get into this game. Firstly, I only have about another minute left of my YouTube music, so I'm going to hop on over to studio mode and try to see if I can get this going on my side here. But for those that don't know, or if those of you are just tuning in, first of all, what the heck have you been doing for the last 19 chapters? Second of all, this is the final official streamed chapter of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. Now I say streamed because I have a tiny bit of a confession to make. I really want to play through the 2 bonus episodes, but I never met the incentives. So, I'm going to break down just a tiny little bit and make a mutual compromise with you all right here and right now. At some time between late April and early May, I will go back through and play through the 2 bonus episodes on my own. And I will record them, not stream them, but I will record them for you all, just so that we have that for archival sake. Those 2 streams will be on DMA Live, replayed. And, for those that are wondering, yes, those 2 episodes will be seated in chronologically amongst the other games. But I am going to be a little bit greedy as well. First of all, Kilometrus, we have a new goal, and I actually need to bump myself on over here, so do give me a quick second while I get things shimmied on over here. Kilometrus, we have a new follower goal. Can we please read that out once again? Thank you.
Attention. We have an active followers goal to achieve, 9-hour Windcraft adventure. Let's work to get to 30.
So, starting tonight, which is a finale of Apollo Justice Trilogy, that's it. There are no more streams between now and when I announce the next game. So my previous goal of 25 followers is now null and void. I've amended the goal now, so at 30 followers, which is the next goal up, I will be doing a 9-hour stream on the Windcraft server. My plan is I'm going to be grinding on the ninja class like I did last night, doing some quests, doing some grinding of certain points, and I want to get all of my tools, so all of the resource grinding, up to tier 3 by the end of this. Which means I may have to do a little bit of moving around, and I may have to do a little bit of purchasing in order to get the tools up to par. Now, because this goal is Windcraft oriented, I have decided that the next 2 goals are going to be related to game cleaning. At 50 followers, when I reach 50 followers, I will, on the next available date, be it Monday, Wednesday, or Friday, I will also upload the first of the 2 bonus episodes for the Apollo Justice Trilogy, that is Turnabout Reclaimed. Obviously, that will be out, or that will be recorded at some time late April, early May, just so that we all know what we're dealing with, and that will be uploaded as soon as I hit 50 followers. And I'll do it live on stream for you all too, so you don't have to worry about that. Then, At 75 followers, I will also be doing the second bonus stream or the second bonus video for Apollo Justice Trilogy. After I reach that and both of those videos are posted, you can basically play through all the Apollo Justice Trilogy with DMA Live Replayed and get 99% guaranteed to get the Platinum Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy accolade, which is the accolade that you get for unlocking everything else in the game. So, I wanted to say that, first and foremost. Also, I am turning off my alerts, and I'm turning off the chat on screen for this final chapter. We're in the Kingdom of Khura'in once again, and I do want to briefly recap, courtesy of Strategy Wiki, what we did at the tail end of the last episode. So we started off on Investigation Day 2, where we left off from Trial Day 1 at the defendant's lobby. After the trial and revelation that Maya was still being held hostage, Apollo asks who the mastermind behind this is. Phoenix explains that politician was nothing more but a mere puppet for the real man behind all of this, whose identity, up until that point, remained a mystery. Dirk interrupts to ask about Maya, asking if she's the bun-haired young lady he defended back in Khura'in. After asserting it, Dirk reveals that there is nothing to worry about, Maya being safe and sound. Dirk seems to know who Paul's benefactor is, and he adds that he doesn't know that he is in the States with them. Apollo asks for an explanation, but before he can get one, Phoenix's cell phone rings, and the caller ID is not revealed to anyone. He picks up, and with a modified voice, we find out that it is in fact the benefactor. And Phoenix asking about Maya, and the mystery voice reveals that he heard about today's trial about the Founder's Orb, and seems to be shocked that the key to the Orb's secret is in fact a spirit medium. He also reveals that this will not assert Maya's safety, as he does have another spirit medium within their reach. This means that at this point we figure out basically who it is, and of course Dirk confirms it for us. He asks for the phone and reveals the character behind this all, Minister of Justice Inga Khura'in. The revelation comes as a shock to both Phoenix and Apollo, as a minister seems to be shocked as well with the revelation that Dirk is in the United States. Dirk calls out Inga's bluff and says that he literally can't lay a hand on Maya Fey, which confuses Apollo. Just when Dirk thought he got the upper hand, Inga also laughs and says that Maya isn't the only insurance he has, and that he has someone dear to Dirk at the palm of his hand. Dirk seems to get the message quite clearly, much to the minister's delight. He proposes a meeting at Amaro's tomb at 3 p.m. tomorrow, and says that Dirk better come alone, revealing if nothing goes wrong, the orb is the only thing he will need to get Maya back. Dirk decides to go back to Khura'in and decides there's no time to explain. Apollo expresses his worries, wondering if Dirk will even make it on a plane since he's a wanted man. Just then, out of the blue, Miles Edgeworth steps in. Miles reveals that he's been taking care of the hostage situation, and Apollo remembers Pearl mentioning that he was seen in the Crane Village yesterday. Phoenix had him look into a few things while he was on the plane coming back from Khura'in, which included Maya's situation. Edgeworth reveals that Maya and Paul had no connection, which explained why she was still being held hostage in Khura'in. He also reveals that he took some liberties and found a plane ready to take off at any time that they want, and will do so to the best of his abilities to hide the fact that Dirk was traveling with them. Edgeworth says that they need to head for Khura'in now, and Athena pops in and says that she will go too since they're bound to need her help. Trucy also reveals her wish to travel with them, but Phoenix appoints her to hold down the fort while they're gone. Apollo hands Trucy all of the evidence that will not be necessary for the travel at hand. Everything except for Apollo's attorney's badge, the Founder's Orb, and the photo of Jove Justice are all handed off to Trucy. From there, they all boarded the plane over to Khura'in, and that is where we will start our adventure tonight. And again, I do apologize. I meant to start that with some music, but I forgot to get that going in time. So, with that in mind, for the final time tonight, we are loading directly from this specific part. But I did also want to load from the game selection, just to show you I had this, as well as Courtroom Revolution. This is what I meant to start off with, but... Of course, we begin our adventure right in the Kingdom of Khura'in, which is where I saved last night. Let's hope that we got that saved correctly. We'll see. So we begin our adventure on May 18th at 2:30 p.m. inside Temple. Now, before I continue, I need to get one last thing going really quickly. So give me a quick second while I get that all up and running, and then we shall be good to go. All right, so I can hide that now, and then... So again, as a reminder to those that are in the chat, no alerts is now active for the scene. There's going to be no visible chat on screen, and alerts are going to be turned off, but I will replay any alerts that come in during the intermissions, which there are going to be 5 of them. There's going to be one at the end of this part of the investigation, one at the end of parts 2 and 3, and there are 3 parts to the trial ahead of us as well. That means there will be 5 intermissions tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, I counted correctly. And we're going to go over here. Part 3. And there we go. All right. So yeah, only thing that I did not do is I did not get the transcript in due time. But anyway, this is it. All waiting aside, let's finish this. That was a long flight. It's already 2:30 in the afternoon. Talk about getting it close. Kingdom of Khura'in. No time to reminisce, but I gotta say, this place sure brings back memories. Hurry up, Apollo. Right behind you! Amara's tomb is located in the courtyard of the Khura'in Palace. We should have just enough time to get there. Then let's sprint there! Can you think you can keep up, Apollo? Sure, no sweat. I'll contact the royal family and the local police and inform them of our arrival. Thanks, Edgeworth. From there, we can do some sightseeing and talking to Athena, but our best move forward right now is to move to the royal residence. May 18th, 2:45 p.m., Khura'in Palace, Royal Residence. Again, that is no typo. It took them 15 minutes to get there. They're running out of time. I wasn't made for all the running and climbing and near drowning I've done this week. It's only 2:45. Only 15 minutes left. See that cylindrical building rising in the distance? That's Amara's tomb. Amara? Wasn't that the previous queen? The one who was assassinated? Yes, and I'm the one they pinned it on. We'll take a few minutes to get to the tomb from here. So, you have returned, Barthead. I've seen her before in the news. If I remember correctly, this is the Crown Princess, Rafa Padma Khura'in. What are you doing here? This is a royal residence. Commoners are not allowed entry without permission. A prosecutor from the States should have already called and requested permission for us to enter. As to why we're here, Your Benevolence, have you seen Minister Inga? If you seek my father, I just saw him heading towards Amara's tomb. Was he with anyone? You know, some shady-looking underlings or something? No, he was alone. Why do you ask? Looks like she has no idea about Miss Faye's abduction. You hear that? I think we have company. Bow down before glory. Permanence Quingalon, Grand Priestess of Khura'in, approaches. Huh? Garon? It's Queen Garon. Guards, surround Amara's tomb at once. Yes, Your Eminence!
Urdi Hara Kara!
What's she doing here? Is she going to help us? Excuse me, Your Eminence. So, our barbed-head lawyer returns. May I presume you are here for Maya Faye, the spirit medium who has been abducted? Yes, you may. Allow us to apologize for the criminal actions of our husband. Oh, no need to apologize for him. Honestly, Inga, abducting a guest in our country? How could you? Father abducted someone? Your Eminence, what about those soldiers over there? They're the Khura'in Royal Guard, soldiers who serve the crown and no other. Royal Guard? They're an elite force selected from the most loyal and outstanding of our subjects. And why have you ordered them to surround the tomb? The police will not come if it is my husband who is committing the crime. We shall have to storm the tomb and take Minister Inga into custody ourselves. What? You mean... Garon, no! His hostage is in there. Dirk! How dare you set foot in the palace? Have you come to turn yourself in? Listen, we need to call a truce for now. Khura'in Royal Guard, seize this traitor at the crown! As you wish, Your Eminence! Resist and you die! Wait a second! Hold it! Slow down there, Garon. I'm here to conduct a hostage exchange. But if you take me in now, Maya Faye is as good as dead. A hostage exchange? And why would he choose to do such a thing with you? We can talk about that later. Right now, I need to get in there before it's too late. If I can't resolve this in 20 minutes, you can storm the palace. Now then, if you'll excuse me. Dirk, wait! Guards, allow the insurgent Dirk Sadamati to pass. Barbed-head, you have some explaining to do. Right. Well, while we're waiting here... Apollo, why don't you explain the situation? What? Me? Leave nothing out, Hornhead, or I'll dehorn you where you stand. Hornhead? She doesn't waste any time coming up with nicknames. And what's with the attitude? Her father's the one who abducted Miss Faye. We now have to talk with Rafa Padma Khura'in. Did I hear to deceive me, or did I hear talk of my father abducting someone? Oh, you heard right. He abducted Maya Faye, and... An insolent fool! Pardon my rudeness. A gentle soul such as my father cannot possibly have committed such a crime. Gentle? You think he's gentle? I'm afraid it's true, Your Benevolence. He's holed up in that tomb as we speak. Really? I find this difficult to believe. Why would he do such a thing? Your Benevolence? You saw your father heading toward the tomb. I did. It was over on that veranda, deep in thought. when I saw him hurrying toward the tomb. I'd say it was about 10 minutes ago. Why was he rushing? Maybe he was worried he'd be late? Did you see anyone else heading for the tomb? I saw no one else after he entered. So Mr. Inika and Miss Faye are the only ones in there besides Dirk. Who knows? But I wouldn't be surprised if he had a minion or two with him. Dirk. I hope he's alright. It's only been 5 minutes? It's like an eternity. Patience, Apollo. Patience. "20 minutes pass, and no one has come out of the tomb. It's been almost 20 minutes! What's taking Dirk so long? The appointed time has come. Our royal guard shall now storm in. Can't you wait just a little longer? No, we cannot. Every second we wait puts the hostage's life in even more danger. Therefore, we see no alternative but to order our guards to storm in. But that'll put Miss Faye's life in danger too! Guards, seize the tomb and seize Minister Inga. Along with the insurgent Dirk Sadamati. Show evidence! What? Dirk's on arrest too? Naturally. That traitorous snake assassinated my predecessor, Queen Amara. Now go! Seize them both! We're going in! Follow me, men! For her eminence! Uji Hawagawan! Hope no one gets hurt. Your eminence! What the? Why are they running back out? What is the meaning of this? Something terrible has happened. Dirk, the minister, he's dead. What's this? What? Whoa, quick! I'm right behind you. No one enters without our... Come, let us see what has transpired. Yes, Your Eminence! May 18th, Khura'in Palace, Amara's tomb. Where's Dirk? Apollo, over there. Dirk? Dirk! What have you done? Apollo? Look! So it is Minister Inga who has fallen. Guards! Seize this murderous man at once! Yes, Your Eminence! Surrender or perish, rebel scum! No, wait! Dirk! Taking him away. Whoa! Just threw something at me. Wait, this is the... Is he telling me to keep it safe? Nick? Is that you? Maya! Are you alright? Dirk, he saved me. I feel exhausted. I can't keep my eyes open. Maya! Minister Inga, the man behind Miss Faye's abduction, had been killed. And Dirk was arrested for his murder. So was that the abduction of my Fae came to a sudden and unexpected resolution. With this, the curtain fell on the minister. But things were far from over. May 18th, Khura'in Palace, Royal Residence. Apollo, what happened? I can't say for sure. From what I can tell, it seems Dirk has killed Minister Inga. What? You think he did it to save Miss Faye? Most likely. But who knows? I'm really confused right now. My father? This cannot be. I must see for myself.
Your benevolence, we cannot allow you to pass.
Fools, stand aside.
Forgive us, but we have direct orders from Her Eminence Queen Khura'in.
Father? Father? Dirk? You will pay for this. Apollo, let's go regroup somewhere. Yeah. Dirk. It wasn't really you that did it, right? Phoenix suggests they regroup somewhere else, and they do so, outside of Temple. Are you okay, Apollo? Yeah. Edgeworth's speaking with the local police. So, let's sit tight until he returns. Okay. I know you must be in a state of shock right now, but I need you to stay with us, Apollo. He's right. I can't go to pieces now. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'll be fine. Later, outside of Temple. Right, Mr. Justice? I'm afraid I have some bad news. Looks like things will only get more complicated from here. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what's happening with Dirk? As I understand it, he has been officially charged with the murder of Minister Inga. He has? However, I did manage to get us permission to investigate the crime scene, and I expect we'll be allowed to visit Mr. Sadmati shortly. Thank you. I'm sure glad Prosecutor Edgeworth is here with us. Also, it just so happens that Detective Sky is here in Khura'in, so I've asked her to assist us with our investigation. What? What's she doing here? It seems that Prosecutor Sadmati has grown quite fond of her. He's been ferrying her around all over the place. A few days here, a few days there. They've almost become a sort of team of sorts. Despite what Naruto says, it seems he thinks highly of Emma's skills. So what now, Apollo? I think I'll go pay Dirk a visit at the detention center. I want to go check on Omaya at the hospital. What about you, Athena? Well, if there's footwork to be done, I'd better stick with Apollo and give him a hand. Very well, then I will accompany Wright. Okay, we'll go our separate ways for now. Alright, if anything comes up, you have my cell number. Do you know your way around here, Apollo? It's been over 10 years since I left, but I'll try not to get us hopelessly lost. Thankfully, we were just here not even like a week or two ago, so we have the opportunity yet again to examine, talk with Athena, etc. But again, in the interest of time, we're going to be moving forward with, well, we're going to be moving to the detention center, for the lack of other things. May 18th, detention center, visitors room. Apollo, here to see your old man, are you? Dirk, are they done interrogating you? Nope, the fun hasn't even started. I imagine they'll really take me over the coals, though. I don't even want to think about how harsh their interrogation method will be. Yeah, but that's nothing compared to what they'll do if they find him guilty. They've branded me a terrorist who killed the previous queen, and now the Justice Minister. If found guilty of these crimes, I'll be facing a very public execution. Public execution? This is worse than I thought. Come on, son. Turn that frown upside down. You'll jinx us. As soon as I get out of here, I'll take you to this tasty hash house I know. I'd like that. I really need to find out what happened. Time to switch to work mode. And that we shall. Just a sec, though. Dirk, can you tell me what happened? Oh, and there's also something I want you to take a look at. We are now officially in proper work mode. We will be talking with Dirk and showing one piece of evidence during this specific scene. Specifically, we're going to go through all of the talking points first, and then we're going to be presenting the Founder's Orb specifically to Dirk. In this order, the incident. Dirk, what happened in there? You didn't really kill Minister Inga, did you? Well, the thing is, I really don't know. Huh? I remember seeing the mural of the Founder right as I entered the tomb. But I got all dizzy immediately after that. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand, and covered in Inga's blood. So you don't remember meeting with him? No. The last thing I remember after entering the tomb is feeling really dizzy. There's no way he can explain what happened if he can't remember anything. Yeah. I suppose there's no getting out of this one. But we can't give up yet! I was just messing with you, son. But stop! It's not funny! So sorry. Sheesh. Nothing seems to faze him. Not even being arrested for murder! This is going to be one tough case, Apollo. Not only have I been charged with Inga's murder, but I've also been charged with Amara's assassination from 23 years ago. You're on trial for 2 charges? Khura'in's practically licking her chops just thinking about my public execution. Guess it means we can't afford to lose our heads, huh? I don't know how you can laugh at a time like this. So, son, I take it you'll be defending me at my trial. Of course! You can count on me! That's my boy. Looks like your nerves are as steely as those vocal cords of yours. After all, you've got the Defense Culpability Act to contend with, too. Oh, right. So if you're found guilty, then I'll be charged with the same double homicide, huh? Don't tell me you forgot about that. I'll be fine. I just have to make sure we win this one. You sure? Because you don't sound very fine. Apollo? What was that about an assassination 23 years ago? About that incident 23 years ago. That's when the previous Queen Amara was assassinated, wasn't it? Yes. Someone set her private residence on fire. She lost her life in the ensuing blaze. And you were arrested for the crime. Why did they arrest you, Mr. Sadamani? Weren't you just a lawyer back then? What relation could you have had with the Queen? About that. Amara was, well, she was my wife. I may not look the part, but I was once husband to a queen. In short, I was royalty. What? No way! So, are you saying you won the heart of the reigning queen? Come on. You're talking to a guy who honed his prowess against witnesses on the stand.
Even a queen is no match for this dragon's glare.
Wow, you're really something else. So, was a verdict ever reached, Dirk?
I acted as my own attorney and won. Until I was accused of fabricating evidence, that is. And then it all went south.
Never ever heard a story like that before. What happened after that?
I made a run for it.
You ran? But why?
I didn't kill Amara, and I didn't fabricate any evidence. But if I had snuck around for a retrial, I'd have been found guilty for sure. I couldn't allow that to happen. Amara's true killer would never face justice if I did. So I left my law practice behind and went underground.
But that was 23 years ago! Are you telling me that after all these years, you still haven't discovered the truth?
Yeah. The fact that it was arson means that the crime scene was reduced to ashes. There is little in the way of evidence left. It's just been a brick wall after brick wall.
I guess that means it's all up to me to figure it out, huh? Along with Minister Inga's murder, of course. I think I'm going to be sick.
Come on, son. Don't look so down. With you on the case, it'll work out somehow.
I hope he's right.
Say, son, do you remember my office?
Sure. I remember that messy, dimly lit room.
The file I've amassed on Amara's assassination is kept there. I think it might help you on this case. Do you remember how to get there?
Let me think. I recall going in through a manhole. How can I not, I'm Dirk? I hated how I always got so dirty getting there. And that stench. That whole case is important too. But I should probably focus on the minister's murder first. We do need to present the Founder's Orb, but there is one other thing that I do want to show off to Dirk as well. Because you'll see.
I'm proud of you, son. You really become a fine lawyer.
Well, at least it means I'm qualified to defend you.
To think the day would come where you'd come to my defense. I'm one lucky man. Now I can die in peace.
Whoa, slow down! I'm going to prove you innocent, so...
They're just pulling your leg, son.
Even when he's in the slammer, Dirk is Dirk. Yeah, fair enough.
I see you got it safely out of the tomb.
But why did you throw it at me like that?
I want you to listen carefully, son. The orb must not fall into Khura'in's hands. Not ever.
I thought Minister Inga was the one who was after it. He was the one who lent it to Professor Buff to study, after all. So, haven't you exposed his crime now?
I have, but there's more connected to this relic than meets the eye. Much more. And whatever it is, I can't help feeling that it could turn this entire kingdom upside down.
You've said something like that before. Looks like Dirk's intuition is at it again.
Khura'in will do anything to retrieve this. So guard it well, son. At least until tomorrow's trial.
I'm afraid your time is up. Naira! It's time for the prisoner's interrogation. So be gone, you putrid, pig-headed criminal abetting lawyer. Wait! Don't tell me! You're the prosecuting attorney? What? But that would mean... Is there a problem here? You bet there is! He's your father! And your point is? My relation to the accused is irrelevant. The fact remains, I am a prosecutor. No, that's not what I don't think I'm getting through to him.
Naira. Long time no see, son. How have you been? Look. I hear you've been serving Khura'in, rather faithfully, in fact. Whatever happened to our dream of taking her down and changing this country, son? The past is the past. What do you mean? Why are you doing this? It's simple. People change. An iota you knew exists no more. Listen, son. I don't know what made you change like this. But you're still my boy, even if you prosecute my case. The rest of the Defiant Dragons and I eagerly wait your turn. Whenever you're ready, we'll welcome you back with open arms. As I said, I've moved on. Now, let us waste no more time, for flowers do not blossom simply from talk of the past. I get the feeling there's something he wants to say, but can't. Guard, move the accused to the interrogation room. Yes, sir. This way, you rebel scum. Oh, watch it. Not so rough, will you? Yoda. Is he seriously going to prosecute his own father? With that, we have a couple of options we can do. Dirk is taken away for questioning, so all that we have left is to chat with Athena if we want to. We can also examine this room if we so incline, or present evidence to Athena for her commentary. Obviously, Athena doesn't really have much else to say about this, so let's move back to Amara's tomb. May 18th, Garan Palace, Amara's tomb. So, this is the tomb of Amara, previous Queen of Khura'in. It's really lavish. I guess you could say it's fit for a queen. Is the faceless woman at mural over there Amara? No, that's the Holy Mother. She is the one who brought spirit channeling to Khura'in. Oh, right! The woman in the orb! Oh, it's you two. Getting right down to business, I see. Hi, Emma. We heard you'd give us a hand if we needed it. Yep. Mr. Edgeworth asked me to help where I could. So, it's been quite a while since you've been back in Khura'in, I hear. Yeah, more than 10 years, in fact. Well, you didn't waste any time. I mean, you're already mixed up in a murder. You're as big a trouble magnet as Mr. Wright. Please don't say that. My luck's already bad enough as it is. Emma, I hear Prosecutor Sabmani has requested your services again. He seems to be really taking a liking to you. You mean his ephemeral holiness? Uh-oh. I don't mind that he approves of me and my abilities. It's just, his people skills and need some serious work. But when he manages to smile and compliments my work, it's hard to say no. Plus, working on investigations overseas is a priceless experience, but flying back and forth here and home every few days with no days off, that's been tough, and the lack of sleep has been burning my skin. To make matters worse, the defendant is in this case someone I know. I mean, how could this guy get any worse? Sounds like they've got one complicated prosecutor-detective relationship going on. It's no worse than, well, I'd say Gumshoe and Edgeworth, or Fulbright and Blackwell, but we all know how Fulbright turned out. Come to think of it, I don't honestly remember who the detective was with Gavin. I guess that was Emma, too. Holy shit, Emma's been doing more of this. Anyway. So we find Emma, and she is investigating and helping with whatever that she can. As such, let's have a quick little chat and catch up about various different things. Emma, have you determined the cause of death? Blood loss from a stab wound.
a single stab in the back was enough to cause a victim to bleed to death. The estimated time of death is 3 p.m., which is when Dirk came onto the scene. Oops. Let me put that there. There we go. Alright. So hi. I'm going to interrupt here just to say, yes, I am still reading the chat, but obviously it's not on screen tonight because this is it. This is the final chapter, and I kind of want to focus more on this than the chat, so I do apologize. I still read your messages, and I still appreciate you reaching out to me and chatting. But of course, I'm going to focus on the game, most importantly. Anyway, we have Inga's autopsy report added to the court record, and before we continue, I do want to take a quick look at it. So the time of death is May 18th, approximately 3 p.m. The cause of death is blood loss from the stab wound in his back. With that said, any suspects besides Dirk? No, he, Maya, and the Minister were the only ones here. And Maya had been tied up until she was freed by the Queen's Royal Guard. Could someone have been hiding somewhere in here? Not likely. I was told this tomb was searched from top to bottom right after the murder. And during that time, the Royal Guard set up a perimeter to prevent anyone from escaping. In other words, the crime scene was completely sealed off? It would appear so. No way for a third party to escape without being spotted, so... Great. It's another one of those convoluted locked room mysteries. About the victim, Minister Inga. He was the Kingdom's Minister of Justice, correct? Yes. Inga Khura'in was the second most powerful figure here in Khura'in. Plus, he was married to the Queen. It seems strange that someone of his status would abduct someone. Apparently, he only told a few of his most loyal subordinates about his plan. That way, there was little chance of the police or even the Queen finding out. What was Inga hoping to gain by getting his hands on the orb? That I don't know, but I'm working on it. I wonder if it really was for what Politician 1% said. I must deliver to my benefactor at all costs. What do they want their relic for, anyway? It's something to do with an old legend. My patron seeks a great power said to be granted to whoever solves its secret. A great power that is said to be bestowed on whoever solves the orb's secret. In Khura'in, only those who can channel spirits are said to be fit to rule. Is that why Inga wanted such power? Did he want to be king? So, this is the tomb of the previous queen? Yes, Queen Amara was laid to rest here. She lost her life in an arsonist's blaze. What a tragic end. I heard this tomb sits on the actual site of her residence before it was burned down. And they built it on the same spot so her soul could rest in peace. So this is where the fire happened, huh? Why do you think Minister Inga was holding Miss Faye captive here? It's the perfect spot if you think about it. It's close to his private quarters, which made it easy to keep an eye on his prisoner. And the courtyard is only open to the royal family, so he had little fear of prying eyes. Plus, the tomb is normally locked, and only the royal family is allowed access. So that's why he picked this place. How long had Miss Faye been held captive? About 6 days. Really? That long? It appears that she was severely weakened by her prolonged confinement. She passed out as soon as she was freed, and is now on an IV drip at the hospital. She's been asleep ever since. Poor Miss Faye. I hope she gets better soon. Emma, do you mind if we start taking a look around? Sure, I've already got the okay. Knock yourselves out. Oh, in here. Ah, of course. The diagram the police drew of the tomb. We'll go ahead and tuck out so we can see that in full. Nothing really to see there, it's just, yeah. I thought I'd give you a copy to help your investigation along. Thanks, Emma. Thanks. The tomb diagram is added to the court record. Oh, and let me know if you need my forensic expertise. Knowing Emma, we probably do. Don't you dare keep all the fun to yourselves, you hear? Don't worry. I'll try not to. You don't need to worry about that. Besides, I'd hardly classify this as fun. Hey! It's not every day you get to explore a tomb just willy-nilly. Anyway. We now have the ability to investigate practically everything around here. In this order, we're going to be examining the following things. Firstly, we're going to examine the founder portrait. It looks like the Holy Mother was painted here to watch over Mara's sarcophagus. So it's like this tomb is protected by the founder? That must be so reassuring to those she left behind. Only one problem. They didn't paint the eyes she needs to do said watching. Well, come to think of it, she doesn't have a mouth to smile down on the tomb with either. It's actually kind of creepy. I wonder if being watched over by something like that gives the queen nightmares. Hey, keep that up and the founder just might come and watch over you too. Also, again, just to reiterate, painting the face of the Holy Mother is considered one of the greatest taboos in Khura'inism. So, naturally, with the exception of the Founder's Orb, no other depiction of the Holy Mother has her face on it. Which, if we go and open up the court record, yeah, it seems only the Queen knows a real Founder's real name, which is a power, wink wink nudge nudge, that is used from within. In fact, I think I can use my cheeky zoom powers here. So that's the face of the Holy Mother. But pretend you didn't see that. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Anyway, so we'll talk about how weird it is to have a painting of a woman with no face looking over you after you're dead. We also want to look at the sarcophagus to get a closer look. So this is Samara's tomb. This is Samara's sarcophagus. Let's take a closer look. From here, we now have various different options. We can click on the curtains to open them. I believe. Let's do that. Hey, these curtains open, Apollo! Then, yeah, the curtains, they will open, examine the keyhole. That's one big sarcophagus. They say the mummy of Amara, the former queen, rests inside. A mummy, huh? It's locked. It's locked. Hey, don't touch that! You mean we can't search inside it? Not a chance. Besides, it's not something anyone tried opening anyway. What if the real killer's hiding inside? Hey, anyone in there? Don't do that! You're gonna get us cursed! Get cursed? The queen likely bears a grudge toward the living after such a violent, painful death. so no one dares touch the sarcophagus for fear of incurring her wrath. Oh no, Apollo! What am I going to do? Don't look at me! In any case, the sarcophagus is temperature controlled. It's kept really cold to preserve the mummy. So even if someone did decide to hide inside it, they would eventually freeze to death. I see. Still, if bundled up, I bet a person could hide in there for a little while. Now, let's go back just a little bit and examine the statues, both on the left and right-hand side. It's like a small army of monks, all neatly lined up. It looks like they're facing the sarcophagus in prayer. If you look carefully, each one has a slightly different expression. I wonder if they used real people as models. Yeah, maybe. Some are frowning, some are smiling. There's one that looks like he's trying his hardest not to burst out laughing. Oh boy. Really? Huh, I wonder why. Yeah. Maybe it's like those times when things are so intense you can't help but laugh. You know, like at funerals and stuff. They went through all of the trouble of depicting that? Talk about going overboard. Look, one of the statues is broken. Yeah, but it's kind of hard to see from here. Let's check it out when we get a closer look. And of course, I believe... turn to the left and look at the broken statue once more. One of the statues is broken. Let's take a closer look. So this... oh boy. Oh, the camera controls are really messed up here. Hang on a sec, because I need to go and pull this over here, because I'm having a little bit of difficulty reading it. So, let's go here. This thing's more splinter than statue now. That bullet from the victim's gun did a real number on it. It seems like something you get cursed for, you know? In Minister Inga's case, I'd say getting your ticket punched is curse enough. Yeah, but don't curses extend to the afterlife? You need to stop talking... you need to stop taking what Nayuta says so seriously. I'm perfectly capable of thinking for myself. There's a Magatama on the floor as well. It's a Magatama, I think. Did it come from the broken statue? Look, Apollo! There's another one! But the other statues only have one each. Hey, you're right! Maybe this statue is special or something. And a tiny, tiny little black thing up here in the corner. Look! There's a bullet here! It's from the pistol the victim was carrying. My guess is he tried to shoot his attacker, but missed, and the bullet ended up here. We've already determined the rifling marks to be a match to his gun. Rifling marks? Aren't those... oh, shall I explain? The science behind it is absolutely fascinating. No, we're good. Thanks, Apollo. Lawyers, I think they're so smart. You do realize we can't hear you. So yeah, rifling marks basically are the equivalent of a gun's fingerprints. Obviously, each weapon that's ever produced has a unique signature of the rifling marks on each bullet that's fired, so you can use that as kind of a fingerprint to determine what gun fired what bullet. It's, again, a very convoluted thing, and it's a huge thing that's been across all of the games of the Ace Attorney series. come to think of it, I don't think there's ever an Ace Attorney game that has not at least mentioned a gun or rifling marks in at least one case. That's kind of a shocking thing to mention. Anyway. There's something shiny down there. It's a pendant. There's blood on it. I wonder who it belongs to. All we know is it's not the victims. No one in the royal family recognized it. Emma, did you lift any fingerprints from it? I did, but I wasn't able to get a clean one. It's too bad. But the blood turned out to be the victims. That means it must have fallen here in the course of the murder. It might be Dirk's. I should ask him about it later. Pink butterfly pendant is now added to the court record. Let's zoom it back out and examine the door. Someone could have hid behind these curtains. Here, I'll go give it a try. Carl, can you tell I'm hiding here? No, I can't tell at all. That's it. That's a perfect hiding place. We did it, Apollo. We solved the case. Sorry to burst your bubble, but the royal guard searched the tomb high and low right after they stormed in. And they said no one else was in here besides Minister Inga, Dirk, and Miss Faye. Well, back to the drawing board, I guess. Oh, my brilliant deduction! Destroyed in 3 sentences. Calm down. Examine the chair. Oh, yeah. Miss Faye was apparently tied to this chair. Let's take a closer look at that. We should try to cover every angle possible here. Let's use the left stick to change our perspective and take a careful look around. So obviously we get to check the chair once more, and we get to examine various different things. First off, let's check the chair once more. Miss Faye, she must have been tied up to this chair. I can just imagine how much her backside must have hurt after sitting here for so long. It would have been torture for you, I bet. I mean, you don't know how to sit still. If by that you mean I like to stay active, then I have to agree with you. Okay, fair enough. Need to find the thing. There's apparently a huge section of... Oh, come on, there we go. Alright. So... Strategy Wiki says to examine the rope first, but my transcript says to examine this first. Look! There's a bloodstain on one of the chair legs! Really? Hey, you're right! I completely missed that! Let's move the chair so we can check under it. There's more blood under the chair leg! I wonder what it's doing here. I have some luminol here. Why don't you do some testing around it? Okay. While we're doing the luminol testing, I'm gonna go and tuck out here just so that we... Look! The bloodstain leads all the way to the sarcophagus! Emma, is this Ministerian guy's blood? Hold on one second. Huh? That's strange. I didn't get a match. So then, whose blood is it? Dirk and Miss Faye weren't wounded as far as we know. And the blood's been wiped up by someone for some reason. Yeah, that's strange too. Mysterious blood stain is now added to the court record. Obviously, we can go and examine the blood stain on the floor again, but we're also going to go and... blood stain on the floor. It's already been mostly wiped up, but the stain leads all the way to the sarcophagus. I wonder whose blood it is. Okay, well, there we go. Going back on over to the chair. Wonder if we can get the rope. Nope. Oh well. Yeah. So basically, if we were to examine the rope, Athena and Apollo talk about a rope escape trick, and Miss Faye could have definitely used that knowledge to get out of the ropes. Anyway, we get that all done and dusted. We go back and examine the curtains of the sarcophagus on this side. Wow, it's covered in blood. The blood spatter this large, it must have gotten all over the killer too. Come to think of it, there was blood on Dirk's clothes. Uh-oh. Circumstantial evidence points to Dirk being the killer. That's what I'd conclude if I were a cop too. Why are things always so bleak for me? Then examine the paintings on the wall. Whoops. Nothing particularly interesting here. That's because I bumped out of it my Looney Tune. Maybe on a lotus blossom? That's one strange painting. We gotta screw all the way down here to get to that specific part. Should probably tell them that they need to be... Apparently that's a mural depicting the life and times of Queen Amara. You know, like a storyboard or something. So that baby's supposed to be Amara? This one depicts Amara preaching to the faithful. It's hard to put into words, but I've never seen anything like it. Let's see, the next one is... Is that... Dirk? Why does he have horns? My best guess is... It depicts the first time Amara and Dirk met. So he's supposed to be some kind of demon who's seducing her? Well, he was successful since they got married after that. Even so, the mural continues on the opposite wall. And we can go and do just that. Is that supposed to be Amara channeling a spirit? It looks like the spirit of some country's sultan or something. And she seems to be conveying something to his retainers. She's on fire! This must be Amara's assassination as allegedly carried out by Dirk. They really made him look evil. This is the weirdest one of all. Is that supposed to be Dirk facing his punishment in the afterlife? Anyway, I guess that's the last one. I guess we're supposed to see this as a happy ending.
Yeah, except nobody came out of this story happy.
Sarcophagus is surrounded by a curtain. I bet someone could have hidden behind it. True, but that's one of the many places the Royal Guard checked after storming in. Wow, they were really thorough. Yes, well, apparently one of their members loves mystery novels. He peered into every nook and cranny with an almost frightened amount of gusto. And when he was done, he said,
Very interesting. It's like one of those locked room mysteries.
sounds like he's in the wrong line of work. If I can ever English tonight, god dang. And then... oh, I did the bloodstains and the curtains in out of order. Oh well. And let's examine the white outline finally. Yes, this is where Inga collapsed when he died. Better take a closer look. And we have 3 things of important notice here. The knife. So this is the murder weapon. Emma, did you find any prints on it? One sec while I grab... I'm just gonna cheat and just do this. Alright, there we go. Yep, and they were super clear. They belonged to one Dirk Sadamati. That's not good. Were there any others? There was one more print from another individual, but it was too smudged to identify. It's probably an old print from someone else who had handled the knife. Oh. There's another piece of unhelpful info to add to our ever-growing pile. Cell phone? What if this is Inga's cell phone? Well, it should be. His fingerprints are all over it. Do you know if he talked with anyone recently? There were a few calls logged between him and his underlings. They're all members of the secret police, who were directly under the minister's control. You mean, like, spies? I don't think that's quite it. Secret police would be more of the equivalent of in the US, the Central Intelligence Agency, or the CIA. And again, nothing particularly interesting here, but there's also the outline. Yeah. So the minister was armed, huh? And that's a 4-shot pistol. He had it for self-defense, apparently. But it won't be firing anything anytime soon. Huh? He was carrying a broken gun around for show? No, we recovered a bullet here, which means the gun probably broke as the minister fired his last round. Thing is, the gun's chambers are all empty. Yet, that one bullet is the only bullet we could find. That is strange. Where did the other 3 go? Maybe Dirk ate them. We can ask the next time we see him. Just be ready for his predictably shocking answer. And then finally, let's examine the white outline once more. They've already taken the body away. It's kind of sad how familiar I've become with body outlines. I have a photo of the body if you're interested. He was stabbed right in the back. The poor guy was practically skewered. What's he wearing on his arms? Those are the cuffs of justice. Seems to be a tradition here for the Minister of Justice to wear those forearm cuffs. They look like they're made of a thick fabric, so I guess they aren't for protection. Maybe they're for keeping his sleeves out of the way while handling documents. Yeah, that's probably their original purpose. But over the years, the reason for wearing them was probably forgotten. So now, they're just one of many traditional things that people do without knowing why. Oh, I get it. Kind of like the way you roll up your sleeves, huh? Or your psychology if we're going there. I happen to know why I started, thank you very much. The tomb crime photo is added to the court record. Then... just double checking, making sure I've got everything that I need here. Chair, rope. That I missed, right? All that. Just gonna do one quick once over, make sure. Oh, hello! I forgot, we got another table over here. This is the grape juice Ingo was drinking. He was probably nervous before his meeting with Dirk. And so he drank grape juice? I'm not seeing the logic here. Mr. Wright told me all about it when he was hospitalized a few years ago. He said grape juice has something in it that helps you relax. Really? Are you sure he was talking about regular plain old grape juice? Because it sounds like he was talking about the fermented variety. No, he couldn't have meant that. I mean, we're talking about a medical facility. They wouldn't have allowed something like that in. Right. Let's just leave it at that. Okay, well that was wonderful. Oh. I don't know if that's worth examining anything, but we can do that. It's full of ash. It must burn incense in here. So, I was wondering, Apollo, did the ash come from the incense sticks that were burned in this? Or do people put their incense in after there was already ash in here to hold them up? Don't be silly, Athena. The answer's simple. The ash is a product of prayers from the countless visitors who came here. It's not a chicken or the egg kind of thing. Oh, that's an interesting take on it. It's so much more poetic than mine. Okay, and then... it's full of ash. My guess would be this is an incense burner. Hey, look, Apollo! There's something in the ashes! Let's see what it is. Aha! I did miss something. Is that a gemstone? I wonder what it's doing here. I got this one covered, Apollo. Would you like to hear my brilliant theory? Well, I guess it wouldn't do any harm. You know how people make wishes by throwing coins into a fountain, right? You know, on second thought, I'm good. What? You sure you don't need to hear my theory? I was just about to get to the good part. Let's just ask Emma. That'll be much quicker. Excuse me, Emma. What's this gemstone doing here? Oh, that. It's not a gem, it's a button. Albeit a very expensive one from the victim's jacket. It must have fallen off and gotten in there somehow. See? Every puzzle has an answer, Athena. Well, I thought my idea was pretty good. Wait, what's with that soot? See here on the gemstone. Hey, you're right. The gemstone has been added into the court record. And I think that was literally... yep, that was all that I was missing. God damn it, of course. I think we've covered just about everything. Maybe we should get over what we've learned thus far. For starters, we're dealing with a locked room murder. But instead of a tomb being locked, it was being cordoned off by the Royal Guard. And after the murder, no one was found to be hiding inside. Right. In addition, also know that Dirk's fingerprints are all over the murder weapon. The critter of the sarcophagus was drenched in the victim's blood on the one side. The blood must have also gotten on the killer when they stabbed the minister from behind. Dirk had blood on him when the crime was first discovered. Unfortunately, he doesn't remember what happened. Needless to say, we're up the creek without a paddle. Yet again. This is not good. So, what we know so far is things couldn't be worse for our case. And that's still an understatement somehow. Yeah, it's looking pretty grim. Oh, if you two are done here, I'll have to ask you to leave. Go on, scoot. Something wrong, Emma? Why are you trying to give us a boot? It's just easier if you're not here when his ephemeral holiness arrives. Ah! Speak of the devil. Prosecutor Sadmati! Detective Sky, it seems you've spoken at length with these two lawyers. I do hope you've also kept an eye on them. Yes, of course, like a hawk. They didn't touch a single thing. Give a lawyer an inch and they'll take a mile. Never forget that. There's that look of distrust again. Hey, Nayuda! Do you really believe that Dirk's guilty? And are you seriously going to prosecute this case? I mean, he's your father! You were once part of the Defiant Dragons, weren't you? Hey, Nayuda, wait! I said wait! Come on, Athena, after him! Huh? Oh, right behind you! With that, we chase after Nayuda to the royal residence. Nayuda, would you stop already? What do you want? It's about Dirk. Would you please hear me out? I fail to see why I should now. Now, if you'll excuse me. Hold it! Nayuda! Are you afraid of what I might have to say? If not, there's no harm in listening, right? Very well. Speak. But make it quick. There is much I must do. Why does everything have to be so difficult with you? So, I know you'll be prosecuting Dirk's case, but... aren't there any other prosecutors in this country? Why does it have to be you? Her Eminence, Queen Garan, personally requested that I serve as prosecutor. She did? That would make it hard to say no. Her Eminence thinks highly of my prosecution skills. Still, she didn't have to ask you to handle a case against your own father. Be honest, you really don't want to do this, do you? Speak of love and sentiment. I guess so. I do not deny such human emotions, but the law is the law, and placing personal feelings above it is beyond reprieve. Do you disagree? Well, no, I don't disagree, but civilizations only exist due to the confines of the law. Without them, love and sentiment would lack the fertile soil they need to flourish. Do you disagree? No, but the law must be obeyed. This truth sits above all else, including personal feelings. Therefore, whether or not I am the son of the accused is of no consequence. Is it that simple, or would you say otherwise? Good. But, come on, Apollo, tell him how wrong he is! But you don't you, wish it wasn't that way? appears I've wasted my breath on you. And the winner is Prosecutor Sadamati. Still spewing empty words devoid of meaning or consequence, I see. You putrid red pepper. I know I'm right. But does he have to be so eloquent about his point? It's like he's trying to cover something with his pretty words. Oh, I'd cut back on the debates with him if I were you. Just stick to the questions, like the one you wanted to ask. Ayuda, I wanted to ask you about that hostage situation. Inga said he had someone dear to Dirk in the palm of his hand. And he was using that person along with his hostage as leverage in obtaining the orb. That's news to me. Well, that's what Inga said.
You can kiss your chances of getting the orb goodbye. My fee, my only, how shall I say, insurance, you know, Dirk. What? I've got someone dear to you right in the palm of my hand, you see. No, that won't well. You can imagine what kind of things I could do, right? Glad you're seeing things my way.
I got the impression Dirk had no choice but to follow Inga's demands after he heard that. So who do you suppose a special person is? I wouldn't know. My bracelet's reacting. Hey, Nayuda, about what you just said.
サトラ今おまどもさましで足し抜けたれがせよそろか
Ouch! Ouch! My bracelet is crushing my wrist! Ouch! That really hurts! What the heck's going on? I'm wise to your tricks, you putrid pepper. And that bracelet reacts to the anxieties around you by squeezing your wrist. But now that I know how it works, I can make it tighten around your wrist at any time I wish. Consider this a warning. I don't know how he did it, but this renders my bracelet useless. Such devilry is powerless in the face of Holy Mother's blessings. Looks like your special power won't work against Prosecutor Sadamati, Apollo. We'll have to try something else. Yeah, you're right. Just have to ask Dirk about this. It appears... You intend to go through with a trial you have no hope of winning. Grow up, Mr. Justice. We are no longer children, you and I. I'm not the one who needs to grow up, Nayuda. In case you didn't hear, I won my last case against none other than Mr. Wright. You tell him, Apollo? Is he mad? I can never tell with him. This trial is different. Your foolishness will only earn you a death sentence for aiding and abetting a criminal. And those who die as criminals are doomed to be reborn in the next life as something lower than a bug or vegetable. You'll be lucky to return to this realm as a patch of mold. Mold? That's pretty harsh. If you wish to avert such a fate, abandon this folly before it is too late. I don't care if I end up as a dump of blue cheese dressing in my next life. I'm going to defend Dirk in court. You fool. Know this. I intend to prosecute the accused with all my might, no matter what you say or do. Consider yourself forewarned. Now, if you will excuse me. Prosecutor Sadamati knows his father will be publicly executed if he's found guilty. Yet, he won't show even an ounce of mercy. Yoda, is this really you? Have you really changed? Do you really plan on sending Dirk to his death? Do you even hear me?
don't Dirk and I matter to you anymore. And with that, we conclude the first part of investigation. But there's still 2 parts to be had, and both parts of which we shall discover when we come back. For right now, we've been live for an hour and 40-ish minutes, and this is our first scheduled intermission for the night. Again, I do apologize, I don't have the chat open on this scene, but I will go over to the full screen during my little talk post-break. For right now, I do need to get up and take a quick stretch, as well as get a snack. I will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. And again, we shall pick things up right where we left off from there. Back in a few.
Hi, I'm back. I do apologize. I had to go mute and bring up someone to take care of something really quickly. But I'm officially back, and before I continue, I want to head back on over to the full chat for a little bit, because I want to do that with a couple of things. First and foremost, let's see if I can get a little bit of music going as well, because I don't really have much else here. Okay. I need to find something that I can put in for this. All right. Let's do that, shall we? Yeah, let's do that, shall we? Frost, I had the... So, thank you very much for watching here at twitch.tv/DeAmateurArnold. We are officially done with the first of 6 parts in this finale. This is it, the final part of Spirit of Justice. After this, there are going to be no more streams, but there are going to be 2 bonus videos that will be uploaded exclusively to YouTube. I do want to talk about that, as well as the follower goals that I've got coming up. Firstly, at 30 followers, I'll be playing through a 9-hour Winecraft adventure on DMA Live. This will be happening on the next available Winecraft stream. And no, it's not going to happen right then and there on the spot. If I reach 30 followers on a Winecraft stream, it'll be the following week, which will be a 9-hour stream as well. At 50 followers, we'll be releasing the first bonus chapter of Apollo Justice Trilogy. That will be Turnabout Reclaimed. That is a bonus episode from Dual Destinies. Also, at 75 followers, I will be releasing the second bonus episode, which is a bonus episode of this game, Spirit of Justice, Turnabout Time Traveler. If 50 and 75 followers are not met by the end of May, then it will come out as soon as we reach that mark. But if we reach either or both of those goals before the end of May, then both of those episodes will be released when they're ready. And I will try to get those both directly uploaded and directly out there. And again, I'm not going to be taking any breaks during those recordings as well. I'm just going to be playing through them straight up. I might do some pauses and do some stuff for editing-wise, but for the most part, it will just be a straight shot through the episode, I should say. With that said, I do want to also cover the schedule for the next couple of streams, because our next week is going to be a little bit hectic. Unfortunately, I have decided to cancel stream on Friday, so DMA Live is going to be on Saturday, and that is going to be at 5 p.m., not 3 p.m. So do keep that in mind. It's going to be starting later in the day on Saturday, but it will be starting at 5 p.m., not 3. But it would just be our usual talk. We'll go over the stuff for about a couple hours, and then I'll hop on the Winecraft server afterwards to do some scavenger hunting, as I promised last Wednesday. On Sunday, I will be live with Lord Navasa and the board of directors, doing some stuff with them. I believe we are playing either Mario Kart 8 Deluxe or another game. I'm not quite sure what they've got available, but if I have it, I'll play with them. If not, I'll come on over and I'll just do some sort of stream where I hang out with them and chat or kind of show their screen or whatnot. So I will be live either here on DMA Live, or I'll be live with him for sure. Our next game, then, will start on Tuesday, and we'll play Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday of next week. So I'm taking all of those off my list right now for the schedule. Our next game will start on Tuesday, April 9th, and it will be a 6-hour session. So I will be starting at 3 and going until we're done. Also, thank you, Stream Elements, for reminding me I need to hydrate because I also have some orange chicken that I need to go take care of. So just as a reminder, again, our next game will be announced at the end of the stream on the 6th, April 6th, and it will start on April 9th. Then, following Wednesday, April 10th, will be Windcraft Wednesdays yet again. I will be streaming at least until 3 to 6 p.m. I might stay later depending upon what we've got available. This will likely be the last Windcraft Wednesdays of the Festival of the Heroes, so I might focus a lot of my adventure on that kind of content and getting that all wrapped up for everyone. But that is a plan. And then, not tomorrow, but the 12th, April 12th, there is no planned stream, but I would like to get something started if possible. If I do manage to get something started, I will probably go live about 4 p.m. and I'll play it for just a couple of hours. That I do not know as of yet if it will happen, but I'm just letting that be said on the record. In case it does happen, then you know to expect it. On Friday, April 12th, that is when the first episode of the new game will also be published onto DMA Live Replayed. Everything else as of right now is set to post on or before April 8th, and then Twitch VODs will be live as soon as they're out on April 9th, and then YouTube VODs will be out within 72 hours after the stream. So that means April 12th will be for the Escapists. Sorry, I do apologize. There's one small clarification. Tuesdays are going to be when Windcraft Wednesdays will come out, so April 9th will also be where the last episode of Windcraft Wednesdays will be posted as well. That fairly short 2.5-3-hour stream as well. With that said, I kind of touched base with everything and caught you all up to date. With that in mind, though, I do appreciate you guys hanging out. I do not have any new alerts, but I just want to replay the follower goal alert one more time, just so that you guys know. We are working to get to 30 followers for a 9-hour Windcraft adventure. Take it away, Keela.
Attention. We have an active followers goal to achieve, 9-hour Windcraft adventure. Let's work to get to 30.
Alright. So with that said, let us officially go back into our Switch scene and pick things up right where we left off, shall we? Continue to the next chapter? Yes, we will. And again, just as a reminder for those that are tuning in, we are currently streaming without the chat and alerts on this scene. Chat is still being monitored, and alerts will be replayed and acknowledged during predetermined intermissions between segments of the stream. So if I do see any alerts, I will try to read them off as best I can. If not, we will catch that in the next intermission, which should be in about an hour from now. So, or probably about 30 to 45 minutes, actually. With that said, we cut back over to Phoenix, outside of the palace, worrying about Maya. Maya passed out right after we found her in the tomb. I feel exhausted. I can't keep my eyes open. She's been out cold ever since. We haven't been able to get a word out of her. Doctor says it's just exhaustion, but can't help but worry. What is it, Wright? Are you all right? Yeah, just thinking is all. I'm glad you're here, Edgeworth. We wouldn't have gotten the permission we have without you. Well, I didn't come all the way to Khura'in to be useless. Speaking of the investigation, I received a few things from Detective Sky. And these should prove to be useful as well. A copy of Inga's autopsy report, the tomb diagram, and the tomb crime photo are given to Phoenix Wright, who adds them to his court record. Again, signifying that both Apollo and Phoenix are two separate individuals. They have their own court records. Yeah, you can see where things might get a bit of a problem, but I can't thank you enough, Edgeworth. Honestly, I have been so lost without him these past few days. You there, barbed lure!
You there, the barb-titled lawyer Phoenix Wright.
Huh? You're from the Khura'in Royal Guard, right?
I am the key, Royal Guard member and Her Eminence's shoulder rubber.
That's very specific. And what does the Royal Shoulder Rubber want with me? Wait, come to think of it, are my shoulders are a bit...
Don't be absurd! I'm here for one purpose only. I'm to bring you before Her Eminence, Queen Khura'in, Grand Priestess of Khura'in. Will you comply?
The Queen? What could she want with me? Why does he have to shout like that? I can't fathom why Queen Khura'in would summon you, but I advise you to accept Her Eminence's gracious invitation. Royal Shoulder Rubber Lackey, was it? May I join Mr. Wright in his audience for the Queen?
The name's Lackey, apostrophe K-E-E, and all praise to the omnipotent Queen Khura'in. For she has already foreseen and approved your request, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. You are both to come with me.
You mean to say that Queen Khura'in wishes to see our every move? Sees our every move?
Yes, indeed! Her Eminence's spiritual power is immense! She can even see what's going on thousands of miles away.
Right. I fear I'll lose my hearing next if we don't hurry. Yeah, me too. Why would the Queen herself summon me personally? What could she possibly be up to? Reluctantly, Phoenix and Edgeworth are summoned to an audience with Queen Khura'in by one of her lackeys. Therefore, we have but no choice other than to move to the audience chamber. May 18th, Khura'in Palace Audience Chamber. Ah, the barbed-headed lawyer has arrived. We bid you welcome. And you just took a bite of chicken, so just give me a sec. And you as well, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thank you. This place is still as magnificent as last time. We have heard much about you, Barbed One. It seems your bluffs and tomfoolery tend to leave our court devastated in your wake. Is that what people have been saying about me? Right. Where are your manners? Your Eminence, I am both humbled and delighted to be in your presence. Oh, Your Eminence. Glad to be here. Looks like you're doing well. It is all right. There is no need to keep your head bowed all day.
Yes, Your Eminence.
Aoife's not looking too good. I guess even she can't just bounce back from her father's murder. So, what can I do for you, Your Eminence? We wish to question you about something related to the case at hand. Perfect. Because I have a few questions of my own. We have the opportunity now to speak with Queen Khura'in regarding the incident in question. We fear we do not fully comprehend what has transpired. So it is that we summoned you here to further elucidate this situation. Is it true that our husband Inga has been seeking the Founder's Orb?
That's right. He wanted to trade a hostage for it. And that's why he abducted Maya Fey.
Insolent fool! Ow! That is a lie! A lie, I say! Father would have never done such a thing!
But he did abduct Maya, that much is...
I will not stand here and listen to this nonsense. You'll pay for this, you... Ow, ow, ow! Please, your benevolence! That is quite enough, Rafa. We understand your feelings, but we fear he speaks the truth. For we believe we know why your father would do such a thing. Huh? We believe he was seeking the orb as a means of obtaining a spiritual power, and with it he intended to usurp the throne. Mother!
What do you mean, Your Eminence?
Inga was planning a coup, but he was dissatisfied with the current administration, and his secret police was a primary instrument of his treason.
The secret police? They came up during the High Priest's murder trial, too. An elite force under the direct command of the Minister of Justice, in this case, Inga. The man who was hunting down rebels as Lady Kirill was a member of that group.
Indeed. Inga turned that once proud force into his own private army, and he intended on using them to launch a coup and assassinate us.
So Your Eminence had no control over them?
As much as it shames me to us to admit it, Khura'in is not the unified realm it would appear to be. We are very truly sorry you have had to witness the dirty underbelly of our kingdom. How could Father? But you know that Inga could not have become king simply through our assassination. For in Khura'in, only those who possess spiritual power may sit on the throne.
I see. That explains why Minister Inga was seeking the Founder's Orb.
But do you recall the man known as Peace, Love, and Understanding?
Oh, god damn it!
Of course. For context, Peace, Love, and Understanding is the culprit from the first case in our first trial in Khura'in.
What about him?
He too was involved in Inga's machinations. Inga had brought his loyalty, ordered the man to steal the orb, and covered up the theft.
And then he sent the orb to the US for Dr. Buff to study.
It's all coming together. The capture of the infamous villain Dirk Sadmati. It may prove to be the crowning achievement of our reign. Now, perhaps, the kingdom may return to the peace it once knew. What a joyous day!
Hail to Her Eminence, Queen Garan, Grand Priestess of Khura'in! Her Eminence's spiritual power invoked blessings straight from the Holy Mother.
I could see how her cronies would be elated at the prospect. But the queen herself seems almost giddy for someone whose husband was just murdered. Father...
Rafa, on the other hand, doesn't appear to be taking it quite so well. About that incident that occurred 23 years ago. The one in which Dirk was accused of assassinating Queen Amara.
Yes. He set fire to her private residence, burning my dear sister alive.
Murder by arson.
Only a demon would be capable of such a heinous crime. That event also set the stage for you to become queen.
What did you do before you were crowned queen, Your Eminence?
As part of our training to become queen, we served in many different governmental positions. The longest of which was as the previous Minister of Justice. It was in that position that we were best able to support our elder sister, Queen Amara. Interesting. That's her husband's position. Or at least it was.
And when you ascended to the throne, you passed the Defense Culpability Act. those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. What prompted you to pass something like the Defense Culpability Act, Your Eminence? The assassination of our dear sister Amara. When the infamous villain Dirk Satomati was apprehended, he announced that he would act as his own lawyer. That's right, Dirk used to be a lawyer. Dirk had been an extraordinarily talented lawyer, and highly esteemed by the people. But he falsified evidence in an attempt to win his own case. I see. But when the truth of his fabrications and the assassination of the Queen came to light, the people were devastated, and trust in the legal system plummeted. No. Why does that sound so familiar? Yeah, I wonder. In Khura'in, the Hall of Justice is a sacred space where victims receive their last rites. Should the people lose their faith in it, the kingdom would be shaken to its very core. That is why the Defense Culpability Act had to be passed. It was the only way to keep our legal system from tumbling into the abyss. So that's how you sought to eliminate the use of perjury and phony evidence, huh? But that law is what made lawyers go extinct in your kingdom. Now, there's no one left to defend those who have been accused. We see how you could take issue with such a reality. However, we have not banned the act of lawyering itself. Those who are confident that they can prove their client's innocence are always welcome to mount a vigorous defense, as you yourself have shown. Well, I guess so, but without lawyers, there's the possibility of false charges being filed and prosecuted. So long as our prosecutors continue to run nothing but perfect trials, there need be fear of such nefarious dealings. Do you disagree? Perfect prosecutors and the perfect trials, huh? Let's not get started down this path.
Fair enough.
Furthermore, here in Khura'in, we have the divination seance. And so it is we no longer need lawyers. The dead do not lie. Well, in the short time that I've been here, I've beaten back false charges twice. And I've found that cases built on the memories of the dead are less than perfect. So yes, I do take issue with the Defense Culpability Act, to say the least. Such relentless rhetoric. Your reputation precedes you, barbed one. It feels as if we ourselves are being cross-examined.
Oh no, that wasn't my intention.
It is true that some feel that the Defense Culpability Act is a necessary evil at best. But it is a small sacrifice upon which the peace of our kingdom has been forged. If you consider executing innocent lawyers a small sacrifice, then sure. The fact is that following its passage, the crime rate here in Khura'in dropped remarkably. Therefore, we have no regrets concerning the enactment of the Defense Culpability Act.
Really? None at all?
Right. Why don't we leave it at that? This isn't a court of law, after all.
Yeah.
About the Founder's Orb that was to be exchanged for the hostage. It went missing after the murder. Would you happen to know anything about it?
It's missing?
I'm sure Dirk had it when he went into the tomb.
I have no idea where it could be, Your Eminence.
In that case, then perhaps Dirk has hidden it somewhere. Incidentally, there is a matter of that horned youth you were with.
Oh, you must mean Apollo.
From his odd hairstyle, maybe assume him to be a relative? Perhaps your younger brother?
No, you've got it all wrong. He's Dirk's son. Well, more like foster son. They're not actually related by blood.
Dirk's?
Royal Guard. Your Eminence. Huh?
Was she whispering in that one guy's ear? Thank you for your time. The two of you may go now.
Yes, Your Eminence. We'll be on our way.
Okay, now what?
Apollo and Athena have a murder scene investigation covered, so maybe we should go speak with the locals over the bazaar. Phoenix mentions to Khura'in, perhaps unwisely, that Apollo is Dirk's adoptive son. We then decide to go and investigate the town and move to the bazaar. What? Was that a lion? Oh, that? Caught me by surprise too when I first heard it. It's the cry of a local bird known as a VOD. Bird? It sounds like that? It sounds more like a beast than a bird if you ask me. It's a form of mimicry. You know, to help protect them against predators and stuff. Yes, well, can't say I've heard one quite like that before. Oh, it's more than unusual. It's endangered. It's extremely rare to encounter one in the wild these days. And if it's so rare, then what's one doing out here in the middle of a bazaar? You got me. Maybe it's got something to do with it being their national bird. Was that a gunshot? Study a PW? What was that, Dats? The Fine Dragon's newest weapon. Oh, shit. I have to wait for Dats. The Fine Dragon's newest weapon. I call these puppies Dragon's Knot Snaps. Uh-huh. And you need those... Why? Because our hard work is starting to pay off. Thanks to our TV signal hijacking and stuff, more people are joining our cause. On account of that, the regime's been cracking down on us real tough-like. Yeah, there's been a lot going on lately. You can say that again. I mean, what with the High Priest's fake murder/suicide? People are calling the DCA tragedy, and it's causing a real public uproar. Hopefully this means Trust's death won't be in vain after all. So, how exactly is a handful of firecrackers going to be of help to you guys anyway? Simple. First I supply them to our fellow rebels. Then we use them as diversion when we need to shake Khura'in's goons. Huh? Like this. Whoa! Will you cut that out? I'm not with the regime and I'm not chasing you. Your reaction, that was priceless, PW. Guess I started the Warbot too. It's a miracle no one's trying to arrest him while he's too busy laughing. You there. You're one of those insurgents, are you not? Yes! Take that! And he's gone. Those firecrackers are more useful than I thought. Primed head! Your benevolence. What can I do for you? I wanted to speak with you. About what my mother said. I do not believe a word of it. I thought I could not have been planning a coup. Well, I certainly can understand why you feel like that, but... It was a setup! Someone must have been plotting against him. And how do you know that? I just do. Because the Holy Mother guides me. And as a royal priestess, I must uncover the truth for all to see. Maybe this is just how Rafer expresses her sense of duty. You're investigating this matter, are you not? Then rejoice, for I shall accompany you, and bestow upon you the royal priestess' wisdom. That's the best news I've heard all day, Your Benevolence. No one would dare get in our way with Rafer by our side. We humbly accept your offer, don't we, Edgeworth? As you wish, right? Excellent. Then let us begin with my father's private quarters. You should be able to find some clues there. I shall expose these false charges for what it is, if it's the last thing that I do. Could it be? Is the reason she's so defensive about Inga because she's a daddy's girl? Hardhead! Let us not waste any time! My father's private quarters are located within the royal residence. Now follow me. Wait! She's sure in a hurry.
Right. The minister's private quarters may hold evidence related to this murder as well. Yeah, maybe we can kill two birds with one stone. Rafa's awfully fired up. I just hope she'll be ready for the truth we find. After all, it's hard to believe that Inga was not in full control of the whole affair. So Phoenix introduces Edgeworth to the bazaar, and we run into Dats, a rebel. Of course, Rafe also seems to shoot Dats away, but we now follow Rafa back to the royal residence. And for the first time in the entirety of the Ace Attorney series, we have Edgeworth at our side yet again. Wow, now, if we can just figure out which of these buildings houses Inga's private quarters, that's where we'll find Rafa. Now, the courtyard is a bit in a disarray, but before we get into things, let's examine the footprints. There are footprints coming from this residence. Too bad they just kind of end. I wonder who made them and where they went. Top of that urn. This overturned urn spilled its water all over the place. It was already knocked over when we got here earlier this afternoon, so we can rule out Athena at least. Oops. Right. What does it say about you if your first suspect is your own subordinate? Ooh. Oh! That reminds me of something, an accolade that we still have yet to do. But we'll probably have to cover that in the next part. Now that's what I call an extravagant exterior. Is this where Inga's private quarters are? Watch your step, right. That urn's been knocked over, spilling water everywhere. Yeah, ground's soaked. I wonder who did this. I think someone's in there. Father? Is that Princess Rafa? There are still so many things I wish to tell you. She always puts on such a brave face. But hearing her cry all alone, I can't help but think of Trucy. Father? Princess Rafa? Are you in there? Just a moment. I'll be right out. I see you're finally here. Well, let us commence our investigation, shall we? Your benevolence? Maybe you should rest for a minute first. Huh? You were eavesdropping on me, weren't you? No, I mean, yes. Sorry, I couldn't help overhearing. It's not like I was spying on you or anything. You stupid fuckhead. Ouch! You could have feigned ignorance. As if your brain-to-mouth filter shuts off the moment you step out of the courtroom. I'm not that bad, Edgeworth. Anyway, what took you so long? I thought you would never get here. You have a lot of nerve keeping the crown princess waiting. Oh, sorry. This was my father's residence. I have already unlocked it, so you can go right in. Oh, and be careful. Some dingbat dog in the courtyard had spilled water over there. A dingbat dog? That's right. Yuppie Mutt spilled a whole urn's worth. Wonder how it got into this area. You know what it looked like? I have better things to do than memorize what some stray dog looks like.
Anyway, it is not worth talking about. Let's search my father's room, shall we? I really hope she is all right. Edgeworth is now our companion, and there's always one thing that I've always wanted to do. Stiletto, I see. I guess borders mean little in the face of your incurable habit. Well, I heard you used to present evidence left and right during your investigations, too. That was a long time ago. Besides, who did you hear that from? Oh, I have my sources. Oh? Well, tell your source that I look forward to his next salary review. Who's to say it wasn't someone who is under your payroll? With that, we move to Inga's private quarters, which has now been unlocked. What a mess. You can definitely tell a guy used to live in this room. I guess Inga and I had at least that much in common. This staff keeps getting in the way. Nina! Oh. Huh? Where's Nina? Normally, she comes running whenever Rafa calls. That's right. Nina is... what? Oh well. You, barbed head, come, hold this staff for me. Why me? Just take it. It's too heavy and I'm tired of holding it. How does Nina put up with this day in and day out? I'll just set it over here for now. There appears to be clues in here. Of note, Nina appears to be missing, and we've played enough of this series not to be suspicious of this. We have a choice to do one of two different things. We can talk to Rafa, or we can examine things. Obviously, for the sake of character development and because Strategy Wiki recommends it, we're going to talk with Rafa first. Barbed head. I, the Royal Priestess of Khura'in, shall share my thoughts on the abduction. You will? Listen carefully, for such opportunities do not come often. Yes, of course. We'd be grateful to hear anything you'd like to share. My father was very likely seeking to obtain the Founder's orb, but it was not for the purposes of a coup d'etat. It was all for my sake. For your sake. The Founder's orb is capable of bestowing great spiritual power. My father truly believed that, and he wanted that power to be mine. I haven't finished my training, and I still haven't channeled spirits. I still can't channel spirits, so he was doing it for me. Right, I see. Well, do you understand why he did it now? I do, but it doesn't change the fact that Minister Inga was a kidnapper. Ah! But I guess you don't believe he is, do you? Oh. New information is sure to surface upon further investigation. Suffice it to say, he did this all for me, end of story. Was he really trying to obtain an orb for Rafa? Somehow I doubt it. But speaking of powers, I wonder if Rafa will be performing the divination seance tomorrow. I should probably ask her about that. Before we get to that, though, your benevolence. I noticed Neda isn't with you today. I know not where she has gone. I have not spoken with her since this morning. I assume she must be quite busy today. I did catch a glimpse of her a little after 2 o'clock. I tried calling out to her, but she went off somewhere again. A little after 2? Now that's about an hour before the murder. Indeed. Of all the times for this to happen, She only comes to me the moment I call her name. I know it's hard to believe, but even nannies have lives, you know. Your inability to find her after the murder is slightly alarming. I wonder if her absence is related to today's incident somehow. Do you think she was unwittingly caught up in them? Who knows? At the very least, I don't think she was at the scene of the crime. Nina, I hope she is alright. It really seems worried for Nana. I take it you'll be conducting tomorrow's divination seance? Who else if not I? Good point. The thing is, divination seances are all about what victims experience in their final moments. So tomorrow, Rachel will experience her own father's death exactly as it happened. That's more than anyone should ever have to deal with. Do you really have to go through with the seance tomorrow? There's really no one else? What about just calling the whole thing off? It's not as if I'm doing this because I want to. No? Never mind. I misspoke. The divination seance is a very important duty of the Royal Priestess. And it is one I intend to fulfill. There's that word, duty. Your benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task. Performing the divination seance is very important for a priestess. But duty or not, it's a heavy burden for someone so young. Even worse, she'll be forced to watch her father's murder. Will it be a weight too heavy for her to bear? Your benevolence. Has Nana served you long? Yes. She has been at my beck and call for as long as I remember. I've heard she even cared for me as an infant, right down to changing my diapers. Your diapers? Almost sounds like she could be your mother. Indeed. But that is a simple fact of life when your mother is busy being queen. Nana takes care of my every need. She is my teacher in all things as well. This pool of knowledge seems rather lopsided in some respects. Could that be a result of Nana's teachings? Nina, could it be that my trusted attendant has come to dislike me? Now that I think about it, perhaps I have been acting rather spoiled as of late. Oh, I'm sure she'll be back. Yes, I suppose Nina would never truly abandon me. Upon her return, I will do something nice for her. Perhaps she'd like a shoulder massage. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that Nana's connected to this case in some way. After speaking with Rafe about all of the nice character developments, let's examine a few things. Firstly, the footprints, rather. Goodness, I can English. There are so many shoe prints here. Come to think of it, there was some spilled water by the entrance. Somebody must have stepped in it before coming in here. They're already dry. That means they're at least several hours old. Then someone must have come in here today in the early afternoon. For our servants clean this room each day. Here in Khura'in, we have a saying, leave not today's untidiness to the morrow. Mine is, why clean up today when you can leave for tomorrow? Complete opposite day. Oh, of course. Examine the two things on the table. Well, before we get to that, I'm going to jump back on over here because there's something that looks fairly familiar. What's this? Je suis la belle. Never thought I'd see this brand again.
It appears to be a sample of some sort of spray-on hair color. Color jet black. Your finger was going gray. Here, Edgeworth, maybe you can use it. I like my natural hair color just fine, thank you very much. I beg to differ, you do kind of have that graying look for you. I mean, come to think of it, it does kind of suit him. But I noticed, on my notes specifically, I wanted to cover that because Je suis la Belle is actually from the last game, Dual Destinies. It's some subtle Easter eggs that are callbacks to various games past. Remember, in the last part, or the last stream I should say, we encountered a similar thing where we saw all of the artifacts from the games of the Phoenix Wright Trilogy there in Dr. Buff's study. Just again, something to help keep the continuity of the whole Ace Attorney universe. Now, the desk. His desk is crammed full of documents. They appear to be paperwork for executions. But for this many cases? Indeed. Something is rotten in the Kingdom of Khura'in. This one dates back to 5 years ago. Something tells me he simply kept putting them off because he hated doing paperwork. Well, I can relate. We also need to look at the ink pad and the syringe, but I will go ahead and skip the chase right now. This is most likely a special ink pad for the Justice Minister's stamp. His insignia is carved big and bold right on the lid. Talk about overkill. Did he really have to mark everything he owned? A syringe and a vial? Those were for my father's back pain. He said it really helped when the pain was particularly unbearable. It was that bad, huh? He must have been injecting some sort of painkiller directly into his back then. Interesting. Yes. My father said his back pain could not come off his feet. I know the feeling. I've experienced some pretty severe back pain of my own. Well, we can't have you throwing your back out in court, so why don't you take a vial? Oh, no thanks. I hear your body builds up a tolerance to that sort of thing. The painkiller shots are sneakily tucked into Phoenix's pocket. I thought you didn't want them. I'm going straight to a chiropractor as soon as I get home. Next up, the notepad. This notepad must have belonged to Inga. Let's see. That's strange. These appear to be notes detailing people's most prominent characteristics. Hey, there's even some stuff about me in here! Why would he bother doing this? I'm afraid even I can't answer that. Whatever the reason, it's giving me a case of the heebie-jeebies. It's as though he was taking down descriptions of people over the phone. And that's what reminds me of it. That's what it reminds me of, anyway. What a brilliant deduction! One feeding of a chief prosecutor such as yourself. I commend you. That's high praise coming from you, your benevolence. Edgeworth's right. They do look like the dictation notes, but I don't know. I mean, why bother describing Nana, who we must have seen every day? Inga's notepad is added to the court record. Now let's take another closer look at that, shall we? Nana, purple hat, glasses, diamond-shaped tattoo on forehead. Dirk, long hair, eye patch, blue clothes. Phoenix Wright, spiky hair, blue clothes, pink necktie. That confirms it. He has a pink necktie. There has been such a huge debate that I have seen in the Ace Attorney community about whether or not Phoenix's tie is supposed to be red or pink.
We have confirmation now, folks. This is my evidence that I'm going to use henceforth. Phoenix's tie is pink, not red. Anyway, we also have the gold bust that we can go and examine, which I will do here in just a second while I get that up on the transcript. All right. Wow, that's one gaudy sculpture. My father sculpted it himself from a block of solid gold. Why does it not surprise me that he was also a narcissist? It's pretty detailed. He even included that personal stamp of his. Hey, the stamp's a little loose. Ah! Look, there's a secret safe inside. Oh my! To think that such a thing was here all this time. Rats. Looks like we'll need the combination to get in. I'm really beginning to wonder what's inside that safe. Any idea what the combination might be, your benevolence? None whatsoever. It looks like a 4-digit combo lock, so maybe it's a date. But it's probably not anything that would be easy to guess. Well, let's try some dates and see what happens. I wonder what date Inga would use as a combination. We have the options between the date of the DC Act being enabled, the date of the parent's anniversary, and the date of Rafa's birthday. Now, any responsible father would never legitimately use any personal dates for their own personal security. I'm saying this out here for the record. Any responsible parent should never use your child's birth date as a security measure. But I digress. That Inga is not exactly what we call world's best father in this circumstance. So, it would stand to reason. When is your birthday, your benevolence? You're wasting your time. It cannot possibly be my birthday. Oh, come on, it's worth a shot. Fine. It's December 24th. Christmas Eve? Huh, let's give it a try. 1, 2, 2, 4. Ah! It opened! It did? Yep. It looks like the bottom safe was a fake. Something meant to mislead would-be thieves, no doubt. But still, it was rendered quite ineffective by his use of such an easily guessed combination. Why, Father? Why my birth date? For those that are also interested, the other two options would be June 14th, for the date the DC Act was enabled. 0614 would not work. The other date would be the parent's anniversary. Would be December 11th. 1211. Except that date actually comes from Edgeworth. So, fun little thing to note. With that said, let's examine the now open safe to reveal. I can't say I expect the sculpture's chest to be open, as opposed to the safe. What do you suppose is in there? Probably nothing. It's most likely just a decoy for unsuspecting thieves, after all. It seems Minister Inga kept his most valuable possessions much closer to his chest. Where they were bound to stay safe and sound, huh? Okay, let's see what's in here. This looks like a letter or something. Let's see.
Dear Father, I wanted to wish you a happy birthday. You're always so kind. I love you very much. I hope you live to be 100 years old. Love, Rafa. Oops.
I wrote this to my father when I was 8 years old. Father, why would you hold on to something so childish and stupid?
There are some other papers in here.
Ah!
This is a plan for his coup d'etat.
What? Give me that! I don't understand.
It seems Justice Minister Inga was plotting the assassination of the Queen.
This cannot be true. Father would never harm Mother.
Rafa, this has to come as a terrible shock.
What's this?
There's a photo in here, too. What's this? There's a photo in here, too. It's of a woman and a baby. I wonder who they are. Far left, there's a law book with a mark of the Defiant Dragons branded on it.
Wait! That's...
Your benevolence?
How could this be...
Princess Rafa! She is looking incredibly pale. Your benevolence! Are you alright?
Alright? How can I be alright?
Huh?
All that I have believed, it was all lies.
I'm afraid I don't follow. What the heck is she talking about? Can I ask who the woman in this picture is?
How should I know? It seems I don't know anything that was going on.
Doesn't look like I'm going to get much more out of her while she's like this. The woman's photo is added to the court record.
Mother.
Huh?
I must ask my mother about the secret she is hiding.
What secret?
I must go. Goodbye.
Wait! What's that all about? It's like her mind was off somewhere else. It appears this photo really upset her. I wonder who the lady in this picture is.
Stop! Shadow! Come back here!
Wait, that sounds like Hobby and Shadow. That's odd. Commoners aren't normally allowed in this area. I wonder what's afoot. Uh-oh.
We very precautiously head back out to the royal residence, where... May 18th, Khura'in Palace, royal residence.
Oh! Edgeworth!
Ah, damn it. I wish I could have used that as a thumbnail.
Oh well. I hope one of you has a good explanation for this.
Ah, I'm so sorry.
Hi, Albie.
No, Shadow, bad dog. Leave the man silly thingamajig alone.
If you would kindly detach your dog from my cravat.
Right away, sir. Just hold still and...
And? Oh, stop pulling like that. You'll only stretch the fabric.
Come on, Shadow. Let go of his... color much. Shall I call it? Whatchamacallit? This isn't working. I'll just have to pull harder then. 1, 2. Wait, what are you? 3. Come on! I need air! Were you trying to kill me? I'm really sorry, mister. My dog has a habit of attacking frilly things like that. Maybe for his sake, he should stick to more traditional targets, like cars or his tail. What's worse, he snuck in here again today and stole some weird-looking hat. I don't know what to do anymore. Bad dog! You're a very bad dog! Wait a second. I've seen that hat before. We now get the chance to briefly chat with Albie, but... well... Ollie, could I see that hat again? Sure! Wait, isn't this... isn't this Nana's hat? But I thought she disappeared. Shadow swiped it from someone. Ollie? How exactly did Shadow get this? Allow me to explain! You know, started while we were on a walk through the bazaar today. When suddenly taps popped out of a manhole. Ah! Whoa! The fangs of a defiant dragons. Doubts a Rebel is here. Say, you want to join our cause, kid? Huh? Naturally, I was super startled by that weirdo's sudden appearance. Dog of the Khura'in regime! Huh? But this is my dog, Shadow! Defy Dragon's secret weapon! Dragon's Knot Snaps! Achoo! Oh man, the look on your face! That was classic! The sudden bang of the firecracker spooked Shadow and he ran off into the crowds. Shadow, come back here! That'll teach you, Khura'in's lapdog. You there, what do you think you're doing? Not good. That's when a policeman came running over and hauled Dads away. That happened around 2 p.m. if I remember correctly. I'm not even going to pretend I know that what Dads was trying to do. I chased right after Shadow, and when I finally caught him up to him here in the palace courtyard, he had this in his mouth. 2 p.m. That's about an hour before the minister's death. Nina supposedly went missing after the murder. But this would place her here at the palace at around 2. Albie's statement is added to the court record. Actually, I just remembered I saw something pretty amazing around that time, too! Something amazing? So, Albie, what was it that you saw that was so amazing? I saw Her Eminence Queen Khura'in channeling a spirit! Is it really that big of a deal to see her channeling someone? You bet it is! Commoners are never allowed to behold the sacred rite. Oh? Can you tell me more? Of course! I'm always happy to explain. I believe it was around 2:10 that day. I got lost on the palace grounds while looking for Shadow. What is this place? It gives me the creeps. Where could Shadow have gone? Oh, where could Shadow have gone? In my search, I took a peek into a small room, and that's when I saw Queen Khura'in. She was channeling a spirit for a neighboring kingdom's king. I saw it transform right before my eyes. I was so excited, I had to take a picture of it.
You took a picture?
I know I shouldn't have, but I just couldn't help myself.
Between this and the treasure room, Albie's not exactly the picture of self-restraint.
The chilling ended right after that, so I ran off before anyone could spot me.
You could have been arrested again, you know.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, here's a copy of the picture. Just don't tell anyone I was the one who took it.
I worry about his future sometimes.
The channeling photo is begrudgingly added as well to the court record.
Come to think of it, how did you and Shadow get into the royal residence anyway? It's not open to commoners after all.
Allow me to explain! If there's a way to get into the palace from the bazaar, it's a bit of a tight squeeze, though. Shadow can easily fit, but anyone bigger than me is out of luck.
You don't say.
Yeah, part of the palace wall is damaged, and there's a hole I could just make it through.
Go on.
Bet you don't know they have some really tasty food here.
Oh, this is your first time in here, huh? Trespassing is illegal, you know.
No, it's not like that. I didn't mean any harm. It's just, I want to help change this kingdom.
What do you mean?
Well, after Mr. Bay's trial, I started thinking, maybe there was something I could do to help the revolution too.
Maya's trial, huh? That tragedy only happened because of how twisted Khura'in's legal system has become. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such reason. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Yet I had done so, my wife would rush to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would have suffered the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man.
This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom has all been...
The DC Act has led to false charges against Maya and the High Priest's suicide. But that trial also caused the public to start questioning the current state of things. And it seems even Albie has some pretty strong feelings on the matter.
I knew there had to be something I could do to help. And that's when I remembered the hole in the palace wall and started thinking. Maybe I could sneak in and take a picture of one of the royals up to no good. I just wanted to do my part.
The spirit of evolution seems to be catching on, even with one so young. Right. Momentum is steadily building, and the tipping point is fast approaching. It's just a matter of time when. I agree. And the public's perception of the Defiant Dragon seems to be changing too. But Albie, you can't go trespassing like that. Even if it's for a good cause, it's not right.
Okay, I won't do it again.
Albie, is that really all you have to confess? You haven't been up to any other mischief? And when I say you, I mean Shadow.
Huh? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Nice try, Albie, but the proof is literally right in front of us. Albie? You wouldn't happen to know how this urn got knocked over, would you? Because her benevolence told me something rather interesting.
Be careful. Some dingbat dog got in the courtyard and spilled water over there.
A dingbat dog?
That's right. The Epi Mutt spilled a whole urn's worth.
The dingbat dog she mentioned wouldn't happen to be Shadow, would it?
Ooh! I guess the dog's out of the bag. Sorry I lied, but I was worried I'd get in trouble. I know I shouldn't lie to a lawyer like that.
No, it's not good to lie to anyone like that. So let's try to only tell the truth, okay, Albie?
Oh, Mr. Knight! I almost forgot! I saw a couple of Americans a moment ago. They had really weird haircuts, so I thought they might be friends of yours.
Really now? It seems your little friend thinks all us Americans have strange haircuts. I suppose we have you to thank for that, right?
So what exactly did their hair look like? There was a guy with 2 crops of hair sticking out of his forehead like antennae. Then there was this lady with a long bunch of hair that looked like a big orange spider leg. Oh, that sounds like Apollo and Athena. What were they doing? They were racing through a bazaar! With a Khura'in royal guard in hot pursuit! Wait, what?
Why were they being pursued?
I'm not sure, but I have my suspicions.
I just hope they're all right.
Sorry for not mentioning it before. It just kind of slipped my mind. Just what the heck are Apollo and Athena up to? We will find that out when we continue. Right now, we're gonna go to another quick little break. Save our progress. And of course, I'm cutting this whole part out and letting you see the full screen. And yeah, we're going over to the intermission. When we come back, we'll pick things right back up once again. Back in a few. Hi, I'm back. Went off during the break to go and turn off Stream Elements' constant nagging about my hydrating. So, one more time for Stream Elements, thank you very much for keeping me hydrated. Until the end of this adventure, though, we are officially going to be hydrating on our own. Because, again, I'm taking frequent breaks tonight. Not because I planned this poorly. It's the opposite. I planned this perfectly. But it does take a little bit of time to get everything all done and dusted and back to everything. So I'm going to come back on up here. Hi. Let's bring on over here. Because I want to get back into this, but I need to do this right. So, first and foremost, thank you very much for hanging out with us here. This is a continuation of the finale of Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice. Now, for those that have not been paying attention thus far, and if you're just tuning in right now, I've taken a quick little break just to get my notes set up for the next segment. And this next break is going to be a little bit more lengthy because I have not just one, but two sets of notes that I need to go and switch over. Because I'm switching over to the fourth part of the transcript, and I'm also switching over to the next page on Strategy Wiki. Now, for those who have not been paying attention thus far, I do have a couple of things that I want to say really quickly before I get back into this. Firstly, our follower goal has been updated. At 30 followers, I will be doing a 9-hour Windcraft adventure on the next Wednesday stream available. That does not count if I'm streaming and hit 30 followers during a Windcraft stream. That only counts if I hit that, or that only would count if I hit it before the next Windcraft stream. So if I happen to hit it during a Windcraft stream, it will be the next stream available. After that, it will be 9 hours instead of my usual 3 to 6. Also, upon reaching 50 and 75 followers respectively on this channel, I will be releasing the 2 bonus episodes of the Apollo Justice Trilogy. I'm going to keep true to those, and I have decided that I will be getting those ready to go at the end of April, early May. So we will still be playing through the 2 bonus episodes to get the full completion of the Apollo Justice Trilogy. However, I will be doing that offline, but on camera, recording those 2 episodes for you all. What that means specifically is by the end of May, if we reach 50 followers, the bonus episode A will be slotted in between parts 13 and 14 of the Apollo Justice Trilogy on DMA Live in that playlist specifically. And then, upon reaching 75 followers, the second part will be added in as well. It does sound a little bit odd, but chronologically speaking, we're doing all the main episodes and then the 2 bonus episodes, even though bonus episode A should have been done after the last episode of Dual Destinies. But chronologically speaking, I'm setting it up so that way the playlist will show you all of the cases in its proper order, with both the A and B slotted chronologically, as well as in the chronological order that I have produced everything. So there will be a separate playlist that will have all of the episodes in order. And then lastly, there is yet a third playlist that I will be producing that will have all of my streams in the chronological order for all of my game cleaning and all of the streams from 2024. That I am not planning on changing in the slightest. Speaking of other streams, let's talk about those, shall we? On Saturday, DMA Live will return. Again, we're not going to be doing any stream on Friday, mainly just for my own mental sanity. So Saturday, we'll be live starting at 5 p.m., not 3. So DMA Live will be at 5, and we will talk a little bit about our thoughts on the Apollo Justice Trilogy, as well as a couple other topics that I wanted to share. I will go ahead and do some more scavenger stuff on the Windcraft server for at least a few hours, and then I will announce the final game, or the next game rather, that will be played on April. Speaking of which, the next game will start on Tuesday, April 9th, and we'll take over our time slot from Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturdays for the month of April. Because of scheduling conflicts, I do want to say this right now. May 2nd and 4th will not have any streams. I forgot to mention that. There will be no streams on the 2nd or 4th, but when I come back to streaming on May 7th, we will have a new game planned for that. So it's dependent upon if I can finish through what I am setting out to do in this month, we'll do that. I do have another game in mind for the month of May, though, specifically. I will talk about that next month in next stream as well. But again, first 3 sessions will be Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. It will be starting at 3, going until 9 p.m. And I'm hard cutting myself at that 6-hour mark because I have been spending far too many hours getting out of the door literally at 11:40, and I'm supposed to be out of here by midnight at the studio. Next Windcraft Wednesdays will be on April 10th from 3 to 6 p.m. And DMA VODs will start releasing onto the Twitch stream live after the stream is done, starting April 9th, and then onto the YouTube within 72 hours afterwards. That means we're transitioning to the new upload schedule effective April 12th. We'll be uploading on a 3-day delay from all of the streams that are posted to the Twitch channel. And again, if you are a follower, you get access to all of my streams as they are posted. And if you subscribe to DMA VODs or DMA Live Replayed, you can see all of those as they show up as well. Last couple of announcements before I continue. Firstly, on the Twitch, or on the, not the Twitch, on the Twitch stream, but on the Switch screen, on the Switch scene, DMA Live will be streaming without the chat and alerts on screen. Chat is still being monitored, and alerts are going to be replayed and acknowledged during predetermined intermissions between segments of the stream. As far as new alerts, I do not have any yet again, but I do appreciate you all hanging out and lurking with me once more. Going to go on back over here and check in with something really quickly. All right. Okay. I went and I sent a message over to Ben just so we can get that taken care of. With that said, let us go and get right back into this, shall we? Now then, no alerts. Did I cover everything that I wanted to cover? Yes, I did. Yeah. Because again, Discord is still a thing, but I'm not promoting it tonight because it's a finale, and I have other things that I want to talk about, like no alerts. Goal did I get a post about the goal? Ah, well, I posted that right there. So basically, we have an active goal of reaching 30 followers. When reached, I will embark on a 9-hour Windcraft Wednesday adventure on the next stream available. You can check the stream below to see where we are towards this active goal, as well as the other incentives for both Windcraft and game cleaning. With that said, let's get back on over to that scene, shall we? Continue onwards to the next chapter, Frostia. When we last left off, apparently, Apollo and Athena have run in with the Royal Guard and are now being chased. One can only assume why they are in fact being chased at all. For spoiler's sake, I'm going to just cut to the chase and say, yeah, Queen Khura'in wants the Founder's Orb, and Apollo has it right now. Speaking of which, where is Apollo? Those guns, they're persistent. They even wore me out, and that doesn't happen often. Why are they after us anyway? Apollo, it's the Royal Guards again! Ugh! Quick, hide!
Hey! Where'd Hornhead and Spidey Hair go?
Spidey here? They're not talking about me, are they? Is that a trick question?
We know you're hiding somewhere around here!
Apollo, that weird-looking bird over there, did it just... Yeah, it did. It's called a warbot, and... you know what? I'll tell you all about it later when we're not being chased by masked men.
Come out, wherever you are! Hand over the Founder's Orb if you know what's good for you.
Figures are after the orb. I don't want to know what they'll do to us if we're captured. If they grill us in those obnoxious loud voices, I caved after the first hour and confessed to whatever they wanted, truth or no.
Come on now, you foreign devils! This has gone far enough! You must not keep our evidence waiting any longer.
We've got to get out of here. Must be a safe place to hide somewhere. Now, we need to quickly hide. And we're in the bazaar, so naturally... Look, a manhole! That's right!
Say, son, you remember my office?
Sure. I remember that messy, dimly lit room.
The file of a masked John assassination is kept there. And I think it might help you on this case. Do you remember how to get there?
Athena, I know where we can hide. Follow me! Oh? Where are we going? Wait. You're not seriously thinking about going down there. It smells like rotten eggs. Are those rats I hear? I've got no choice. I can get us someplace safe, but this isn't the only way in. Quick, before it's too late! It's gonna take forever to get this stench out of my hair. May 18th, at the former Sadamati law offices. Looks like we lost them. That was close. Dirk's office. How long has it been since I last set foot in here? At least we're safe now, but... Why is Athena all huddled over in the corner like that? Dance? Jay! What the heck are you doing here? Khura'in's Royal Guards are after us. Once a rebel, always a rebel. Don't worry, the regime doesn't know about this place, so you can relax now. Good, but since when am I part of the rebellion? I don't recall signing up. Apollo! Mr. Wright! What are you doing here? We saw you two go into that manhole. You nearly escaped the guards' notice. It was like watching a pair of ostriches burying their heads in the sand. I guess that was a closer shave than I had thought. Anyway, you're safe and sound now, and that's what really counts. Oh, I also have some evidence for you. Thanks, Mr. Wright. Case evidence has been received once again from the boss. Not only do we have the information that we have now, but... is this dubious hovel we found ourselves in anyway? It's the Defiant Dragon safe house, also known as the former Satamari law offices. I see. Well, though it might just be happenstance, here I am, a chief prosecutor hiding out in a rebel base. Please don't report this place to the local police, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Might as well take a look around while we're waiting here. Waiting for the heat to die down out there. Come on, Athena. Stop moving over there and help me check this place out. Please tell me there's a shower here. There's a sink in the kitchen, and if you're lucky, then maybe even some soap. I'm sorry I even asked. So we have the ability to either talk with DATS or examine. And there is, in fact, a lot more to examine than what DATS is leaning on. Firstly, let's cut to the chase and examine a few things. Starting off with the photo of the Queen Khura'in. There's a scary-looking knife sticking out of the Queen's picture. If anyone saw this, they'd think the Defiant Dragons were a violent group. Oh, that was actually me trying to kill a fly. I threw that knife at it, but I whiffed and the thing ended up stuck right between her eyes. You mean this wasn't on purpose? We have that, golden altar, which we got. What's with the altar? It's where we pay our respects to the victim of the Defense Culpability Act. The DC Act is a heinous law that puts innocent people to death. A law that's supposed to protect the people sends them to their graves instead. Talk about insane. This is Dirk's old law book. Look! There's a mark on the cover! Looks like it was branded on with hot iron. Yeah, I think it was done in protest against the Defense Culpability Act. There's an entry on the DC Act right here. See? Oh! So this is the infamous anti-lawyer law you guys are always talking about. Dirk's law book is now once again added to the court record. I wonder what's in this file. Oh, it's full of newspaper clippings. It seems to be a collection of documents and information on Amara's assassination. So this is what Dirk was talking about. We already know most of the stuff here on top. Let's see what else there is. Wow, where did he get all this? Anything important here? What about this? Apollo's roving musician father got caught up in this incident and lost his life. What? This is about your father, Apollo. Looks like it, but I was never told much more than what's written here. Really? How come? Dirk always skated around the subject. Maybe he thought I was still too young. Plus, I always thought of Dirk as my dad, so I never really brought it up. Oh, I see. Still, I kind of feel sorry for your real dad. Real dad. I was never really interested in learning about him. But after seeing his picture, I can't help but feel a little curious. I wonder if Dads could tell me anything about him. A subtle hint that we may need to present Job's photo to Dads as well. The Mars assassination file is added to the court record. Apollo, this file looks like it might be useful. But there are so many pages, I can't tell what's important. We need someone to help organize all of this. I think I know just the person to ask. Who's a kid? Wait a second, that's you, Apollo? I'd recognize those horns anywhere. Is that really the only way anybody recognizes me? You were so cute. And who's that fine-looking young man? That's Nayuta, back when he used to smile. Wow, his smile is absolutely angelic. Sure brings back memories. That was taking the day we all went out on fishing. What was Prosecutor Samani like when he was younger? He was kind of quiet, but passionate when it came to his convictions. When he finally made prosecutor, he was all fired up to change Khura'in for the better. Now he's nothing more than Khura'in's lackey. Seems like Dads has a lot to say about Nayuta. We'll ask him about his thoughts later. I'm surprised to see so many appliances here. There's even a TV. Speaking of which, we gave the people of Khura'in quite a shock when the Plumed Punisher Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm was last on TV. You mean that show where actors play the parts of Dirk and Rafa? You were hijacked in the middle of its broadcast, right? Yep. All the writers do each week is try to ruin the Defiant Dragon's good name. So we decided to hit him where it hurts. That must have been real shocking, especially for the kids who'd waited all week to see it. I mean, the show's main villain was actually hijacking the very show he's in. Yeah, I'll bet. You also have a sofa and some hanging lizards, but you know, nothing particularly interesting here. Aw. I need to highlight the sofa. So, Manual offices. That's a sign Dirk used to display out front. Hey, Dats! I heard the office used to do quite a bit of business. That it did. Dirk was a famous lawyer with countless courtroom victories after all. He was a dauntless dragon who turned our trials upside down, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. His fame as a lawyer spread far and wide across Khura'in back in the day. I hope the day comes when he can proudly display this sign again. Yeah. You and me both. Yeah, hanging lizards. Ew, is that a newt? Come on, Athena. Can't you tell a gecko when you see one? What's the difference? Geckos like to live in houses, while newts prefer to be outside near water. They're totally different creatures. Well, how do you know this one wasn't caught outside near some water? It could very well be a gecko. No, I'm pretty sure it's a newt. Oh, so then you agree it's a newt, Apollo. Ah! I fell right into a trap. You're both wrong. It's just a plain old lizard. Even today, we're still trying the whole, like, step-ladder thing, which, again, I really so wish. I wish I could go back to those simpler times. Speaking of ladder. Wait. Don't tell me we have to go back through the manhole to get out of here. The only reason the safe house is still safe is because the front door's been boarded up. Fine, then I'll just have to live here till the revolution begins. What if I told you rats come out at night? Then we'll just have to start the revolution before sundown. I bet the revolution never thought it'd get a new ally this way. So we got basically all the things that I wanted to cover. Is okay, that sofa's not worth looking at anything. Oh, there's also the coat. I should have looked at the coat. Dirk's jacket. You should try it on, Apollo. It might actually suit you. Really? There's also a spare eye patch here. Why not try that on too? Sorry. Just picturing you and all that. It's just too funny. Ow, my pride. Yeah. Still, it is nice to see the coat there. We got a chance to take a look at all of this from Phoenix's point of view, but now we get a chance to look at it from Apollo and Athena's. With that said, that's pretty much all that we need to examine, but we need to chat with Dats about a couple of things. Starting off with the Almighty Law offices. So, Dats, you guys are still using this office, I see. Yep, except now it's the official HQ of the Defiant Dragons. But as Dirk said, and I quote, "We must keep it for the day when Khura'in needs lawyers once more." Restoring the legal system to its rightful form through popular uprising. You can tell how much Dirk believes in this cause. Oh, and AJ, Dirk said something else that might interest you. He said he hopes you'll come back and take over this office someday. Take over? Me? Those were his words. He may have been half joking, though. Dirk! Guess what I heard from PW? AJ's become a lawyer.
Yeah, I've been meaning to tell you.
That's been because of you, Dirk.
I'm not so sure about that. I imagine he's already forgotten about me.
What are you talking about? I bet he can't wait to follow in your footsteps.
Nothing would make me happier. Maybe one day he'll return to Khura'in and take over this office. It's just a pipe dream, though.
Dirk really said that? Dirk was never a hands-on kind of dad. Not a day went by that he wasn't thinking of you. That much I'm sure of. Doesn't get more paternal than that. Dirk, and to think, I really did spend my days trying to forget you. Looking forward to a nice, long talk once you're free. Dats, wasn't Nayuta once part of the Defiant Dragons? Yep. Yuri was a rising star in the Resistance. He vowed to fight for the cause through the legal system. Said he'd become a prosecutor and give Inga and Khura'in the smackdown they deserved. Now he's... yeah, a puppet of the Khura'in regime. Not only that, but now he's going to prosecute his own dad. Doesn't add up. I wonder what happened to him. Me too. But if I had to guess, I'd say Khura'in has some serious leverage over him. Leverage? Like what? Wish I knew. But it seems like Dirk knows. I tried to press him about it, but he wouldn't say. Come to think of it, Dirk did say...
Ryuta.
is suffering?
Yes. He knows the rightful state of Khura'in's legal system. But something forces him to bend to Khura'in's will, and it's tearing him apart.
If that's the case, I bet Nayuta doesn't really want to go through with Dirk's prosecution. We've run out of talking points, but we still have to present a couple of things. First of all, let's present this picture of Jove Justice. Gats, I wanted to ask you about this picture. That's a picture of your pops that Dirk found. And he had a heck of a time tracking it down. He said he searched all over for it. Why? Why would he go through all that trouble? Gats, please tell us everything you know about Apollo's dad. Yeah. Do you know what my biological father was like? Dirk once told me about him. He was a modern minstrel, walking the world and making music in his travels. This file has some information on your real dad. It says he died in the blaze at Queen Amaro's residence 23 years ago. That's right. Dirk had invited him over. Dirk's the kind of guy who can become fast friends with just about anyone. It seems your pops was like that too, AJ. They hit it off at a bar, and the next thing you know, Dirk asked him to play some tunes. And then the place went up in flames. Yeah, Dirk had just stepped out for a sec when the fire broke out. Apollo, you were there too, but you were still just a baby. I remember hearing about that when I was little. Yeah, it was a crying shame. Your pops just happened to take you along that day, so you were there with him when the fire broke out. But Dirk risked his life to save you. It's like Dirk's done nothing but save me all his life. All your pop's stuff got burned up, including anything that could have helped us identify him. All we knew him at first was a stage name, Jingly Justice or something like that. Dirk did everything he could just to dig up what little we know now. What about my mother? Do you know anything about her? All we know is she was traveling with your pops. But that day, she was off doing something on her own. So then, she probably didn't even know my father had been with Dirk. Huh. But she must have been desperate to find you and your father once you gone missing. No doubt. But the Queen's assassination threw the kingdom into chaos. The police were so overwhelmed, they were probably hardly of any help to her. We searched and searched till our legs gave out, too, but we never found her. And with your father's stuff all burned up, we had 0 leads. Not even a photo. So that's how I became an orphan. Yeah, who knows? Maybe your mom read about the details of the fire in the newspaper. Maybe she figured you died along with your pops. Wow. I had no idea you'd been through all that, Apollo. Yeah. We also need to present one last piece of evidence here. Dats, about this file, can you help me figure out which pages are the most relevant? Yep, sure can. I got the whole thing memorized. See this page? It's definitely worth a look. Page 34. Oh, that's right! Prosecutor Money was part of the royal family, wasn't he? Yep, but he was expelled after that whole thing with Dirk happened. He must have gone through hell once he entered the legal world because of the whole sins of a father visited upon his children thing. Yep. In the eyes of the people, Dirk is not only a traitor to his kingdom, he's also the terrorist who assassinated the previous queen. So as a son, you do no doubt got the cold shoulder at every turn. That must have been really hard on him. Yeah, ties between father and son aren't something you could break, even if you tried. No matter where he went, he was probably labeled the son of a criminal. But despite it all, he made a name for himself through blood, sweat, and tears. I mean, just look at him now. He's a star prosecutor working cases around the globe. He's become a hero, pride and joy of Khura'in. Now that's an area that I know. Super smart and never willing to give in. Must have studied and fought like his life depended on it to get where he is today. Samara's assassination file is updated in the court record. So then you believe me? You believe in my son's innocence? A poor son, imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. Let's petition the government for his release and a declaration of innocence. Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm forever in your debt. Who's that? Hey there, Mrs. Emmy. Hard at work, I see. Yes, I have my own battle that I must wage. After all, there are many who suffer under the Defense Culpability Act. Mrs. Emmy, please don't forget about our case, too. I won't. I will look into it as soon as I'm able. Dats? What's Mrs. Emmy doing here? She's lending an ear to all those suffering under the regime's wrongful accusations. A lady whose husband's been imprisoned, parents whose son's been falsely charged. She's helping all these types of people. So she's trying to help the revolution along. In her own special way. Yep, and thanks to her, more and more folks are coming over to our side. All the people who have been unhappy with the regime have been waiting just for this chance. And they're starting to speak out in support of us. People are responding, and a grassroots movement is growing. Dirk's dream of a revolution may finally come true. What should we do about the Founder's Orb? We'll probably run into the Royal Guards again the moment we leave this place.
Well, we can't stay here forever, so we'll have to think of something.
I've got it! Why don't you hold on to it, Dats? It should be safe here, right? You can count on me! I'll get back to you in time for tomorrow's trial at the Hall of Justice. The Founder's Orb is temporarily removed from our inventory and has been left with Dats. So what now, Apollo?
Well, we've got a handle on what's happened 23 years ago. Maybe we should pay Dirk a visit.
There's something I want to show him.
I'll join you. I want to talk to him before tomorrow's trial. Maybe I should wait here then. We'll attract undue attention if we go in too large of a group.
So Edgeworth stays behind, and it's the core Wright Anything Agency that heads on off to the royal residence. Sorry, there's one small thing I want to take care of, and it can only be done in this specific part. This silver turn urn has spilled water everywhere. Everything around it is soaking wet. Don't look at me! Rightly or wrongly, I'm guessing Athena is the type who gets blamed for a lot of things. And the more people accuse her, the more defensive she becomes. Even to the point of preemptively denying any wrongdoing. I said it wasn't me! I never said it was! Always on the defensive is awarded. A clever little thing that can easily be missed. If you go to the royal residence at any point with Athena on your side, you can examine that and immediately see that specific thing. I believe that could also have been covered in part 1 of the investigation day 2, whenever you get the chance to examine the royal residence. But I don't happen to see that in here, so I should make a note of that to update Strategy Wiki and let them know. That at any point that you can investigate, the soonest point possible, preferably, but I chose this part right now because it's most relevant, we can go and examine that urn in order to unlock that accolade. That's one of the last few accolades we have left to uncover. So now, with that said, let's head on over and head back to the detention center. May 18th, Detention Center Visitors Room.
Hey there, son. Come to see your old man again?
Hi, Dirk. I guess they're done questioning you?
Yeah. You'd think Naruto could have cut his old man some slack, but no. He's really laid into me. It seems they're really keen on recovering the Founder's Orb. When I wouldn't tell him where it was, he confiscated what few possessions I had left.
Wait, Dirk stopped wearing his attorney's badge. They even took that from him?
He confiscated all my prized jailbreaking tools.
Well, what did you expect? I mean, no prosecutor in their right mind would let a prisoner keep stuff like that. Did he take your attorney's badge too?
No. I thought it strange, but just when it looked like he was going to take it from me, he changed his mind.
I wonder why.
Indeed. I find it hard to understand anything he does these days.
Your Khura'in's attorney's badge. You've worn it all these years, even though all the lawyers are gone.
Yes, because the dragon's eye is the embodiment of my creed.
To show the world that a dragon never yields, huh? Hey, Dirk. Why do you still wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right?
This badge is my heart and soul, son. I'll never stop trying to realize my dream. Not until my very last breath.
A dragon never yields, right?
Exactly. Nayuta, Apollo, I vow to restore Khura'in's legal system to its rightful state one day. I want to pass on to you a world where you can live free from the fear of tyranny.
He was always saying stuff like that to the two of us. Nayuta, is the reason why you didn't take Dirk's badge because you still remember those talks too? I really hope that's what it is.
Son, would you keep my badge for me?
Are you sure? I can't take something so important to you.
That's exactly why I want you to hold on to it, Apollo. I'm placing my fate in your hands.
Alright. I'll make sure it stays safe. Dirk's badge is added to the court record. With that, we run out of the options to talk with him about. But we do have a multiple pieces of evidence that we need to present. First off is a pink butterfly pendant. I found this in the tomb. Look familiar?
That's...
Dirk?
Where did you find it?
Down between the monk statues and the tomb. Is it yours, Dirk?
Oh, it's something I bought.
Huh? Why is he suddenly acting all awkward?
I wonder when I lost it. Let's have it. It's very important to me.
Of course. I'll just make a note about it for future reference. Pink butterfly pendant is returned to Dirk, but a record of it remains in the court record. Apollo, remember how Inga said he had someone dear to Dirk? Why don't you ask about that? Oh, right. I'll give it a try. What did the minister mean when he said he had someone dear to you in the palm of his hand? Who is he talking about? Nayuta seemed to know, but he wouldn't tell me anything.
Well, I have no idea, so...
Well, you obediently followed his every word after he said that. So it seems to me the minister was in close proximity to someone you really care about.
Oh,
Someone you really care about that isn't Nayuta? Wait, don't tell me. Is there a new lady in your life, Dirk?
What? No, don't be ridiculous, son. The love of my life was Amara, but she's gone now, and there will never be another.
My bracelet. Wait, does that mean... Dirk, you really not met somebody new? But she's gone now, eh?
Gotcha!
You seem uneasy, Dirk. Wait, don't tell me you're ashamed because she's much younger than you.
Don't be ridiculous! I'm just getting tense because of your intrusive questions. Anyone would react the same way.
I guess that's not it. Still, my bracelet reacted. So I know he must be hiding something. God damn it. I was wrong. I had it! I know it was twitching, but...
Gotcha!
I was just off. Dirk, you can't fool me. You tensed up when you said, but she's gone now. And you unconsciously moved your arm, causing something to press up against your jacket. How did you do that? Oh, so that's it. You're hiding a woman's photo up your sleeve. You don't have to keep secrets like that from me, Dirk. You're an eligible bachelor now, but you'll introduce me to her at some point, right?
I keep telling you, there's no other woman.
Fine, then let's see it. What are you hiding up your sleeve?
It's just this. Satisfied?
Huh? But that's the pendant we found in Amara's tomb.
See? I wasn't trying to hide anything.
Now why did he tense up? Dirk, let me take a look at that. Ah! Hey, what's this button for? Whoa! It's a picture of Dirk and some lady. And she's really young looking too. Mom too. Are you into younger women, Dirk? Dirk, you old dog, you. You got yourself a younger lover.
Will you stop with this nonsense? This is Amara before she died. If you look closer, you'll see that I was younger too.
Hey, you're right. Aw, that's no fun. Wait a second. Haven't we seen this woman before? Now that you mention it, isn't this the same woman as the one in the pendant's photo?
Take that!
The woman in the pendant is also the one in this photo.
Apollo, where did you get this?
From the safe in Inga's room. Apollo, if this is Queen Amara, it had to have been taken at least 23 years ago. But that's just not possible. Yeah, I noticed the same thing. Here's why this photo couldn't be 23 years old.
Take that!
Take a look at the law book. It has a mark of the Defiant Dragons branded on it. But that mark didn't exist until after you started your revolutionary activities, Dirk. So, this photo must have been taken after Khura'in came into power. And that didn't happen until after Amara was assassinated.
Dirk!
So then, how could Amara be in this photo? Wait a second. That would mean that Amara is... still alive?
Ugh. Looks like you found me out, son.
Wait, so it's actually true? Dirk! What do you mean Amara's still alive? I thought she'd been assassinated!
So did I. But it seems she made it out alive, only to be held captive by the Khura'in regime.
Why would they do that?
When I fled from the law and went underground 23 years ago, I heard some shocking news from a Defiant Dragon spy. There were rumors of Queen Amara being sighted in the palace.
And those rumors turned out to be true?
Yes. I snuck into the palace to see for myself. She was confined within the grounds, but otherwise she was as fit as a fiddle.
So then, the sarcophagus in the tomb is empty?
Yes. That entire tomb is one big charade. Khura'in had it built to stage Amara's death.
So we're not going to be cursed by her vengeful spirit. That's a relief.
She was being held under virtual house arrest, so I freed her and we made a run for it. This photo was taken back then.
Look at how they're both grinning from ear to ear. There's a fingerprint on the metal part. I guess Dirk must have left it by accident. Oh, Mr. Samari! I want to hear all about how you ran away with Queen Amara. Pink Butterfly pennant has been once again updated into the court record. I'm surprised Amara agreed to run away with you. I mean, Khura'in must have told her that you tried to kill her.
I tried to convince her that I wasn't the only one who set the blaze.
And she believed you?
She said, and I quote, "I shall accompany you so I may ascertain the truth myself." She always was a tough one to read.
I bet she was thrilled you came to rescue Mr. Sadmati. To be set free by your beloved, it's like something out of a fairy tale.
Yeah, well, there was no happily ever after once Khura'in's people caught up with us. They took Amara away to who knows where. I snuck back into the palace and searched high and low for her, but to no avail. They probably moved her to some remote mountain prison or the like.
Dirk, does Naruto know about this?
He knows she's his true mother. I told him as much.
Wait, is that why Naruto is following Khura'in's orders?
Most likely.
So then, do you think that deep down, he doesn't really want to prosecute you?
Well, he's not one to show his feelings. And lately, I've no idea what he's thinking.
Apollo, we need to grill the Queen about Amara when we have the chance. I was wondering about something. The little baby the lady's holding. Is that Prosecutor Sadmati? Not necessarily. It could just as well be me. After all, we're only 1 year apart. I don't know, I mean, the kid in the picture is too cute to be you. Let's settle this by asking Dirk himself. Dirk, about the cute little kid in this photo. Is that me?
Huh? What are you talking about?
See? I told you it was Prosecutor Sadmati.
Oh, I see. Well, either way, it's not you, son.
So then, if it's Naira, it was taken when he was about 1 year old, right? And that would mean you ran away with Amara around 22 or 23 years ago.
Well, I guess you're pretty good with numbers, son. Impressive.
Huh? What kind of answer is that?
Before you go, son, there is something else I need to tell you. Something important.
What is it, Dirk? I've never seen you act so serious before. So what's this something important you have to tell me?
Listen, son. Even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live.
Huh? What are you talking about?
What I mean is, I can already hear the Twilight Realm calling my name. There is no escaping death now that it has its sights set on me.
What? Is this another one of your jokes?
I wish it was.
You can't fool me, Dirk. That's strange. Why is my bracelet reacting?
Are you sick? It's something like that.
So you're not joking?
I'm afraid not, son. Sorry.
Isn't there a cure? Or at least some sort of treatment?
Unfortunately not. Not for what I've got.
If you need some kind of surgery, I'll work hard until I can pay for it. So, please.
It's too late. There's nothing more to be done now.
But you always say a dragon never yields. So why are you getting up now?
Apollo, I'm sorry. I really am.
I don't understand. Why is this happening, Dirk? Why?
Listen, Apollo, I've got a favor to ask you. Would you keep quiet about this? I don't want my fellow dragons to find out. They'd lose all hope if they knew I was dying. Would you do that for me?
Of course. Why is this happening now? Just life is finally starting to feel like you really are my... I thought that this time, we'd finally... Now... Damn it! Why? Oh.
Listen, son, I don't have much longer to live, but I'll never let them execute me. Not before I finish what I need to do.
I know, Dirk. There's no way I'm going to let them prove you guilty. Before it goes, we're gonna turn back time by righting the wrongs that have been done. I'm going to restore Dirk's freedom. And return a real smile to Nayuta's face. I'm going to win this case. I just have to!
Son, I have one more, big secret.
What? There's something else you've been hiding from me?
I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
Forgive me. You'll just have to find it out for yourself. That is the only way.
I don't understand, Dirk.
Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you, you're my son after all.
What is he talking about? Wait, he's not going to reveal that he actually is the killer, is he? Looks like we're out of things to discuss. Apollo, are you okay? I'm fine.
Free him now! Release Dirk!
What's going on out there?
It sounds like the party's getting started without me.
Huh? It's coming from the temple! Let's go, Apollo, and take a look! May 18th, outside Temple. Whoa! What is all this?
Ow! Let go, will ya? What are they? Huh? Well, look at that. The people are coming to take their courts back. Don't hold back, men! Arrest them all!
Dirk belongs to the police! Give him back! Yeah! Where are you holding him?
Quiet down, you!
They have my big sister, too! But she didn't do anything wrong!
Ouch! Ouch! Stop pulling my hair! Release my son! Release him now! Stop that! No biting!
This is really something. It looks like Dads and Mrs. Emmy are leading the charge. You unenlightened fools. Do you honestly think this will change anything? Yuri! Why do you keep serving that witch Khura'in? Huh? It's... Hey, Nayuta! You again. What's going on here? It would appear that the insurgents are fanning the flames of the rebellion. But I never thought it would grow so large. However,
They will all be under arrest shortly. Reinforcements are almost here.
He'll be arrested? Just for protesting?
They are aiding and abetting a criminal by seeking his release. Her Eminence, Queen Khura'in, has ordered they be arrested and judged en masse.
Weren't you once a member of the Defiant Dragons too? How can you go along with this?
I am simply following the orders that Her Eminence has handed down.
No, it can't be as simple as that. Listen, Ayuda, there's something I want to talk to you about. You're not getting away this time. We need to talk.
I see there's no reason with you. Very well then, speak.
Ayuda, do you really have to serve as prosecutor on Dirk's case? I mean, prosecuting your own flesh and blood. It's just not right.
Again with this drivel. Your ethical standards are not the be-all and all of the world around you.
Getting into another debate with him. Ayuda, did you know that Dirk is sick?
What?
He apparently doesn't have that much longer to live. If he's found guilty, he probably won't even make it to his execution day.
What are you talking about?
Knowing this, are you still prepared to send an already dying man to his grave? Well? Enough of the Zen monk act, Ayuda! Tell me how you really feel!
Mr. Justice, each person is born with a role to fulfill, and I must fulfill mine.
Well, I'm not convinced that taking Dirk to trial is a part of your lot in life. As for why you've been at Khura'in's every beck and call, I think I might have the answer. Ayuda, I know the truth about your mother. You know the truth about your mother, don't you? About how the former queen is still alive and being held somewhere.
So Dirk told you, did he? Yes, it's true. My mother was spirited away to some remote corner of this kingdom to keep her safe from harm.
Safe from harm? But Dirk said the Khura'in regime is holding her captive.
No, they are keeping her safe.
So you don't know where Mara is being held.
I only know that it is some secluded hideaway where visitors are not allowed. I have heard she leads a simple life akin to that of a monastic disciples.
Sounds like she's being held captive to me. Listen, Ayuda, aren't you really doing the queen's bidding because she's holding Amara captive? And this whole thing with Dirk, you know he didn't really kill Inga, don't you? Dirk doesn't have that much longer to live, so I want to help him however I can. This time, it's our turn. You could have been killed, but you risked your life to save us. Why?
What a silly question. What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Ayuda, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me, understand?
It's our turn to help Dirk however we can.
What you speak of is futile. Let it go and move on. Guilty verdict. The hopelessness. You must resign yourself to it all. Clinging to false hope now will only serve to magnify your future despair. So let it go and move on.
Ayuda, are you really going to just roll over on this?
I have no more time for idle chatter. I must prepare for tomorrow's trial. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Apollo, I sensed a whirlwind of emotions coming from within Prosecutor Submati just now. Anger, shock, bewilderment, and an icy sorrow, as deep and dark as an abyss.
Yeah, I picked up on that too. Looks like Dirk really won't be the only one who'll need my help tomorrow. think it's about time to pay Queen Khura'in another visit, and ask her about her sister Amara.
Well said. We move now from the last time to the audience chamber. May 18th, Khura'in Palace Audience Chamber. The Royal Guard isn't around. That is utter hooey! You cannot continue to deceive the people like that. Rafa, justice is much more than simply speaking the truth. Is that Princess Rafa and Queen Khura'in over there? You deceived me too, Mother! How can I ever believe a word you say again? You... nincompoop! Ah! Your benevolence. I couldn't help but overhear. You impudent! Ow! Are you okay, Mr. Wright? I can't believe she actually punched you. Yeah, I'm used to it by now. What's the matter with the princess? It sounded like she was arguing with her mother. Maybe it has something to do with this picture. Rafa said she had to ask her mother about some secret or another as soon as she saw it. So then, does that mean that Princess Rafa knows what really happened? That Amara wasn't assassinated and is still very much alive? It would seem so. And she doesn't seem to be taking Khura'in's lies very well. But that's no surprise, considering how much Rafa reveres her mother. That would definitely cause her a great deal of anguish and sadness. Eavesdropping, are we? How very rude. You there. Are you not Dirk's son? Oh, nice to meet you, Your Eminence. We're actually here to speak with you if you could spare a moment. As a reminder, we no longer have the Founder's Orb, so they can search us all they like. We no longer have that, so it's no longer a problem for us. As such, let's talk about this and get the elephant in the room addressed. Your Eminence, Dirk told me about Amara. About how she's still alive, that is. We know not of what you speak. After Dirk learned Amara was still alive, he rescued her and they ran off together. But she was captured and remains captive in a secret location to this day. As for Nayuta doing your bidding, it's only because Amara's life is in your hands. What an active imagination you have. Oh, you're a comedian. How droll. Whoa, where'd they come from? She's going to play dumb. I'll just have to jog her memory with some evidence. Fair enough. Your Eminence, I ask that you take a look at this photo. Why, that's... It's a photo of Amara. And here you can see a logbook bearing the mark of the Defiant Dragons. I believe you know what that means. Very well. Royal Guard, stand down.
Yes, Your Eminence. Your wish is our command.
It seems there's no need to perpetrate this charade any longer. We shall speak of all we know. So then you admit that Amara's still alive? Yes, she is under our protection in a safe location. You mean being held prisoner? And where is she being kept? Now why would we tell the son of a traitor that? Guess she has a point there.
Now, heed our warning, White Devil. It would not be wise to inform the people that Amara yet lives. It would only serve to plunge public order into chaos.
I have no intention of doing that.
Besides, there are real terrorists out there who might try to kill her. Good. Now, there was something we have been meaning to ask you. Do you know what has become the Founder's Orb? The Founder's Orb went missing after Dirk took it into the tomb. As his son, we thought you might know something of its current whereabouts.
I knew it. I suppose I should thank you for that free running tour of Khura'in.
That was a royal guard's own doing.
Nice try, lady. But now you're definitely not getting the orb ever. Why do you want the orb so badly anyway?
Because it would be most dangerous in the wrong hands, and it must be recovered.
Is the legend true? Can the orb really impart spiritual power? Are you worried that someone could overthrow you with it?
The Holy Mother's power is without equal. Should Her Holiness once again return to our world, she could conceivably bestow great power upon the one who unlocked the orb's secret.
I guess it makes sense, considering spirit channeling is a fact of life here.
So we ask you, White Devil, did you receive the Founder's Orb from Dirk?
Doesn't look like I did.
So you like to play games, do you?
Royal Guard!
Yes, Your Eminence. Search the devil and his belongings.
What?
At once, Your Eminence. Don't move. You're only making this harder on yourself.
Apollo, don't strip here! What the?
Stop resisting. Just submit to our strip search already.
No, wait! Come on, please!
Rest in peace, my poor tattered dignity.
There's no sign of the Founder's Orb, Your Eminence.
So, you have hidden it somewhere. No matter. We shall recover it one way or another once you are found guilty of abetting the accused.
Dirk was right. She really is bent on getting the orb. Mother! Looks like the princess is back.
I took a stroll to try to calm myself, but I still find this situation unacceptable. The people must be informed about Queen Amara.
So she does know about that.
Huh? You do not yet possess a clear grasp of how government and its people interact. There will always be secrets that must be kept from the ignorant masses.
You have little faith in our people, Mother.
But it is a royal priestess's duty to always speak the truth. And as I cannot remain silent. As such, I cannot remain silent. I will not. Huh. The truth, you say? Your mind has been poisoned by the barbed one.
It was an honor and a pleasure, Your Eminence.
We must speak with our child. It is a mother's duty to discipline her child, after all. Now, if you would excuse us.
Discipline?
And from her, I don't like the sound of that at all.
Well, Apollo, let's head back to the safe house for now.
Good idea.
We need to go over what we found and collect our thoughts. May 18th, former Sarmani law offices. This is it, the final scene of our investigation. And let's catch up with what Edgeworth was doing during our last half of the investigation. Ah, you're back.
Thank you for holding down the fort, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. Sorry it took so long. Hope you weren't too bored.
Well, I've watched the plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm, while you were gone.
And my verdict is, it's an outrage. Especially in its theme song. Even worse, the people here believed it's an original Khura'inese show. Can you believe it? We've already spoken about it in length with Mr. Arbol here, and I'm not sure what he's babbling about, but at least it seems he wasn't bored. Moving along to things that actually matter, we've gathered about all the information and evidence we can concerning this case. I think it's time that we go over everything we've learned thus far.
In case it wasn't obvious, Edgeworth is also a very serious fan of Steel Samurai. Something that he and Maya may have in common. But him being a little bit upset about Plume Punisher is a little off-putting, to say the least. Anyway, we now get a chance to talk directly with Wright and compare notes about the multiple points of investigation that we had. Keep in mind, about a third of our investigation was all done on Wright's half, not on Apollo's. So, we definitely need to figure out exactly what's going on.
The Orb trial, Maya's abduction, and the murder of the mastermind behind it all, Justice Minister Inga. It's a lot to consider. Think you have all the facts straight in your head?
Yep, I've got it covered, Mr. Wright. It's the truth about what really went down that's going to be the problem. Yeah, it's like the more we learn about this case, the less we understand.
I agree. There's a deep darkness enveloping this case. And I'm almost afraid of what we'll find once we lift that black veil. Suffice to say, the real killer is certainly waiting underneath. Real killer, huh? Well, that's $1 million question. Who killed Inga and why? Think, Apollo. Who would you say had a motive to commit this crime?
I'm drawing a complete blank.
I want to know how the killer slipped into the tomb, killed Inga, and slept back out, without ever being seen. That's a bona fide locked room mystery right there.
Well, we've collected plenty of evidence and statements. I just hope the rest comes out in court. It'll be a thinner tightrope than usual, that's for sure.
This case is one big fly in the ointment. In order to prove Dirk is completely innocent, we'll also have to exonerate him of the crime committed 23 years ago. Amara's supposed assassination.
Right. If we know that Amara's still alive, but Dirk could still be charged with plotting to kill her. He couldn't discover the truth, even after over 2 decades of investigating. So our biggest hurdle is going to be the complete lack of evidence. Fire made sure of that. Mr. Wright, have you ever won a case without any evidence?
No, that's one thing I've never done before. A trial unprecedented even in the decorated annals of the Wright Anything Agency. Still, I can't help but wonder, was there really no evidence left behind? Oh, and we can't forget about the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In short, if Dirk is found guilty and is sentenced to death, we'll likely join him in a very public execution.
Yeah. Meet the charges or die. What kind of a crazy upside-down legal system is this, anyway?
Don't worry. I can't ask someone as young as you to risk your life again. So tomorrow, it'll just be me and Apollo on the courtroom floor. But you can support us by watching from the gallery.
What? No! I want to help! I'm part of the agency too, after all!
Sorry, but this is a direct order from your boss. Plus, there's Prosecutor Blackwell to think of. He said he'll use me for sword practice if I put you in harm's way.
Aw, Simon! Oh, at least promise me this, you two. Promise me you'll make it back alive.
Make it back alive, huh? What's with that face, Apollo? You'll never inspire confidence in your client like that. And it'll play right into the prosecution's hands. Remember, the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles.
You're right. Even when it seems hopeless, or when there's not a shred of evidence to be found, we can never let it show on our faces, right?
But
will I actually be able to do that tomorrow? Push comes to shove, will I be able to force my biggest smile? I'll have to find out in the next chapter. For right now, we are officially halfway, and it is 4.5 hours into the stream. Yeah, buckle up everybody, because this is going to be a long one. Now, I know I've been taking a lot of breaks, and I do apologize, but I am going to need to take a shorter one, about 5-ish minutes here, and that's strictly so that way I can get everything set up for the next chapter. With that said, this is our fourth intermission, or yeah, our third intermission of the night of 5. So do keep that in mind. With that said, just a few quick moments and I will be right back.
What can you do?
That's so long.
It's a pretty serious one. We
Yeah, you have the right to confront your witness, and this particular.
could we approach the stand? Because it's something that we need to talk about.
What the hell is happening
It's
here?
rather serious.
I've already sat down.
Alrighty, okay, cool. If this is a waste of my time, I'm gonna fine you $20.
No, it's not a waste.
Gotta go and send my love to someone else really quickly because chances are I am not going to be raiding him again tonight. So hopefully he'll be dropping on by, giving us some love as well. That reminds me, I should probably go and make sure that Stream Elements does not accidentally kick my associate here. Right. Sorry, I went to go make sure that something was set up so that way, if in the rare event that somebody got accidentally timed out again, or someone tried to come in here and chat, they wouldn't get themselves timed out accidentally because of the great amount of capsulars that they like to present. Anyway, we're officially into the trial now, so I want to see if I can get into... find a different song than what we've got thus far. Anyway. Oh, there we go. So, again, short break. I'm going to try to quickly touch base on all of these points really quickly so I can get on to the rest of the stream to keep things nice and short and simple. First of all, follower goals. Again, at 30 followers on the next Windcraft Wednesday stream done after I reach 30 followers on stream, I will be doing a 9-hour Windcraft adventure. Again, this will not count if I stream during Windcraft segment and I hit 30 followers during Windcraft. That will not count. I will have to do it on the next one. Also, I have decided that the 2 bonus episodes of the Apollo Justice Trilogy will be released sequentially at 50 and 75 followers whenever we reach both of those. How that will work is They will be recorded sometime late March, early May, and they will be slated for release as early as late May. Again, if we hit the goal before then I will just release it as soon as it's ready. But if it's not ready just yet, then it'll get queued up and ready to roll as soon as I hit 50 followers, and I will do that live on stream for you all. Then lastly, our schedule for this week, because again, we're about halfway through here tonight. We're finishing this. No matter how long this takes us, whether we're here until 10 o'clock, which I doubt, but it can happen, or if we're here until 2 in the morning, we're going to sit here and go through the rest of this game. Now, time to beat is slated to be about midnight, 1 a.m., and I have gotten permission tonight to stay as late as possible, so we're going to hold out for as long as we can. Naturally, as soon as this episode is done, I'm mending it. There's going to be no raid tonight, there's going to be no fancy stuff, no shenanigans. That's going to be it for me. On Saturday, not Friday, I do want to clarify, Friday I am going to be off to rest and recover from this finale. I'm also going to be planning all the stuff for tomorrow, or Saturday's DMA live stream. Saturday at 5 p.m. Central, not 3 p.m. will be DMA live. Check below the stream. You will see the time stamped, I believe, down there. In fact, I should go and double check and make sure we get that updated if we have not already. And I need to go and do that really quickly as well. Cool. So I need to go and make sure we get that taken care of as well. So Saturday 17, there we go. All right. That has now been updated. So Saturday at 5 p.m. Central Time will be DMA Live. I need to go and update that on the Twitch schedule, but once that is all done and dusted, I will have that for you all right there. Sunday, I'll be live with Lord Navasa and the Board of Directors. We'll be chatting either on their channel or on ours as well. We'll be doing some stuff there regardless. And lastly, on Wednesday, we'll be doing Windcraft Wednesdays yet again. We'll be streaming for at least 3 hours, up to 6 hours, or 9 hours if you manage to hit the 30 follower goal by next Wednesday. But of course, on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, we'll be starting our next game. The plan is we have 10 streams to get this game played through as much as we can, and I may revisit it at some point during the Summer of Spyro, which is going to be set in June, July, and August. Other than that, let us get right back in officially to the next leg of this journey. Unfortunately, I do have one other thing that I need to comment. At this point, Strategy Wiki is still being written for this part. This episode specifically is missing some content, and I'm hoping to try to work with Strategy Wiki as best I can to expand upon this and as much of a fashion as I am allowed to. With that said, they have given me some information, but not a whole lot to go off of. I at least should have enough to be able to hold my ground in court without too many issues. Other than that, full disclosure, I am kind of driving this whole ordeal with a little bit of a eye patch. But then again, our client also wears an eye patch, so it might be in our best interests. With that said, I am going to go back to the Switch mode, but I am going to leave my character out until we go officially into the episode proper. So there's another anime cutscene, be advised of that. With that in mind, let us continue onwards to the next chapter. May 19th, 8:50 a.m. High Court of Khura'in. May 19th, 9:28 a.m. High Court of Khura'in. Accused lobby. It's complete chaos outside. Let's just say the Defiant Dragon supporters demonstrating for Dirk's freedom have taken a very special interest in the outcome of today's trial. They look ready to string us up if we lose. Trials here are pretty much like the ones back home, but with one major difference. The divination seance. The victims' final memories will become a matter for deliberation. I've heard about that, but they haven't stopped you from winning your cases here in Khura'in. True, but it wasn't easy. Still, memories of the dead are simply another piece of evidence. There's always a way to deal with them if your client's truly innocent. Well, I know Dirk's innocent, but...
I have one more big secret. Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept, but I know you. And I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all.
Dirk, just what is that secret you're keeping? Hey, AJ! Here you go, like I promised. The Founder's Orb is returned to Apollo and added once again to the court record. Thanks, Stats. Wait, weren't you arrested by the police yesterday? Yep, and I spent the night in the slammer. I had a fine meal, a shower, even a bed. What more could I ask for? That actually sounds way better than where we're staying. Just remember, AJ, if Dirk's found guilty today, we'll all probably be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act, too. Yeah, Naida said something to that effect. That which Khura'in wants to take advantage of today to crush our revolution once for all. The fate of the revolution and every Khura'ini's person rests on this trial today. We're counting on you, AJ. We'll be fine. I'm gonna win this one. You'll see. The trial will begin shortly, Apollo. Let's make our way into the courtroom. Right. This is it. Defense attorneys, Apollo Justice and Phoenix Wright. This is the first time in a long time that we've had both Wright and Justice on the bench together. Of course, as we heard in the last part, Athena is now not going to be present, so we won't exactly be seeing much of her power, nor will her power really come to much use in the High Court of Khura'in. With that on mind, court is now in session. All rise.
Let the trial of Dirk Sadmati begin.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Majesty. So it's really come down to this. Don't expect me to hold anything back, Nayuda.
This trial will examine both the murder of Justice Minister Inga Khura'in and the assassination of the former Queen Amara Sigatar Khura'in. First, I believe we should address the murder of Minister Inga. Would that be acceptable, Prosecutor Sadmati? Prosecutor Sadmati?
Yes, of course. Please proceed. What's with him?
How very unlike you, Prosecutor. Is your mind elsewhere today?
Not at all, Your Majesty. Are you really going to be able to go through with this, Nayuda?
Well, Prosecutor Sadmati, I would be remiss if I failed to voice a concern of mine. I have heard mention that you are the son of the accused, Dirk Sadmati.
You have heard true. Does that fact pose some sort of problem, Your Majesty?
A father being prosecuted by his own son. Could one possibly deliberate such a case without having personal feelings intervene?
Yes, without question. Can he really handle this? What if it is Prosecutor Satmati? Who gets his own father is just... How could the son of a criminal even be a prosecutor? Dark!
Fellow citizens, you would do well not to underestimate my son. He is not one to allow personal feelings to intervene with the exception of his duty, execution of his duty. Isn't that right, Naimina? I will not stop until my work here is done. See? So all you doubters just sit back down before you trip over your own stupidity. The accused will not take the stand without first being summoned. In any case, if Prosecutor Satmati has no issue with this arrangement, then let us commence the deliberations.
Objection!
One moment, if you would.
Your Eminence!
Your Eminence, what brings you here? Uh-oh. Your Majesty, it would appear that Prosecutor Satmati does indeed have some reservations. No, that's not true. Did you really believe you could deceive me, Nayuta Satmati? One should hold no reservations if one is to stand on these hallowed funerary grounds. I have none, Your Eminence. No, it is clear we cannot leave this matter to you. We shall handle the prosecution of enemy of the Crown Dirk Satmati personally. Remain by our side and bear witness to how a true prosecutor enforces the law. Excuse me, but is a queen going to prosecute the case? Is that, kosher? There is no need for concern. Before we were crowned queen, we served as a prosecutor. Really?
As a foreigner, your ignorance can be excused, but know this. The prosecutor in charge of the Queen Amar assassination case 23 years ago was none other than Her Eminence Queen Garan Segatar Khura'in.
First, Your Majesty, now this? Why doesn't anyone ever tell me these things?
I'd heard she served as Minister of Justice, but she was also a prosecutor?
I'm guessing she probably moved up the ladder from prosecutor to justice minister. We prosecuted that case 23 years ago, but no verdict was ever rendered. We had one guilty verdict in every case until then, for no lawyer could stand up to us.
I am at a loss for words. To think I would once more bear witness to Her Eminence at work in the Hall of Justice.
Our first trial in 23 years. No quarter shall be given to criminals. We shall prosecute them with all our might.
Oh, what a magnificent sight! Queen's attire from her prosecutor days. Didn't think we would get to see it once more. What the? That's Queen Garan?
Talk about an extreme makeover. It's all coming back now. The feel of my blood pumping through my veins. Woe to you, all enemies of Khura'in. For I shall personally slice, dice, and grind you up into hog feed. I don't suppose I could ask her to roll back to her polite pre-makeover personality. Note this, lawyer. Yes. Now that I stand as prosecutor, consider your defense bench a headsman's scaffold. If you wish to leave any last words, I shall advise you to start thinking of them now. While you still have a head with which to think, that is. Meep! She is dead serious. Now, it is time for the divination seance. Repa, come forth.
Your benevolence. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Your benevolence? I understand it may be difficult for you, but may we proceed with the divination seance?
Yes, let us proceed.
Forgive me for asking, but are you feeling physically unwell? If so, I would advise you to avoid any undue exertion. Your benevolence?
What's wrong? It's like her mind's anywhere but here. A lot's happened since yesterday. On top of the murder of her beloved father, she found out that he'd been planning a coup. And today, she'll have to experience his death through his own eyes. Yeah, that would be enough to shake anyone up. Still, it seems like she is worse off today than she was yesterday. Yeah, I don't remember her being this depressed. We must speak with our child. It is a mother's duty to discipline her child after all. Now, if you would excuse us. Discipline? Coming from her, I don't like the sound of that at all. Wait. Dawn didn't do something to her, did she?
Your Eminence, about today's divination seance. As I understand it, the prosecution has yet to review its content. Is this deviation from protocol a part of your plan?
Prosecutor Sadmati, would you care to explain your actions?
Your Eminence, the accused was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, I deemed no seance would be necessary for such a clear-cut case.
You and your bleeding heart. You seek to spare Rafa the trauma of witnessing her father's death. Is that why you have done this?
Not at all.
You were concerned for me, Prosecutor Sadmati? That's oddly compassionate of him, all things considered.
Your Eminence, Your Majesty, regardless of what is best for her benevolence, this case is blessed with a bounty of incontrovertible evidence. So I believe we could reach a swift verdict without devoting precious time to a seance. You have a point. Personally, I would like to spare her benevolence any undue misery. Experiencing the murder of a loved one is a burden no one should have to hear, or no one should have to bear. Prosecutor Sadmati, Your Majesty, can this trial truly proceed without a divination seance? I can't blame her for not wanting to experience her father's murder firsthand. Your Eminence, what are your feelings on the matter? Shall we have her benevolence return home for some much-needed rest? We shall not. You fools spoil her with your feckless words of compassion. Listen well, Rafa. You have spoken time and time again about how grown up you are now. Yes, but... So, let us see if the royal priestess has truly come into her own. Are you prepared to fulfill your duty and perform the divination seance as you should? Yes. That's better. See? Problem solved. Poor Rafa. Is this really a good idea? I guess we'll see. Very well. Let us begin the divination seance. Nina, my robe. Oh! Looks like Nana's still missing. It's been a whole day already. Barbed head? Yes? You removed my robe. What? Why me? Don't keep her benevolence waiting now, Mr. Wright. Can't you see she's ready to begin?
Great. I've been reduced to royal robe remover. It's like she's grooming Mr. Wright to be Nana's replacement.
Very well, Your Benevolence. Please start when you are ready.
Come, Rafa. You know what must be done. There is no turning back now. I know. The final memories of the deceased. This should be interesting.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
For reasons that will be explained later, I'm going to be skipping this specific scene. And no, I will not be tucking up because there's nothing to see. Something goes wrong and the divination seance is not correctly performed again.
Your Benevolence. What's wrong?
Rafa passes out, which renders the divination seance mute at this time. Of course, Queen Khura'in is not too pleased by this, but this is unacceptable.
Bailiff, take Your Benevolence to the first aid station at once.
This is not good. Needless to say, the divination seance failed for some reason that we will find out later on. But
Your Eminence, do you have any idea why Her Benevolence collapsed so suddenly?
it seemed she was not yet ready for what the deceased was to reveal. It overwhelmed her. Her inexperience and immaturity left her ill-prepared to face her father's death. And she said she could go through with it. How very disappointing. I know someone who's not winning Mother of the Year, ever. I mean, of course Rafa's going to be overwhelmed. She's still just a child. It seems we have no choice but to move on to the witness testimony. Your Majesty?
Oh, yes. Let us proceed. Bailiff, summon the first witness if you could. Is this not the accused?
It is indeed. I thought I would give him the opportunity to plead his case. For true justice is more than a unilateral presentation of the facts by the prosecution. That seems uncharacteristically fair of her. However, should the accused fail to produce convincing testimony, he, along with his cabal of traitors and lawyers, shall immediately be found guilty, and their heads will roll from their shoulders. What? I should have known there was a catch.
Your court, your rules. Same as it always was, I see, Khura'in. Now then, Mr. Dirksan Muddy, if you could enlighten us as to what happened. Well, I would, if I could.
We finally get the first testimony and cross-examination that comes from Dirk explaining himself.
I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand. And lying right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail. I have no recollection of what happened in the interim. But I didn't kill him. At least, I don't think I did. I'd go against everything I believe in.
That didn't explain squat. For the record, let it be known that the accused's fingerprints were all over the murder weapon. And since he was caught in the act, there was no chance for a third party to tamper with it.
Well, that certainly seems to point the finger at you, Mr. Sadmati. Even as a lawyer, I have to agree with you there, Your Majesty.
Seriously, Dirk, this is no laughing matter.
This is exactly what Garan wanted. To have Dirk try to plead his case, only to fail miserably.
How long can she go?
Prosecutor, behold this most unpleasant of spectacles, and let it be etched into your soul.
See how instead of accepting the inevitable, those fish-brained lawyers flounder and flop themselves straight into the abyss of despair.
Yes, Your Eminence. Show me the way. Now then, would the defense please begin the cross-examination?
Gladly. Gladly. We have multiple things we need to do. First and foremost, we have 5 statements. Initially. But the first option that we have available is to press the second statement.
Hold it!
Do you recall anyone putting the knife in your hand, Dirk?
Wish I could say I did, but I don't remember a thing from before I came to. You think there might have been a third party in the tomb, so?
Yeah, because if you didn't do it, then the real killer must have been there with you.
Objection!
You called, Your Eminence?
Did she go anywhere without those goons? Was there a third party in the tomb when you were securing it?
No, Your Eminence. We searched high and low, but found no one of the sort.
And there you have it. Oh, right. They did search the place. Furthermore, my guards had the entire tomb surrounded, so there was no way for anyone to escape.
That's right. No one got in or out without our knowledge. Her Eminence's on-site directives were absolutely flawless.
You see now? The presence of a third party is beyond the realm of possibility. The tomb was, for all intents and purposes, completely sealed off from the rest of the world. A waste of time. How can it be any more obvious? Dirk must be the killer. Thanks for nothing, gallery guy. As if our graves weren't already deep enough. Accused. What do you believe about your possible presence of a third party?
Well, based on the situation you presented, I'd say the chances are slim to none.
You didn't have to agree with her, Dirk. Let the accused's statements be added to his testimony.
Very well, Mr. Sadmati, if you would.
It's like the more we press, the thinner our case gets.
Well, let's keep pressing and maybe we'll work out the wrinkles in it too.
Exactly my point. We unlocked a new statement. The possibility of a third party being there in the tomb is probably non-existent. Let's skip over that right now and go to the 5th statement. I have no recollection of what happened in the interim.
Hold it!
A days passed since the murder. Haven't you remembered anything in that time?
My memory is a complete blank. It's as if that part of my brain has been scooped right out.
How very convenient. But even if you've no memory of the event, your guilt is without question. There is nothing more to debate.
You're forgetting one thing, Khura'in. I have no motive.
You lead a band of insurgents that seeks to overthrow the government. I would say that alone is motive enough to slay our kingdom's Minister of Justice.
Objection! I've declared countless times that I lead a bloodless revolution. I forbid violence and murder, even if some younger members may have a thirst for blood.
Bloodless revolution? You wouldn't really have a motive in that case. Is that an important statement? Heck yeah! That was an important statement. I'd like my client to add it to his testimony.
Very well then. The accused will please do as the defense has requested.
This adds, I don't have a motive for killing Inga. After all, me and my ilk seek a bloodless revolution. Finally, we press on the seventh statement.
Hold it!
Can you state that you didn't kill him more definitively?
How can I, when I have no memory of what happened?
Well, can you at least state whether or not you were the murderer?
That I can do. I am not a murderer, and I would never kill anyone, no matter the circumstances.
Objection!
And do you have any evidence to support your claim that you did not kill the minister?
Evidence? No, I can't say that I do.
In that case, you shall strike the statement I didn't kill him from your testimony. Wait, you can't just disregard testimony like that. I mean, I'm the one cross-examining the defendant and all. Hold your prattling tongue, foreign devil. I'm the queen of this kingdom. And the queen is the law. As such, I need not follow the laws that are in place. I can make and break them at will.
Henceforth, the accused will refrain from stating I didn't kill him.
What?
Sure, whatever. It's a Khura'in show after all, same as always.
This updates the statement too,
Though I guess there's no evidence that proves I didn't kill him either.
Now, I am going to skip past this and allow Phoenix some commentary in this aspect.
If only we could establish a possibility of a third party.
Does a possibility itself even exist?
We don't have a choice. Proving it exists is the only way to start a real dialogue here.
Good, clever note. Phoenix says we have all of the statements that we can unlock to present some evidence. Exactly which statement specifically? Let's present the mysterious bloodstain on this statement right here. The mysterious bloodstain does not have the blood of the victim, and as far as we know, neither Dirk or Miss Faye were injured. Therefore, this is a contradiction.
Objection!
Your Eminence, I'm afraid this trial will not go exactly as you anticipated, because I can show how there might have been a third party in that tomb. Oh, how very fascinating. Go on. I do so love a good fairy tale. We did a luminol test at the crime scene, and found a bloodstain that didn't match the Justice Minister's blood. I will remind you that neither Dirk nor Miss Faye were injured during the incident. Thing is, this bloodstain we found had been wiped up by someone.
What's this? But who would have done such a thing?
That's a big question, isn't it? Who wiped up the blood and why? Thinking about it logically, it must be someone who wanted to conceal their presence at the scene of the crime.
Oh?
Oh? And to whom do you suppose the bloodstain might belong? The bloodstain belongs to the real killer, naturally. Bloodstain belongs to the real killer, of course. Whoever it was, they were probably shot while they were attacking Mr. Inga. And since their blood would give them away, they had to wipe it up. I'd say this because we know for a fact that Justice Minister fired his gun in the tomb. You have the memory of a flea. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. This, too, is a known fact.
Objection!
The bloodstain from a third party means there must have been someone hiding there. Very well, then. Tell me this. Where was this third party hiding? Oh, crime scene was thoroughly searched after it was discovered. So if there was a hiding place, it would have to be somewhere no one would dare look. Somewhere no one would dare look.
Let's have your answer, defense. Now, where could a third party have hidden?
Oh, hey, look at that. I don't have to move my cursor for anything.
Take that!
There's one place no one would search, not even the Queen's Royal Guard. And that would be inside Queen Amara's sarcophagus. Even now, it's locked up tight. No one would find you if you hid in there. I'm told that it's temperature controlled to preserve the mummy within. But if someone dressed warmly enough, they could withstand the cold for a short time.
This is sacrilege. Surely the perpetrator of such a foul deed would be cursed.
That's just it. The killer knew everyone would be too scared to open the sarcophagus. True. The guards were so scared of being cursed, they wouldn't even touch it. And when the coast was clear, the killer made a quick escape from within their frigid confines.
Well now, that does sound like a plausible method of evading capture.
The defense requests a DNA test on the bloodstain. And then we'll just see who the real killer is.
Such insolence!
Bow your head and kneel, lawyer. So your head may be parted from your shoulders. Huh? But the trial's not even over! Wah! How soon you forget. You were already on the headman's scaffold. As such, I could order your beheading at any moment. All I did was request a DNA test. There is no need to request such a test. Royal Guard, bring it forth now.
Here you are, Your Eminence.
The police have already identified the source of the bloodstain. The DNA test revealed that the blood is that of the traitor, Dirk Sadamati. What? But Dirk wasn't injured! So where did his blood come from? Maybe he coughed it up. His illness. Still, that was a lot of blood. Could he have really coughed up that much? And did he wipe it up to hide his failing health? Dirk, is it really that bad?
Oh, shoot. You got me.
The mysterious bloodstain is updated in the court record to reflect that the analysis reveals that it is, in fact, the blood of Dirk Sadmati. Pay attention, Horned Devil, for this case has already been solved. You claimed that this bloodstain would lead us to the real killer, did you not? About that. Did you or did you not make that claim of your own volition, defense? Yes, I did. After she steered you in that direction, that is. Fell right into a trap! Do you see now the folly in opposing the very embodiment of the law? Whatever you say or do shall come to no avail. A third party at the scene of the crime. It's beyond the realm of possibility.
No! Can this be for Queen Khura'in? Her princess' legal tactics are beyond compare.
I hate to say this, but she really got us good. The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. Can I really discount the sarcophagus as a hiding place, though? What if the real killer is still in there? No, it's just ridiculous. I believe we have rebels and sympathizers in the gallery today. It is to you I speak. Have you been listening? Dirk Sadamati, the one who proclaimed a bloodless revolt, has betrayed your cause by resorting to murder.
No! It can't be! Dirk would never! There must be some kind of mistake!
The fine dragons and their sympathizers are starting to have doubts.
So this is why Khura'in allowed us to cross-examine Dirk. By establishing his guilt in Inga's murder, she's effectively damaged his reputation among those who support him.
True, but now we have an even bigger problem. Now, filthy lawyers, you will honor your end of the bargain. Accept your guilty verdict for your failure to explain to your client's actions. Oop.
Huh?
Now, I shall pass judgment on the criminal Dirk Sadamati.
What's this? You shall pass judgment. But your evidence, is that not my role?
Hold your tongue. You're but a figurehead before me, the embodiment of the law. Consider yourself dismissed. As Queen of Khura'in, I shall now pass judgment upon the accused. Guilty. To that, I only have one thing to say. Objection! Wait! You didn't even give me a chance to rebut! You know when you are defeated, lawyer. But just this once, I'm willing to show you the depths of my compassion. Tell me why I should allow these proceedings to continue. Come, convince me.
Quick, Apollo. Even if you have to bluff, we've got to keep this trial going. Show her that the crime could have been committed by a third party.
How am I supposed to do that?
Why don't you start with, how about the timing of Inga's murder?
What?
This whole case is built on a single premise, that Inga was murdered after Dirk entered the tomb. But what if that's not true?
Like, if our assumptions are all wrong? Might just work. Well, come to think of it.
Well, don't keep us waiting, defense.
Dirk became the prime suspect because it didn't seem probable that there was a third party at the scene of the crime. But there is another question we should ask ourselves at this time. Was Minister Inga really killed after Dirk entered the tomb? What nonsense is this? Setting aside the assumption that the murder occurred after Dirk arrived on the scene opens up the possibility of a third party committing the crime. The question before us is, when was Minister Inga really killed? My answer is before Dirk entered the tomb. Isn't it possible that before Dirk even set foot in the tomb, Minister Inga was already dead?
That would certainly make the possibility of a third party more probable. Why, of course. I fell unconscious right after I entered the tomb. Even if I hadn't, I wouldn't have had a clear line of sight to his body from the entrance. Which means...
You wouldn't have noticed his body either way. This scenario is entirely possible. And so, we can't rule out the possibility of a third person committing the crime.
I see. Well, that certainly does make sense.
So far, so good. This might actually work. Very well. I shall play along with whatever little game you have knocking around that tiny mind. I was starting to get quite bored of all of this. I could do with a distraction. Yes. Let us hear some testimony that will shed light on when exactly the minister was slain. Bailiff, summon Rafa. Surely she has recovered by now.
What about me? Don't I serve a purpose anymore?
No, you were already sacked, so you might just, well, leave. You leave, her get up on the bench, and then... F it, I'll take the prosecutor bench. 'Cause, you know, I'm already facing that way. I joke. Rafa returns to the stand, and now... we have to hear testimony from Wright Anything.
I hope you're feeling better, Your Benevolence.
Must I perform the divination seance?
What? Oh, no. We merely require your testimony this time.
How can my testimony be of any value?
Your Benevolence.
Princess Rifa seems awfully depressed. After what she's been through, summoning her again is like rubbing salt in the wound. Being unable to perform the seance was probably the last straw. I hope she doesn't pass out again. Prosecutor Sadmati, may I ask you something?
Of course, Your Benevolence.
I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara and me? And about me?
Why did you hear such a thing?
From Mother. And only yesterday. Nika was carrying on about telling the truth to the people. So I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to a mother to discipline her child.
I see.
Be that as it may,
Your Benevolence, it has no bearing upon our trial here today. For it is up, so that there is no need to let it trouble you.
I know. Does it have no bearing on this case? I find that hard to believe. Garan told Rafa about something other than Amara's status. Sounds like it, but what could it be? Rafa, the defense has proposed something preposterous. They somehow think your father was already dead when Dirk entered the tomb. But I believe you can prove them wrong. Are you prepared to do what is required of you? Yes, I am ready to testify.
Very well then, Your Benevolence. Your testimony, if you please.
Second witness testimony, and it's one of the few we get with Rafa testifying. On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second-floor veranda. Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amara's tomb. Then, at about 2:45, I saw Barbcat and company enter the courtyard. I saw no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered at about 2:30. Your second-floor veranda? Oh, she must be talking about the house facing Inga's private residence. So that's the location from which you saw your father? At about 2:30? Yes, and shortly after that, you people arrived at the royal residence.
So after the minister entered Amara's tomb at around 2:30, No one went in or out of there until the murder was discovered.
The tomb is closed to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in before the murder. That rules out any possibility of a third party lying in wait to slay my poor husband. Or so she'd like us to believe. Now hear me, you useless lawyer. Cease the charade and bow before me. For I, Queen Khura'in, shall finally have your head.
Forgive me, Your Eminence, but first, let us allow the defense to question the witness.
Agreed. And boy, do we need to talk. First and foremost, skip statement 1. Press statement 2. Did your father seem different or troubled in any way? Let me think. Oh, there was one unusual thing.
There was?
Yes, a shriek emanated from within my father's quarters. After which, I witnessed him bolt outside. His countenance drained of its usual color. He screamed and he was looking pale? What do you suppose happened? I know not. Perhaps he had a bad dream. Maybe it was a nightmare about being raked over the coals by the Queen. It seems our young lawyer here wishes to hasten his journey to the Twilight Realm. Sorry, that was rude of me.
Does the defense believe the witness's last statement to be important?
I believe it is. I would like the witness to add it to her testimony. This adds a new statement. My father let out a scream and came dashing out of his room, his face pale. We also need to press this statement. Hold it! And why do you think he screamed? That is not the right button. Sorry about that. Was he surprised by someone who didn't belong there? Did somebody else come out? I didn't see anyone else. Just my father. The last statement was seriously lacking conviction. Should I press her on this? We have the option to be nice and leave it be, press softly, or to press harshly. Obviously, if we leave it be, we go back to the cross-examination. If we press softly, then we don't exactly get a whole lot out of it. In fact, Apollo gets told off by Phoenix saying that we need to take a more aggressive approach with people like her. Therefore, we have to press harshly on that statement. Your benevolence! Let's have some details, the more the better. Details, you say? Yes. For example, are you sure you didn't see anyone in the royal residence before 2:30 p.m.? Well, is that a yes or no? Foreign devil! I've been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2 yesterday. Yet I saw none other than my father. If only I had stopped him, then... I think you've struck a nerve, or rather, obliterated one. Maybe I pressed a little too hard. But still, the last statement seemed a little off somehow. So you didn't see anyone except your father in the courtyard after 2 p.m., huh? Please add that to your testimony, your benevolence. I've been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2, but father was the only one I saw. That, in of itself, is a contradiction, because we found out that at around 2 p.m., Shadow was surprised by Firecracker, ran into the courtyard, and stole Nana's hat. Therefore...
Objection!
Your benevolence. You're covering for someone, aren't you? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, Rafa, but you're not gonna like this. Well, the thing is, I have a statement here that you might find interesting. It's from a witness who claims that at around 2 p.m. his dog got loose and ran into the palace courtyard. And that's when the little fellow happened to steal this hat from someone. That's Nina's. I mean, nothing, never mind. You fool of a daughter. It seems the princess made a blunder. So let me get this straight. This is Nina's hat, which means she had to have been in the royal residence at around 2. If so, then you had to have seen Nina sometime after 2 p.m. yesterday. Oh, no! Please, your benevolence, tell us what you really saw. It is as you say, Hornhead. I saw Nina. I saw that dingbat dog steal her hat from her in front of my mother's residence. I knew it. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Because, my mother told me not to. What? Would you care to explain, your eminence? I have requested she withhold said information, for it is of no relevance to this case.
Objection!
You don't get to decide!
Such insolence!
If you disagree, then prove that it is relevant to the case at hand. Oh, I will! Your benevolence, please tell us everything you witnessed when you saw Nina. All right. When I saw that dingbat dog attack Nina, I ran to help. I raced from my second floor veranda down into the courtyard. Wait, that means that while you were coming down, you took your eyes off the courtyard. Yes, but only for a moment. This is crucial testimony. If you took your own eyes off the courtyard, it means that somebody else could have entered the tomb without your ever knowing. Your benevolence? Are you sure no one else was there? Yes. She's hiding something again. What about Nina? Were you able to help her? When I got down to the courtyard, Nina was... she was gone. Gone? Yes. And I never saw her again after that. Any idea what happened? That dingbat dog must have gobbled her up. I seriously doubt that. But how could Nina simply disappear while Rafa wasn't looking? Rafa must know something. The only question is what? Do you have any idea where Nina disappeared to? What do you mean? Well, during the time that you took your eyes off the courtyard, someone could have headed into the tomb. And it just so happens that Nina disappeared right at that moment. No! Wait, do you think Nina had something to do with the murder? I don't think we can rule it out. It sounds like something had kept Nina occupied since the early morning. Plus, she was seen right before the murder, and then seemed to vanish into thin air. You're right. And since she is Rafa's attendant, she could come and go as she pleased within the palace grounds. Could Rafa's attendant really be the killer? And that would mean... first my father and now Reina? These were the people I trusted most. How could this be?
Objection!
Do not heed their lies. Lawyers are a foul breed, quick to claim that a third party is to blame for the crime. Nina did not enter the tomb. That much is certain. How can you be so sure? When Nina's hat was stolen, that crazed cur spilled an urn full of water upon my husband's doorstep. Is that not right, Rafa? Yes, it is. While that dingbat dog was tugging on Nina's hat, it tripped over the urn. The bottoms of her shoes would have been soaked with water. And if she had truly been headed to the tomb with wet shoes, she would have left shoe prints along the way. But the only shoe prints to be found belonged to my husband, Inga. Huh? Then... That's right. Nina never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nina. That's right. Edgeworth and I did see some shoe prints in there. Now do you understand? Nina could not have possibly have gone into the tomb, and that supposed third person at the crime scene is but a figment of your imagination. Arg!
Another glorious deduction! All hail the genius that is Her Eminence Queen Khura'in! Madam before her glory, a witless lawyer.
Could those guys fanboy any harder? But is it really true? Did Nina not go into the tomb? Excuse me, but... Mr. Wright? Your benevolence. What time was it when that dog attacked Nina? I believe it's about 2:15. I see. Apollo, if Nina entered Inga's private quarters at around 2:15, and Inga came racing out at around 2:30, pale-faced and screaming, then... Ah! I know what you're getting at! Yes, that might explain his scream.
Would the defense please share their theory regarding Justice Minister Inga's scream?
Certainly, Your Majesty. Minister Inga screamed because... We doubt he saw a bad ghost, and we doubt he saw a ghost, and we doubt he had a bad dream. This even sounds unplausible, but when you eliminate the impossible, all that remains, no matter how crazy it is, must be the truth. Maybe he was attacked by Nina. That would make the Justice Minister's private quarters the real scene of the crime.
Objection!
Does your idiocy know no bounds? The minister's body was found in the tomb. Or are you suggesting that the body was moved? Do I think the minister was moved from his private quarters? I think that the possibility... I think it does exist. But again, we could go either way. No way that the body was moved. Because there was an awful lot of blood found in the tomb. Apollo, I hate to tell you this, but I don't think it exists. I'd say there's no way that the body was moved. After all, there was an awful lot of blood in the tomb. I understand if the scream was in reaction to Nina's attack, but Inga did die in the tomb. You need to explain how those two realities could coincide. How are we supposed to do that? Oh, maybe! Maybe where he was stabbed and where he died were two completely different locations. What do you mean? It's just, let's look at this simply as possible. If the minister's body wasn't moved, he might have been stabbed by Nada in his private quarters, but then died in the tomb. I see. On the one hand, that seems plausible, but on the other, it seems decidedly implausible. Oh boy. Prosecutor Sadmati, what is that fool babbling on about now? Is this a riddle from one of those fortune cookies Americans seem so fond of? Hey! I'll have you know I had a fortune cookie just last night. Somehow it said Super Mario 64, but I digress. Maybe you need to stop watching Proton John. Anyway. Perhaps. But I believe he himself does not know what he means to say. In all likelihood, it was a poor attempt to confuse us. We should simply ignore him.
Objection!
I wasn't finished yet, so hold off on the analysis, would you? The autopsy report never stated that the minister's death was instantaneous. So, he could have conceivably moved from one place to another after being stabbed. Oh my, are you suggesting he ran all the way to the tomb with a knife sticking out of his back? Well, yes, that's the gist of it. In short, Minister Inga saw Nada with a knife. He let out a scream when he turned his back to her to flee. Right, and that's when he was stabbed from behind. Well, Your Majesty, does my theory hold water?
Such insolence!
How dare you bore me like this? Huh? You're a humorless moron, spewing an endless stream of unamusing drivel. I wasn't trying to be funny, Your Eminence. Prosecutor, enlighten this ignorant clown in lawyer's clothing. Your Eminence. Nyuda! You dull, slow-witted, putrid-minded lawyer. Perhaps you would be too stupid to notice you had been stabbed in the back. But a normal person would have noticed due to the excruciating pain. Now, hold on! Allow me to teach you the meaning of pain. No, please stop! Nyuda has a point. Normally, most people would notice a dagger in their back. Ow! Yeah, I doubt someone that could ignore pain like this. Still, in this case, it's a word normally that we should emphasize. Apollo, take another look at the court record. Way ahead of you, Nick. Right. There must be something that explains this. There's a reason Inga didn't feel any pain, and the defense will submit evidence proving just that. Very well, please present your evidence. Why didn't Justice Minister Inga notice that he had been stabbed?
Take that!
Those are my father's painkillers. Painkiller shots. The defense will explain the significance of this evidence. Minister Inga suffered from terrible back pain, so he often injected himself with these. We're told that one shot in the back would make all of his pain go away. With this, it's easy to explain what happened. Don't tell me you didn't know about this, Your Eminence. You can't mean... Minister Inga was stabbed in his back, close to where he usually injected the painkiller. Therefore, it's entirely possible that he hadn't noticed he'd been stabbed. What? What's this? Then, are you suggesting Justice Minister Inga really ran off with a knife protruding from his back? I am your majesty. So then, when I saw my father, he had a knife sticking out of him? I mean, with that cape of his, I couldn't see his back very well. Yes, the knife was there. It was plunged in so deep you didn't notice it under the cape. Therefore, when you saw your father, he was already dead. Murdered by Nana in his private quarters. Oh, God!
The Holy Mother of Khura'in! Are we dealing with the living dead here?
Well, technically, he wasn't dead yet. I know it's hard to believe, but this is a plausible sequence of events. And once Minister Inga arrived at the tomb, he could have removed the knife and dropped dead from the blood loss. And it killed my father? There must be some mistake. The defense would like to call Nana to the stand.
Objection!
You seek to drag an innocent old woman to the stand with no proof whatsoever? Well, there's no real proof, but... What a tangled web of expedient lies you weave. I can no longer tell fact from fiction. Or what shall I believe in now? I'm sorry, Rafa. All I've done is confuse you. But... I was taking suspicion Nina's involved in this case, one way or another. Just when I thought we'd blow this case wide open. Well, there's no turning back now. You fool of a lawyer. I know why you are so desperate to prove the accused innocent. You do? Yes, because he faces public execution if proven guilty, as shall you under the stipulations of the Defense Culpability Act. From the moment you accepted this case, you've had no choice but to fight for your lives. No. The simple fact is, I've always believed that Dirk is innocent. Still you cling to your pretense. Very well, I shall offer you a bargain. If you would admit the accused is guilty right here, right now, I shall overlook your crime of abetting him. You will not be subject to execution. Is this some sort of a joke? Far from it. As queen, I have the power to grant pardons, even to criminals like you. And with a wave of my hand, I can even reduce the severity of your sentence. Perhaps even for Dirk, should you be willing to cooperate. She wasn't kidding when she said that she's the law here. But to flaunt that power in our faces like that, that's just wrong. Forget all that has transpired in our kingdom, and return to your own country in peace. Well, will you abandon your defense of the accused and accept my generous offer? If I don't take this deal, you'll be executed along with Dirk if he's found guilty. What should I do? There's only one thing that we can do. Regardless if we continue or abandon the defense, we'll eventually circle back to this anyway. Nice try, Garan. But it looks like you just don't know what justice is made of. We won't kowtow to threats like that, Your Eminence. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but I can't back down now. I don't want to drag you into this, so... Don't worry, I'm with you, Apollo. To the bitter end, if need be. And while I can't say that I'm used to it, this isn't exactly my first rodeo. But if I'm found guilty, you'll get the death penalty too! Even knowing that, you still want to defend me? I don't know what happened in the past. But it looks like everyone in this country considers lawyers to be liars. So I can understand if you don't believe me. But I still believe in you and your innocence. So all I have to do is keep believing and find the truth. That's all there is to it. So keep on fighting, Apollo. You'll hear no objections from me. You nincompoops. You'll die if you lose this case. Why would you even entertain the notion of continuing? I believe that Dirk is innocent. That's why. And besides, trials exist to give the truth a chance to get out into the open. You can't just give up just because you're afraid of some punishment. Even if that punishment is death? Does that not frighten you, Hornhead? Who wouldn't be scared? I mean, just thinking about it makes me weak in the knees, to be honest. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to protect my client. I can't just abandon that. A duty you're willing to die for. And yet, duty. It's a heavy burden, all right. Your fellow looks like she's really struggling. Your benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task. It's no surprise, considering the torment of painful truths she has had to face.
Very well then. If the defense is prepared to face the death sentence under the Defense Culpability Act, then I see no reason not to continue with the proceedings. But I must admit, I see no grounds for doubting the accused's guilt.
Unless the defense has further evidence that would indicate a different suspect. Do we have anything like that? Well, lawyer, do you have any new evidence you would care to present? Or shall I have the executioner start his preparations? If she thinks I can't do this, she's got another thing coming. But first, I have some serious thinking to do. I'd say the new evidence indicating a different suspect. As of right now, I'm just gonna cut to the chase. As of right now, there is no evidence that is currently in the court record that we can use. But there is a piece of evidence that we can use if we can manage to get it taken care of. And we can manage to sway her to properly take care of this. Such evidence does not exist. Just as I thought. I was so hoping to present meaningless evidence and allow me to claim your head. Glad I didn't walk headfirst into that one then.
So what now, Apollo?
Well, unless we can prove that Nana killed Inga, this trial is over, and so are we.
Isn't there still a way to get the proof we need? Even without evidence? You know, a key means of obtaining testimony here in Khura'in.
Huh? Wait, are you actually suggesting?
It certainly won't be easy, but it's worth a try.
Your Majesty, a crucial step in uncovering the truth behind this case has yet to be taken in this trial. But I'm positive that I can back up our claim with this one step.
Do you mean you will be able to prove that Nada killed Justice Minister Inga? And just how do you propose to do that?
With help from a certain someone.
Do you need help?
Someone?
Well, I can't imagine who it could be, but I suppose I must ask. Whose help do you need to uncover the truth?
Trucy's still in the States. Athena, I don't even want to get involved. Nick's not exactly been helpful as much, but he has been a useful ally. Now, Yuda's not gonna help us, neither is Dirk. That's... no, not even gonna try. Emma would probably hurt our case more than help us, and Edgeworth, we probably don't even know where the heck he is, but I think he's gonna stay out of this as best as he can. Maya's still unconscious. Inga's already dead, but there could be something useful that he might have in his divination seance.
Take that!
But that is...
Me? Here in Khura'in, legal proceedings include the viewing of the victim's final moments. But that requires your benevolence's help. Such information is just as vital as any other piece of conclusive evidence. If you're right about this, Rifa's power should enable her to see the very moment Nina stabbed Inga. It will be hard to watch your father's murder, but it's the only way to uncover the truth. Your benevolence. We need you and your power. You need me?
Objection!
Wretched simpleton. Did you not see what ensued in the previous attempt? You would only succeed in wasting more time. Or is it your goal to make her collapse again?
Objection!
The princess said that she was prepared earlier. Besides, it's her duty as royal priestess. So I'd say it's all up to her now. Am I prepared? Prepared to fulfill my destiny? Isn't a divination seance required at all trials anyway? If so, I'd imagine there'd be a problem with handing down a verdict without one.
Indeed. It would be problematic. Under Khura'in's law, a seance must be conducted before a verdict can be rendered.
Such insolence!
Yikes!
Must you try my patience so? If I must dispense with that vexing law, then dispense with it I shall. Huh? As ruling sovereign of Khura'in, I proclaim the following. Henceforth, the divination seance shall be optional. What? He has the power to do that?
She just rewrote the law with a flourish of her hand.
Hold it! Mother, I do not wish for the trial to end like this. It is as the defense said, I must not neglect my duty simply because I am afraid. I shall go through with it this time. I will conduct the seance once more.
Such insolence!
Rafa, do not be fooled by his lordly guile. You were not prepared to witness your father's death. But Hornhead needs my help. Rafa, did you not tell me earlier? Did you not tell me you were prepared? But despite your grandiose posturing, you collapsed in the most piteous fashion. Even worse, you have erred in your insults of late. For has not the barked one over there overturned them more than once? You cannot be trusted to keep your word, nor can you reveal the truth through your insights. So I say to you, be gone. This sacred hall of justice has no need for such a worthless royal priestess. What? Worthless? Wow! How can she say that to her own daughter? So, Mother, you think me worthless? Objection!
Objection!
Her benevolence says she can do it, doesn't she? I don't see why you have to condemn her before she's even made the attempt. Very well, horned devil. If you really are so bent on having a seance, I shall give my consent. Really? However, should Rafa fail once more, you two and the accused shall all be executed on the spot. Come again? This is proving to be far more entertaining than I had anticipated. Well, lawyer, what say you? Will you wager your life and call in Ray for to perform a divination seance? No. We need her help. I don't think you're worth this, your benevolence. Far from it, in fact. If you say you can do it, then I believe in you. Hornhead, I do not understand. If I fail, you will be put to death. I know you collapsed during your previous attempt. I can't even imagine how terrible it must have been for you. But despite that, you were willing to try it again. I have faith in that conviction, in that courage. My courage? Ah. So she was doomed to fail if she didn't have the courage to perform the seance. But it looks like she got the determination to try again. Right. And that's a bet I'm willing to take. But it is as Mother said. I've erred in my insights as of late. Not only have I failed to reveal the truth, I've also contributed to false accusations. Knowing that, can you still say that you believe me?
Objection!
I wouldn't take stock in those words, your benevolence. Despite what your mother says, I don't think you made any errors at all. Huh? The trials I've been a part of here in Khura'in, I would have never proven my client's innocence without your seances. Because even though they didn't always reflect the absolute truth, the insight they provided served as vital leads to finding the truth. Vital leads? My seances. So please, your benevolence, try to perform the divination seance one more time.
Objection!
Rafa, stop this madness. It is for your own good. You are ill-prepared to face your father's death. Go. Leave the sacred hall at once. No. What did you say? I said no, Mother. I am the royal priestess of Khura'in. I have no need for you now. Even if you do not need me, Mother. Hornhead and his Hall of Justice do. He proved that to me by risking his own life. It's because of him that I now understand. The divination seance is my sacred duty. I must fulfill it, no matter the risk. Your benevolence. Mother told me that the divination seance was a mirror, reflecting naught but the truth. But I began to have my doubts after Bart had disproved the insights it offered. And now, I don't even know who or what to trust anymore. Father, Mother, even Nana. I had believed in them above all others. But I finally know now. I know in what I can trust. The royal priestess must debate each seance with a presiding lawyer and prosecutor. So that it can be interpreted properly. That is how I believe trials here in Khura'in should function. Therefore, the Hall of Justice needs me. It is my power that leads trials toward the truth. That is my sacred duty, and I will never shrink from it. again. That right there, your benevolence, is a product of what you've learned in your struggles thus far. The truth that you realized within your own strength. As my sacred duty, I must ensure that it is fulfilled. I must have the courage and resolve to see it through. Your Eminence, the Royal Priestess says she will conduct the divination seance. I see no grounds for you to forbid it. Unless, of course, you were worried it might reveal something you find inconvenient. Mother, I'm done letting you have your way. Rafa, you would actually rebel against me? Your mother and queen? Though I'm scared to see my father's death, I must face my fear. That is what Horned Head has taught me here today. Rafa.
I am the Royal Priestess Rafa Padma Khura'in. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Your Eminence, it seems a princess is more grown up than you thought. Rafa. Well then, let us proceed with the divination seance. The victim's final moments. This should be interesting. I wonder what Inga's memories are going to show us.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
This time the divination seance works, and we see Inga sipping grape juice, reading something, and gazes up at the Holy Mother. The smell of incense and the sound of footsteps. The man's voice. As he gazed up at the Holy Mother, that is when he was stricken. What in the...
Faceless being.
What the heck? His face. It's just like... the picture of the founder.
I think that's the last thing anyone expected to see.
Oh, Father. What was it? What was it you saw?
Are we to understand that this was the last thing the victim saw?
Yes, there can be no mistake. That was what my father himself witnessed.
How very strange. You don't suppose the Holy Mother possessed the accused and slew Minister Inga for planning a coup?
Holy Mother?
Oh, Holy Mother, we are ever grateful for your blessings. Talk about a sharp left turn into the Twilight Zone.
You know, there's one thing in there that caught my attention. That laugh. Who does it belong to and why are they laughing? Who knows? Though I suppose it could be Dirk after he slew my husband. I think it didn't even have a mouth. I think we're done here, lawyer.
How so?
You claimed that Minister Inga was stabbed in his private quarters, and feeling no pain went into the tomb, where he eventually fell dead. But this seance vision proves that he was stabbed in the tomb, and felt great pain, no less. Dak! Oh, that. Therefore, as I asserted all along, it was the accused who stabbed the minister in the tomb. Everything just backfired. Big time! Wow, Khura'in has the devil's own luck, doesn't she? Now then, I shall give the voice to the soul of the deceased. Listen well and heed these words. Rafa's insight is now as follows. For the sake of context, I will not be reading off using her voice, quote unquote, for the rest of this insight. At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. In the next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed, and the attacker let out a laugh. So what now, Mr. Wright? It's up to us to knock holes in Rafa's interpretations of Inga's memories. In other words, we need to prove that her understandings of them could be mistaken. Okay, I'll give it a try. So like before, we have to match up a specific statement with a specific part. As such, we go here. It's a man's voice on the third panel that contradicts to Dirk's voice.
Objection!
Your benevolence! There seems to be an inconsistency in your interpretation. An inconsistency? Where? Minister Inga is far too relaxed for what was supposedly about to take place. when he heard the voice you claim is Dirk's, he didn't seem the least bit alarmed. He just kept looking at the picture of the founder. That's strange, right? He was waiting for Dirk to arrive with the founder's orb. But when he heard that voice, he didn't even turn to look. Don't you think he would have been worried about being attacked from behind? Fuck! Then, whose voice was it? It was likely someone whose presence wouldn't have alarmed him. Someone like a friend.
Objection!
But there was no third party at the scene of the crime. Therefore, the voice could only have belonged to Dirk. Voice of a third party who wasn't there in the tomb. Apollo, don't we have something that could reveal the owner of the mystery voice? You know, I think we do. Something that Inga had while he was waiting for Dirk. With it, we might just be able to figure out whose voice it was. I believe we can identify the male voice Minister Inga heard with this. Zoomed over too far. Okay. Tomb crime photo.
Take that!
That's my father's. I know this must be hard for you, but can you please look at this photo? There's something here that can point us towards the identity of the voice. This is a real source of the man's voice.
Take that!
A cell phone? Right. I believe that the voice the minister heard was of a call on this cell phone. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. What is your eminence's view on the matter? I can see the possibility. But it seems I must refine my vision. It appears that the voice belonged to one of my father's subordinates. Why do you suppose he was talking to one of them, then? My father had members of the secret police positioned throughout the palace. They were supposed to contact him as soon as they saw Dirk and the rest of you. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Your benevolence, I believe you have an insight to revise. I know, barbed head. Don't presume to tell me how to do my duty. The third statement is revised to the following. My father then took a call from a subordinate at the palace. So the voice was coming from the phone. That's good to know. But there might have been other sounds coming from the phone. Sounds that could be clues. Let's take another look at Rafa's insights and really focus on the various sensations. Okay, I think I'm getting the hang of this now. Almost immediately, we're going to pause yet again and fast forward back to that third frame. You hear the subordinate's voice and a lion's roar. That contradicts that statement yet again. If the lion's roar was heard, then surely either Warbod ended up in the tomb, or the subordinate's voice was not, in fact, at the palace.
Objection!
I hate to break it to you, Your Benevolence, but you misinterpreted something again. What do you mean again? Smooth move, Apollo. I think you just hurt her feelings. She may put on a brave face, but she feels more than she lets on. Let me rephrase that, Your Benevolence. Your interpretation of your father's phone call to a subordinate at the palace is inconsistent with his final memory. What do you mean by that? a lion's roar can be heard over the phone. Don't you find that strange? You claim the call was with someone at the palace, but let me ask you. Do you keep lions there? No, the only animals at the palace are little birdies and my pet frog. Wait, the giant one in the front of the minister's house is our pet? Besides, there aren't any lions in Khura'in. We don't even have any zoos. A rather sad state of affairs, I'm afraid. Well, I remember hearing a sound like that. The lion's roar coming from the phone is exactly from something hanging out in the bazaar. Isn't that the cry of the warbod over the bazaar? Ah. Your benevolence! Do you think you can clarify the voice for me? Very well. I will now attempt to further refine my vision. Warbod's cry. What's this? Just as I suspected. It was a call of a warbod. That means that the subordinate Minister Inigo was talking to was in the bazaar, not the palace. But why is it important where the call came from? What significance could it have? She's right. Is it important to know where the call was made from? It's very important. It's actually very important. Knowing that the person on the other end was at the bazaar means that the loud explosion might not have been the sound of a gunshot. But I can think of no other item that makes such a noise in that area. Go ahead, Apollo. Tell her. Tell her for the real source of that sound. Will do. Well, Hornhead, I'm waiting. What was the true source of that explosive sound?
Take that!
What is that? It's Olvier Guide's statement. In it, he claims that Datsarabal threw a firecracker at him when he was at the bazaar. Then, yes. The sound heard over the phone was a firecracker exploding.
Objection!
And yet, a bullet was found at the scene of the crime. Bullet fired from Minister Inga's gun. How do you explain that? Well, we don't know whether it was fired during the course of a crime, right? Or do you have evidence that proves when the pistol was discharged? No, I have none. Wait a second. If that loud bang was a firecracker, then could that laugh at the end have been... No, it can't be. Oh, it can. And it is. The laugh came from none other than... the Joker who got a kick out of startling Albie with his dragon snot snaps. That happy-go-lucky Datsarabal. What? Someone should really put a leash on that guy. I shudder to think how one man can be the cause of so much trouble. Hey there, AJPW! Y'all can thank me later. No one asked for your commentary, Mr. Arbo. Human evidence, and you need to revise your insight. Yeah, but it appears so. Two statements are updated. First, my father took a call from a subordinate at the bazaar. The second is the last statement. The true source of the loud bang was a firecracker Dats threw, and that final laugh belonged to none other than Datsarabal himself. For the first time, we actually get a new statement added into the insight. Well, this changes everything. Let's go over the details of Rafa's insight again. Okay. I think I've got this down now. Time to find another inconsistency. So, for this one, we need to go to the first sentence and fast forward all the way to the end. The explosion or the laughter sound on the 5th panel. Confirms through the same source that the time of death was in fact much earlier than 3 p.m.
Objection!
Did the murder really happen at 3 p.m.? I mean, if the laugh is coming from the phone, then is it something Minister Inga would have really heard at 3 p.m.? The call came from the bazaar, a place where such sounds as laughter can be heard at any time. Even if that was Dad's, he could very well have been laughing like a fool at 3 p.m. Yeah, you have a point there. Hornhead, I'd advise you to think again, carefully. I still think you're getting warmer, but you're still a little off. Isn't there another sensation that could more definitively pinpoint the time of the call? No, something that could only occur at a certain time? Right. Time to review the evidence again. Maybe it will help me spot an inconsistency. So we're just too late.
Objection!
Your benevolence! There is a glaring problem with this insight. There is? You stated that the murder happened at around 3 p.m., which is right around the time my client arrived on the scene. However, now that we know what the source of the loud bang is, your insight conflicts with a certain piece of evidence. I suppose I have to ask the obvious here. What evidence conflicts with the claim that the murder occurred at 3 p.m.? Albie's statement yet again.
Take that!
Your guide's statement again? Yes, because to summarize what he said, at around 2 p.m., Shadow was surprised by a firecracker and ran into the palace courtyard. Around 2 p.m.? That's right, 2 p.m., not 3. Are you suggesting? I think you know where I'm going with this. Dad's laugh, the cry of the warbod, and the bang of the firecracker were all heard right before Minister Inga's death. Thanks to Albie's statement, we can put a definitive timestamp on all of these sounds. Therefore, what this vision shows is that it's extremely likely that the deceased's final moments were at 2 rather than 3, as we had originally thought. Dare I ask? It means a murder took place a full hour before Dirk even entered the tomb. How could this be? Are you saying that I, the very personification of the law, have been mistaken? Now you see why justice will always prevail.
Peace! Peace, I say! Now then, defense. I must remind you that the figure of the accused is clearly shown in the vision. But how do you explain that?
I wouldn't say it was clearly shown. After all, the figure didn't actually have a face.
You're absolutely right. Without a face, we can't be certain of who it was.
Furthermore, need to remind you that if the vision is from 2 p.m., Dirk was still with me and Mr. Wright, which means this faceless figure couldn't possibly be him.
So then, what are we to make of this 1 hour difference?
Wait! 2 o'clock? That's when... my mother was performing the rite of channeling.
The palace gods have all been reassigned to guard the channeling chamber for the rite. Don't tell me.
Royal residence, it would have been virtually unguarded. Which means a real killer could have easily slipped in unseen into Amara's tomb.
Defense! Are you saying that this is someone disguised as the accused?
That's exactly what I believe, Your Honor.
Objection!
Preposterous. Disguises cannot deceive the memories of the dead. That the face did not appear this time is mere happenstance. Had it appeared, such subterfuge would have been as clear as day.
He's got a point there. Anyone knows about the divination seance would have tried to hide their face.
Nevertheless, our killer openly appeared before Inga. The question is, why? Apollo, maybe the killer could afford to be so bold, because they knew their face wouldn't show up in the seance vision.
What?
It's possible that the killer dared to dress in Dirk's clothes and stand square in front of Inga.
Precisely because they knew they could get away with it. But how could anyone be so sure of something like that?
A long time ago, I heard of a cognitive disorder that impairs a person's ability to distinguish between different faces. What if Inga had it?
Then, are you saying that this is literally how Inga saw the world?
Yes. We can't normally see through the eyes of others, but in this case, we can. And if he had that disorder, I imagine that this is how faces appeared to him in life.
Okay. Let's say that the killer knew that Inga had such a disorder. They could definitely use it to pin the crime on Dirk, but...
if you're wondering about how to prove that Inga did it, you already have what you need.
Really?
Well, defense, do you have anything to show to this court?
Yes, I believe so.
Frankly, I have no idea what Mr. Wright means, but look at the evidence once again. What explains why the face of Minister Inga's killer is absent in the seance vision?
Of course. It makes so much sense now. Inga's notepad. The characteristics of various different people are written inside. You wouldn't really need that if you could recognize someone by their face. But Inga could not identify people by faces. Therefore...
Take that!
A notepad?
yes, it was found in Minister Inga's room. And it holds the answer we're looking for. As you can see, it's filled with detailed notes on various individuals. What kind of clothes they wear, hairstyles, and other discerning physical characteristics.
And this is connected to the faceless nature of the killer, or how?
The vision we saw was exactly what Minister Inga saw with his own eyes. It is he who saw his killer as a person without a face. In fact, this is how he normally saw everyone around him.
What's this?
I believe Minister Inga had a disorder that prevented him from recognizing faces. It would explain the faceless being, and why he needed a notepad full of people's physical characteristics. Now I think about it, my father was always terrible at remembering people. By simply changing my hairstyle, he would fail to recognize even me. Your Eminence, you knew that your husband had such a disorder, didn't you?
He never wished for it to become public knowledge. But I suppose there is no use in keeping quiet about it now. It is as you say. My late husband had a special disorder that hindered his ability to recognize faces. The medical term for it is prosopagnosia.
So Mr. Wright was right.
Memories of those afflicted with such disorders in life do appear strange at times. There is precedence for this.
So the killer likely knew about this disorder and used it to their advantage.
Right. So there's someone who is both knowledgeable about the divination seance and aware of Inga's affliction. Your Eminence, who else knew about your husband's condition? A small number of servants who tended to his needs. And me. Surely you are not about to insinuate that I committed the crime. No, Your Eminence. Still, could she have done it?
Khura'in has an alibi, remember?
Oh, right. She was conducting the rite of channeling at 2 p.m. In that case... Your Eminence, does Nina know about Minister Inga's disorder? Of course she does. She is our head servant.
So as head servant, she knew about Minister Inga's condition. And as the princess's personal attendant, she is familiar with the divination seance. If these two facts together don't make her a possible suspect, I don't know what would.
Objection!
You witless lawyer. How quick you are to forget the facts.
Facts like...
When Inga was last seen alive, you claim he was slain at 2, yet that is impossible. For Rayfo saw him at 2:30.
We did completely forget about that. Oh, there must be some mistake.
So you see, the murder could have only happened at 3 p.m. The hour Dirk had entered the throne. There is no other answer to this puzzle.
Won't we ever get to make up answers like Khura'in makes up laws? Guess it's back to square one. Where did we go wrong? I don't think we're the problem. We just seem to be short one piece of the puzzle. Our deductions so far explain everything to a T. Well, everything except for Inga's sighting at 2:30.
I see.
Without the final puzzle, all of our deductions fall apart. Apollo, if Inga's sighting is the only anomaly, we'll just have to find a way to make it fit into the bigger picture. Can we think outside of the box then, right? Let's see. It would be impossible to see Inga walking around after he'd been killed. But what if there was a way to make people think he was alive, even though he was dead? Like a way to make people witness the living dead? Sounds like some kind of TV show. Things like that don't happen in real life. Unless... Apollo! Did you just...
I did.
I figured it out! I know how to make people witness the living dead! Your Majesty, our deductions weren't wrong after all. Despite Minister Inga being murdered at 2 p.m., he was seen heading into the tomb at 2:30. And for that, I'd like to tell you how. I certainly hope you will, because I have no idea what you're talking about. The Minister Inga her benevolence saw was, in fact, someone that was channeling him. It was a deceased being channeled. It's the only way a man who was already dead could have been seen by her benevolence. Channeled, you say? That's right. And there are only 2 people capable of spirit channeling here in Khura'in. Her Eminence Queen Garan and Maya Fey. It's possible that one of them was channeling the minister.
It would seem that you are ever bent on making me party to this crime. Prosecutor, what was I doing at 2:30 p.m., the time at which my husband was seen?
Eminence, I believe you had completed the channeling rite, and were having tea with the king of the neighboring realm. There would have been many attendants there, too.
There
has to keep up with her schedule too? What doesn't she make him do? That leaves only Maya. Yeah, it does. Maybe someone was forcing her hand to use her power towards nefarious ends. The real killer could have been threatening her. That cannot be! So then, Inga's scream. That was probably from when he woke up from being called back into this world. After all, that's when the flow of time would have picked back up for him after he died. So Inga probably leapt to his feet, thinking he had just had a nightmare. Then, realizing it was almost time for the hostage exchange, he raced off to Amara's tomb, not even realizing he was already dead. Then, the benevolence really did see a dead man running. Using the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit a crime. How can this be? The defense would like to call Miss Maya Fey to the stand. Well, Your Eminence, will you allow a new witness? It matters not. Either way, this lawyer shall soon know the truth. He will know just how much of an imbecile he is in the face of my infallible arguments. Insult me all you want, witch, but you'll be eating those words when I expose the truth. Very well. Let us adjourn until the next witness is ready. And that is where we continue after a little bit. We are already 7 hours into this stream. And we still have 2 parts left to go. Obviously, it goes without saying that I do need to take a quick break to make things a little bit easier on myself, but with that in mind, I'm going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we shall pick things up right where we left off. See you guys in a few. Hi. I'm jumping back in here because I want to get... I want to get this figured out. So, let's come on over here to this, get this song of thing picked out. So, for those who have been watching, this is the final chapter of Spirit of Justice. And trust me, this is going to take a while to get through. For those that are watching this on the VOD on Twitch, I do wholeheartedly apologize, but this is already becoming a super long video, and it's set to go as long as the next 2 to 4 hours. With that in mind, before I continue, I do want to say a few quick things. First of all, regardless if you're watching us live or not, I do appreciate you dropping on by and hanging out. I'm working to try to get to 30 followers. In doing so, I actually have the goal command working again. Upon reaching 30 followers, I will be embarking on a 9-hour Windcraft Wednesday adventure on the next available stream. Obviously, you can check where I'm at towards the goal below the stream, as well as see other incentives that I will be doing for both Windcraft and game cleaning as well. Such incentives that I will be adding after tonight's stream will be: upon reaching 50 followers, I will release episode A, the bonus episode A of the Apollo Justice Trilogy, Turnabout Reclaimed. Bonus episode B, Turnabout Time Traveler, will be released in... or at the point in which I reach 75 followers. And of course, both of those events have to be done on stream, so if I reach those offline, I will just do those when I come online next. As far as my schedule, because I only have a little bit more time to talk about before I have to get back into things. Saturday, DMA Live will be at 5 p.m. That will be my next stream. We're going to chat for a few hours about the Apollo Justice Trilogy, my thoughts on everything, as well as set the stage for the next game that will take place during the month of April. That will all be starting during next week's game clearing sessions on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Windcraft will be back on the 10th, and I will be streaming for at least 3 hours, possibly up to 6 as well. We're at least going to be starting at 3 p.m. and going until 6 p.m., possibly later depending upon how we feel. My plan is for both sometime of Saturday, DMA Live, and for majority of the next adventure, we're going to be going through and doing some exploration, and specifically doing some scavenger hunting in the Festival of the Heroes, as the 10th is the last chance that we have on stream to participate in the Festival of the Heroes content. With that in mind, I do thank you very much as well for sticking around with me for majority of this stream. And now it's time for us to get back in and continue this trial. Where we left off, we had called Maya Fey to the stand. And we'll be getting that in due time. But for right now, let's get into this, shall we? I timed that perfectly, by the way. That was almost too convenient. Talk about some really close shaves! Well, you can't get a closer shave than Hetman's brand blades, that's for sure. The trial's not even over yet, and I'm already exhausted. Still, you were able to fight back the Queen herself in there. Well, maybe with Miss Faye's help, I won't have to keep on playing her game much longer. Speaking of which, I guess it's a little late to be asking, but do you think she's well enough to testify, Mr. Wright? She slept all day yesterday out of exhaustion, apparently. But that's all it was. So she should be okay. Barbed head. Horned head. Oh, hello, Your Benevolence. Princess Rafa. You were really impressive in there.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Khura'in. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Despite your mother's opposition, you stood your ground. And in doing so, you fulfilled your duty as a royal priestess. It was all thanks to you and your friends. Your belief in me gave me the courage to follow my path. So, you have my gratitude. Oh, don't mention it. I know. I shall thank you with a gift. What would you like? A cow, a horse? Or perhaps I shall reward your efforts with a royal shoulder massage. Oh, that's okay, Your Benevolence. Your gratitude is more than enough. Thanks. But I thought you Americans liked massages. My technique was highly praised by my father, I'll have you know.
Hey, you, lawyers! Where's the accused?
Huh? Dirk! That's a good question. I blew it big time, AJ. That's...
Shut up, you!
What's going on?
The scoundrel tried to escape with the accused.
What?
We were able to nab him, but the accused is nowhere to be found. Where are you hiding him, you miscreant?
Keep telling you, I've got no idea where he went. I mean, yeah, we booked it together, but I lost track of him after that. So Dirk's on the lam now. Probably, but who knows? He vanished in the blink of an eye. Vanished? You want to know something, AJ? Dirk said to me, I can't put Amara in danger. I have to set her free before it's too late. What? Don't tell me he's gone to rescue her. That's what I am telling you. That's why I helped him escape in the first place. Do you realize what you've done? Well, what's done is done. Still, why did he choose to go rescue her now? Maybe he didn't want to die with any of her friends or something. You know, just in case he ended up on the chopping block. Why, Dirk? I thought you believed in me. Don't be like that, AJ. He'll be back as soon as he frees Amara. You'll see. That's not the point, Dats.
Listen, lawyer. You let us know immediately if the accused contacts you. The trial will now resume, so you see that you are ready.
Wait, the trial's still on, even without the defendant?
Those were Her Eminence's orders, so you will return to the courtroom at once.
Let's go, Apollo. All we can do is see where the testimony next leads. All we can do is see where the next testimony leads. Figures.
Now then, let us resume the trial at hand.
Your Majesty? My client seems to have gone missing.
What do you think, Your Eminence? Should we proceed without the accused?
Why not? My royal guard is searching for him as we speak. They shall find him soon enough, or they would not dare to keep me waiting.
Yes, but what about the law governing court proceedings?
Then I shall simply revise it. As ruling sovereign of Khura'in, I proclaim the following. Should the accused be an enemy of the crown, they may be tried in absentia.
Well, in that case, I guess there's no problem with proceeding.
Ah, great. Just what we need.
Will the witness, Miss Maya Fey, please approach the stand?
Sorry to summon you like this, Maya. Yeah, getting dragged out of bed and into court is not exactly a fun wake-up call, Nick. I'm sorry, Miss Fey. It was my idea. And you are? Oh, right. I'm Apollo Justice. It's nice to finally meet you. Oh, so you're Apollo. Nick's told me all about you. You're the new guy with a loud voice and bit of an unreliable streak, right? Unreliable? Well, that was 2 years ago. You've come a long way since. So, why was I called here anyway? Am I under arrest again? Huh? I guess no one's filled her in. Well, she has been asleep this entire time. Miss Fey, this is a trial for Dirk Sadmati, and you're here as a witness. What? Dirk's been arrested? But that's not exactly the reaction I was expecting.
Miss Fey, you are suspected of playing a part in the murder of Justice Minister Inga.
What?
Someone allegedly forced you to channel the minister to obfuscate the time of his murder. At least, that is what the defense claims.
Wait, what? How could you, Apollo? How could you even reach that conclusion? Sorry, but it's the only way this whole case makes any sense.
Your understandable anger at the defense aside, will you testify, Miss Fey?
Yes, Your Majesty. Not the best first impressions, Apollo. I suppose we should at least hear Maya out. I don't have any idea what's going on, but I know I didn't channel Minister Inga. I didn't even have a chance to do something like that. Besides, I never go quietly along with someone's criminal plan. Though, I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with.
It seems the witness doesn't believe she has ever channeled Justice Minister Inga.
And if her words prove to be true, defense, your entire argument becomes moot. Do you understand that, don't you? Yes, of course. It doesn't seem like Miss Fey is lying. Apollo, Maya was being awfully secretive about something just now. And I guess I'd better dig a bit and try to get her to open up to me first. Again, a subtle hint that we need to press every goddamn statement. I don't have any idea what's going on, but... Hold it! You've been asleep ever since you were rescued from the tomb, correct? Mm-hmm. I was exhausted after being held captive for so long. And that must have been terrible. Maya, Minister Inga didn't do anything to you, did he? Oh no, it wasn't like that. On the contrary, I asked him for all sorts of things. Like what? Like, I'm really craving burgers, and I'll die if I miss an episode of The Plume Punisher. And acting like a brat needed me a TV and even a few burgers from someplace. He was surprisingly nice to me.
Huh? Are you sure we're talking about the same guy here? He may have loomed large, but he was unexpectedly easy to push around. Even though he's the one who was responsible for pushing those execution papers through. Oh, that? Approving executions was simply his preferred method of stress relief. With a wife like her, he was probably really pushing them through out of fear. I'm beginning to see why he wanted to stage a kill. In any case, my time in captivity wasn't so bad, but of all the things that happened, I know I didn't channel Minister Inga.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Maybe you just don't remember channeling him. Don't remember? I may be 28, but I'm not senile, you know. Something's not right here. Miss Faye, you were confined to Amara's tomb the whole time, is that correct? Yes. But I wasn't conscious the whole time. Okay, then let me ask you something. Did you ever see Nana in the tomb, dressed as Dirk? Huh? Is this some kind of joke? I think I remember if I saw something as crazy as that. Plus, I doubt anyone would carry out a crime like that right in front of a potential witness. I hate it when he's right. I didn't even have the chance to do something like that.
Hold it!
You didn't have a chance to channel him? Doesn't channeling someone take a long time? Or does channeling someone take a long time? Not really. Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty much instantaneous. But I was all tied up, literally. So there was no way for me to make the channeling mantra with my hands to do it. Right. I guess she really didn't channel Inga then. Maya, when mediums are done with a session, they can send the spirit back to the other world themselves, right? Sure, unless they're still in training. Amateurs can get possessed by spirits sometimes, but full-fledged mediums can stay in total control of a session. And they can send the deceased spirit away anytime they want. So I take it you can do that too, Miss Faye? Of course! It's a cinch from the new improved mystic Maya Faye, a spirit medium. That's strange. You seem like the same old childish Maya to me. I'll show you childish, Nick! Besides, I never go quietly along with some criminal's plan.
Hold it!
So you wouldn't channel spirits for unseemly purposes? Of course not! Spirit channeling is my bread and butter. And I take a lot of pride in my work. It's like, would you use your legal skills to commit a crime, Apollo? Well, until finger-pointing and objecting became deadly, I don't see how they can be used. Wow. You're a regular Mr. Smarty Pants, just like Nick. Always at the ready with some sarcastic comeback. I think I'll save my many objections for after the trial. Yes, please. Anyway, I never go along with something like murder. Though, I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with.
Hold it!
It sounds to me like you're trying to hide something, Miss Faye. Didn't anyone teach you about respecting boundaries, Apollo? It's really rude to pry into a person's private affairs. Sorry, I didn't realize. Wait, we're in a court of law! Yeah, I know. Then what was all that about me being rude? I'm just doing my job. Huh? So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk? Mm-hmm. A pretty big one. I think this is about all you're gonna get out of her. Yeah. Enough! The witness is denying that she channeled any spirits. Further questioning is pointless. It appears your little fiction has been soundly exposed for what it is. You should listen to her, Apollo. I don't even know why you suspected me in the first place.
I mean, you don't have any evidence of me channeling Minister Inga, do you? Oh, evidence, huh? There's no point in even thinking about it, really. I don't use anything special to channel spirits, so there wouldn't be anything left behind. That's true. Just like when she channeled the High Priest, all Maya needs is her own body. If the defense has no evidence to offer, I will have to end this cross-examination. What now? Even if she doesn't use any special items to do channeling itself, I think there'd be something to complete the deception. Is there any proof that Justice Minister Inga was channeled? There was. You bet there is. Really? Well now. You're bluffing, I take it. I'll be fine. Right, then there must be some sort of proof to back this up. Time to do some serious thinking, Apollo Justice. Okay, we know that when Rafa saw her father, he wasn't dressed like Miss Faye, right? Right, because if he was, Rafa would have immediately known he was being channeled. So that means he was dressed in his usual suit when Rafa saw him. Aha! Good thinking, Apollo. This might be the perfect angle to attack from. All right, let's have an answer from the defense. What proof do you have that Miss Mai Fei channeled Justice Minister Inga?
Take that!
Is that a gemstone?
We found this among the ashes of one of the tomb's incense burners. Does this gemstone ring any bells, Your Eminence? What? What was that doing in the tomb? Ah, so you do recognize it. But then as his wife, how could you not recognize this gemstone button from your husband's jacket? I don't get where you're going with this. Channeling Minister Inga alone wouldn't be enough to fool someone like Princess Rafa. Especially if you were wearing your clothes. So you would have had to change into the minister's clothes before channeling him. Miss Faye, you used the minister's clothes as cover while going from his room to the tomb. Or you burned them once you no longer needed them. What? Uh-oh. She seemed genuinely surprised by that, Apollo.
Objection!
Miss Faye. Yes? Do you know my husband's name? It was, Kingdom of Khura'in, right? That is correct, in part. But there is more. Much more. Inga Karkul Harko Distam Biani Raka. What the heck? Inga Karkul Hakod Disnam Biani Laga Ormo Pompous Dinet Eds is Khura'in III. That is his true name. Could it be any longer? Due to its length, only a portion of it was ever made public. So, Miss Faye, did you know his true name? No! I mean, how could I? Precisely. Yet a medium must know both the face and the true name of the one she seeks to channel. So then, Miss Faye couldn't have channeled Minister Inga. That's what I've been saying the whole time! Why would I want to randomly channel some old guy I didn't know? And didn't like thanks to that last trial. I can't believe this!
Apollo, I really don't think Maya's lying. However, your line of reasoning still seems credible to me.
I agree, but there's something tripping us in the details. Maybe we're working off of some wrong assumption again. Apollo, I was thinking... Yes? Since I didn't channel Minister Inga, is it possible that someone else did? Someone else? But who else could it have been? I haven't thought that far yet. Such chatter is without merit. Let us move on, shall we? Dirk! You need a drink. I don't care what Garan says. I'm going to figure this out. If it wasn't Miss Faye, and the Queen has an alibi, then... Apollo, forget about who is capable of channeling spirits for a second. We should consider the circumstances around the channeling, right? Right. We know Rafa saw her father come running out of his private quarters. If he was being channeled at the time, who could it have been? It had to have been someone who was in Inga's private quarters. Well, I'm waiting, defense. And you know how much I despise waiting. Yes, but... there is someone else besides Miss Faye who could have channeled Minister Inga. There's just one more person, and they were in Inga's private quarters. That person is our only hope now. So the defense believes there was another. Let's have a very serious answer then. With pleasure! Horned devil! Who could have channeled Minister Inga? No, 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 no. Clearly not. No, 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 no. When you rule out all potential options, whatever remains, no matter how ludicrous it sounds, must be the truth.
Take that!
Nina? You haven't said it yourself. That's right. Nina never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How did you know? It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nina. And then there's her benevolence's statements. She said that Nina disappeared right after she entered Minister Inga's private quarters. The room from which Minister Inga himself came running out of not long afterwards. You are not seriously suggesting. It's the only thing that makes sense. Nina channeled Minister Inga and left his private quarters thereafter. That's why no one has seen her since. And why only the minister's shoe prints were found outside his residence. No way! That's gotta be it. Nina must have somehow channeled the minister. All the circumstantial evidence has fallen into place. You can't ignore it anymore. You can't claim Nina isn't connected to this case somehow. In light of this, the defense wishes to call Nina to the stand. Well, Your Eminence. Very well, then. Let us call Nina to testify. Yes! Now I can finally crack this case wide open! Let us adjourn while the witness is being summoned. There is no need. Nina is in the waiting lobby. What? Nina's here? I thought she'd gone missing. It seemed she was feeling unwell and simply wished to rest undisturbed. But her concern for Rafa brought her here today. Took time off without Rafa's knowledge or consent? I'm betting there's more to her disappearing act than meets the eye, Apollo. Miss Nina, do you understand why you have been summoned here today? Yes, of course. Her Eminence has informed me that this man here suspects I have committed a crime. So this is Nana. That's quite the hairdo. Though I will say... I suppose I'm not as old as I had thought. If this horn-headed nincompoop would take me for a criminal. Nincompoop? Isn't that Rafa's favorite insult? And I guess Nana rubbed off on her all the time they spent together. You there, young hornhead. Yes! You're accusing me. You're accusing me of slaying Minister Inga and channeling his spirit, yes? What an active imagination you have. Young folks are so wonderfully open-minded. Thanks. Just take the compliment, Justice. Shut up about everything else.
Now then, will the witness please proceed with her testimony? This court wishes to know if you did or did not channel Mr. Inga in his private quarters.
From here, it's gonna be simple. Boom, bang, pow. Witness testimony. I'm no spirit medium, Sonny. I was feeling under the weather yesterday, so I decided to take the rest of these very bones. Besides which, a lowly servant such as I cannot possibly be an honorable spirit medium. Only the members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Khura'in. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence Queen Khura'in is the only spirit medium left. If you will believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass Maya Fey. There you have it. It seems we have summoned her for nothing. Only those of the royal bloodline have the power of spirit channeling. That a servant such as Nana could channel spirits is a most unamusing jest. On the surface, anyway, but our line of reasoning has us led to this end. That Nana channeled Inga's spirit.
All right. The defense may now question the witness.
This could not be a more simpler cross-examination. On the fourth statement, we know that Queen Amara is not in fact dead. Therefore, after Queen Amara's passing, yeah, about that. Objection! Okay, so I presume it would make sense in terms of a direct contradiction. Except, I don't know how to make it make sense in the larger context of this case.
Well, is the defense going to follow up with its loud objection with a sound explanation?
Oh, sorry. How do I put this? I believe there's a problem with Nana's testimony.
Go on.
She asserted that she could not possibly be a spirit medium because, in Khura'in, only members of the royal family can learn how to channel spirits.
I fail to see the problem in that statement, defense.
Hold on, I'm getting to it, Your Majesty. Nana stated an absolute falsehood. Since we know that Amara is still alive. At the same time, circumstantial evidence points to Nana channeling Inga. After all, just after she entered his private quarters, Inga came running out screaming, despite having been killed at 2 p.m. That would mean that Nana had channeled Inga. Even though, supposedly, only those of the royal family are capable of doing so. Wait. Is it too late to ask for a refund on my trip down the rabbit hole? Mr. Wright. You may think I've lost my mind with this bluff, but if I can at least establish the possibility, I think it will give us the huge break that we need. Wait a second. Are you going to propose what I think you are? Yes, it's a huge risk, but I think there's a chance I can prove it. Will the court please take a look at this photograph? That's... This photo's very existence, to say nothing of the person in it, contradicts the witness's claim that Queen Khura'in is the only remaining spirit medium in Khura'in. Horned devil, you mustn't! Oh, but I must. Under these circumstances, the outcome of this trial depends on it. But you already knew that, didn't you, Your Eminence?
Will the defense please explain who is shown in the photograph?
The person in the photo is the previous queen, Amara Sigatar Khura'in. Contrary to popular belief, she was never assassinated. In fact, she is very much alive.
What? But that's nonsense.
Take a good look at the law book in this photo, Your Majesty. The mark of the dragon is branded upon it. That could have only been placed there after Queen Amara had been supposedly assassinated. Queen Amara's still alive? Has the lawyer gone mad?
While I personally find it hard to believe, I will allow the defense to continue. You may proceed, defense.
Queen Amara's death was staged to keep her safe from her would-be killer. Yet, according to Dirk, she is actually being held captive somewhere. But the real truth is that Queen Amara is not being held in confinement. Rather, she walks freely among us. Here, in this very courtroom today.
But how?
サトライマオマンドもさましで出し抜けたれがせよそろか
Do not be deceived, Your Majesty. The Red Pepper is skilled in weaving plausible lies. It is a cunning lawyerly art known as bluffing. But knowing this, there is no need to fear his forked tongue.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong, prosecutor. Because you'll be quaking in your boots soon enough. Is that so? My turn, Iota, to wake you up to the truth right before your eyes. Queen Amara is still very much alive and has been disguising herself as this person the entire time.
Take that!
Well, but that's...
This is the simplest and cleanest explanation for everything that we've covered thus far. The person who killed Minister Inga. Someone with intimate knowledge of the divination seance. The medium who channeled the minister in court in order to mask the real time of his death. Condense these traits into one person, and you get a spirit medium of royal blood. And that person can be no other than you, Nana. Your true identity is a former Queen Amara, and the killer we've been looking for all along.
What?
Objection!
Have you finally lost your mind, Mr. Justice? What you say is beyond blasphemous, even in the depths of hell. Oh my! Such framing allegations!
Indeed, and absolutely ludicrous to boot. Her Eminence Queen Amara yet lives. And is actually Miss Nana here? You have truly gone off the deep end.
You don't have to take my word for it. In fact, a certain someone can help me prove it. Your Eminence. If Queen Amara truly is dead, you should be able to channel her spirit right here, right now. Isn't that correct? I can deny it no longer. The lawyer speaks the truth. Nana, the woman who stands before us, is Amara, the former queen believed to have perished 23 years ago. Kuka! Finally. We finally got Inga's real killer on the stand. Nana! No. Amara Sigatar Khura'in. Please drop the act and tell us what really happened. Oh, dearie me. I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the power of youth. Well done, young hornhead. Ow! Whoa! I was getting tired of masquerading as an old woman anyway. It has been far too long since I last greeted you, good people of Khura'in. It is I, Amara Sigatar Khura'in, your former queen.
Queen Amara?
And I thought Khura'in's makeover was extreme.
Can it really be true? You are alive and well.
It is true. I feel as if I have been called back from the Twilight Realm. I fear that I have caused you all a great deal of distress. Amara? I'm sorry I was unable to keep your secret any longer. I hope you can forgive me. It is quite alright, Khura'in. I am safe now. Poor Dirk, that blackguard who threatened my life, will be recaptured soon enough. I need not conceal my identity any longer.
Queen Amara! What does this all mean? Were you not killed in that fire 23 years ago?
I barely escaped that place with my life. But though I survived, I knew that scoundrel would make further attempts on my life. Therefore, I staged my death and abdicated the throne to my dear younger sister, Gavan.
But the building of the Great Tomb, and disguising yourself as a lowly servant, why would you do such a thing?
Gavan, I would have you explain. I wished for her to be close at hand. It was the only way I felt I could protect her. And it was the best way to hide her from the eyes of the public. After all, who could conceive of Amara lowering her station to that of a servant?
She's got that right. Even Dirk thought Amara was being held captive in some far-off place.
He never even guessed she was living as a servant, right in plain sight. I must say, a life dedicated to the servitude of others is not the least bit disagreeable. It is a quite humble existence, far removed from the tedium of regal duties. Those days of peace have ended. And it's all because of you, Horned Head. You should consider yourself lucky if that's all this ends with. If there is something you wish to say, then say it. It doesn't matter who you are. You won't escape the crime you committed. The defense moves to indict you as Justice Minister Inga's real killer. What's this? You would accuse Queen Amara of homicide? A Grand Priestess of Khura'in'ism? You can't do that. She's virtually a goddess in the eyes of her people. If you commit the crime, you better be ready to do the time. Be you a priest, saint, queen, or god. I've never met such an egalitarian person. Queen Amara! In your years disguised as Nina, you would have learned about Minister Inga's disorder. So you knew that you could dress in Dirk's clothes to forge convincing seance vision. Isn't that right? What a curious creature you are. You would label me a murderer. Me. The one whom people regarded as a reincarnation of the Holy Mother herself. You may be a grand figure in Khura'in'ism, but as a foreigner, you're just another suspect to me. It would appear your words are not in jest. Am I to suffer the sullying of my good name with the accusations of murder most foul? But please, Queen Amara, forgive his impudence. The lawyer knows not what he speaks. Fear not, good majesty, for this is a sacred hall of justice. Though I am a grand priestess, on the stand, I am but a witness like any other. I shall face his accusations with grace and benevolence. Your compassion overfloweth, your masterfulness. Oh, young lawyer. In my benevolence, I must warn you that your assertion suffers from a tragic flaw. Huh? There's a flaw? Nayuda. Yes, your mercifulness. Who was present in the tomb when the murder was discovered? Dirk Sadmari, Maya Fey, and the victim, Minister Inga. I see. That is a fatal flaw indeed. It appears Queen Amara couldn't possibly have gone to the tomb as Minister Inga. What? Why not? Do not keep the defense waiting, Nayuda. Explain how wrong he truly is. Yes, your mercifulness. Her benevolence, Princess Rafa saw Minister Inga enter the tomb at around 2:30 p.m. Yet you, the defense, claim the person she saw was the minister being channeled by Queen Amara. However, if her mercifulness had channeled him and moved to the tomb, then once she was done channeling, Queen Amara would have re-emerged and been left stuck in the tomb. Oh, yeah! But she tried to exit before you all arrived. Princess Rafa, who had been looking down upon the courtyard, would have seen her. However, her benevolence saw nothing of the sort. In conclusion, Queen Amara could not have left the tomb without being observed. And yet, was she there in the tomb when the murder was discovered, defense? No, she wasn't. Now do you see? Your flimsy claim has been uprooted like a sapling in a flood. Well, that was entertaining. Prosecutor Sadmari, assume the prosecution of this case and clear your mother's good name. You wish for me to take over? Yes. Prosecute your father to save your mother. What a poignant fate you bear, but bear it you must. Are you ready? Yes, Your Eminence. And there you have it, Your Majesty. I shall watch the rest of the proceedings from the sidelines. But I relinquish complete control of this sacred hall to your authority once more.
Why, thank you, Your Eminence. And now then, Your Mercifulness, your testimony, if you please.
So the lawyer's theory is absurd. Now I shall destroy your utterly absurd and barbarous theory. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling. My husband Dirk is a killer, but he has fled this from the sacred hall. May the Holy Mother rain judgment upon the traitor Dirk Sarmati for his crimes.
Oh, such marvelous testimony. You are truly a treasure, Your Mercifulness.
This, too, is but the grace of Her Holiness. No doubt my unmasking here today was her will as well.
Oh my! The Holy Mother, you say?
Yes. Surely Her Holiness was guiding me to this witness stand. And to the purity of the truth. Oh, take off with that Snow White summoning charm.
Oh, how magnificent! Queen Amara, the Holy Mother's messenger here on Earth.
Praise be for Queen Gamara. Blessings upon her mercifulness. Where did those animals even come from?
Now then, the defense may question the witness. But remember, she is a Grand Priestess, so disrespect will not be tolerated. That means no pointing out conflicts, inconsistencies, or any other flaws in her testimony.
Matt! Fine. We'll do things your way. Obviously, this is going to be another long thing where we have to press every single statement.
Hold it!
My theory is utterly absurd and barbarous, and high-handed, if I may so add. I may say so. Nayuda was right to call you putrid-minded. Surely even the monkeys of Mount Poniponi's holy waterfalls could devise a better theory. Surely you can steal better insults than Nayuda's best. Now then, to all of you gathered in the sacred hall, need I remind you? I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder.
Hold it!
Well, maybe. You were hiding inside the sarcophagus. After all, it does technically belong to you. I bet you'd have no trouble opening it. If I had been in there, I could not be here today. The tomb has been under constant surveillance since the murder. I would have never been able to leave. I guess not. If I might ask, what's in that sarcophagus anyway? You're still alive, so... Good question. There is despair, sadness, hatred amounts. Only one brave enough to see the truth hidden deep within could discover the final hope, my continued corporality. You completely lost me. In other words, it's empty. But no one dared to open it because they were too scared of the curse. Sorry. Needed to hydrate there. Now, will you dispense with your theory? It is as empty as my sarcophagus. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling.
Hold it!
I'll admit you weren't in the tomb after the murder. Very good. But that very truth refutes your theory. Even if I had channeled Minister Inga and entered the tomb, the moment I ceased channeling him, I would have emerged at the crime scene. Precisely. As you said yourself, Prince, Queen Amara was not there after the murder. The only living souls in the tomb at that time were Dirk Sadmati and Maya Fey. Be it in this life or in the next. There is no escaping such simple truths. My husband Dirk is a killer, but he has fled from a sacred hall.
Hold it!
There must be a reason why he had to make his escape today. A reason? Perhaps what? Perhaps to conceal himself and lie in wait for another chance to claim my life.
What's this?
Objection!
No. It's definitely not like that, your mercifulness. First of all, you don't really believe he's trying to kill you, do you? After all, you two ran off together after he rescued you all those years ago. That was only because he had the audacity to claim that it wasn't me. You must believe me. It was my duty as a wife to hear to her husband. To bend an ear to him, was it not? Communication after disagreement is a secret to a long and happy marriage. Sure, I guess. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Don't ask me! That is why I listened to Dirk. However, he didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. It grieves me to admit it, but my husband truly did try to murder me.
That's quite enough. It's abundantly clear that Queen Amara's testimony is flawless.
Oh. Do you understand now, lawyer? This is bad. The judge isn't going to let me cross-examine her much longer. Amara should have been in the tomb after the minister's murder, but she wasn't. I don't get it. How did she just vanish from the scene of the crime like that? It shouldn't be possible for normal people to... For normal people... Ah! Maybe! Maybe what? Your Majesty! I think I can explain why Queen Amara wasn't there in the tomb after the murder.
Very well, defense. Do explain.
I believe it was accomplished through a method only she is capable of. And by using his special method, it will be possible for her to literally disappear.
Well, don't keep us waiting. Let's hear it. How did Queen Amara disappear from the tomb?
She channeled someone. All she had to do was channel someone. And then she could easily disappear from the scene of the crime. After all, she would literally be someone else.
Well, I believe that actually makes sense.
What do you have to say to that, Queen Amara? You believe that I, a Grand Priestess, would use the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit murder?
What the? Mercy, oh mercifulness. How dare you spew such vile blasphemy, defense? You will retract your last statement or face immediate execution.
No, good Majesty. It is quite all right. Khura'inism also teaches that we must respond at all times with a reasoned principle. Therefore, I shall offer a measured response to his blasphemous accusation. You have something to counter with? Indeed. Now are you listening? It would not have been possible to simply vanish by means of spirit channeling. After all, it would require a deceased person to channel. However, there was only one murder victim in the tomb, and that was Minister Inga. The only others there right after his murder were Dirk and Miss Faye. Had I channeled Inga as you allege, well, the outcome would have been quite odd to say the least. For there beside the dead minister, a living, breathing one would have appeared. Even if I had been in the tomb, there was no one to channel except the deceased minister. So you see, I could not have vanished by means of spirit channeling. It's true, but I can't rule it out yet. Because, well, what if there was another victim? Someone we haven't identified yet. How absurd. If you channeled someone other than Minister Inga, you could have used their identity to disappear from the tomb. Another victim? Queen Amara, please add your last statement to your testimony. This could explain everything. Wasn't there some sign of another victim there in the tomb? And yet, why do I sense I'm not gonna like what I'm about to find out? We finally get it. Minister Inga was a sole victim. There was no other spirit to channel until he was dead. On this new statement, we present the mysterious bloodstain.
Objection!
I can't believe I'm presenting this. It proves that there was another victim. Still, the ones there at the scene of the crime were... No, it can't be.
Would the defense care to share something with us?
Queen Amara, you knew, didn't you? Whatever are you talking about? If you won't tell this court, then I will.
Well, don't keep us waiting.
This case includes a second victim. One of the two people found alive in the tomb after the minister's murder was actually already dead. But a second victim, Apollo. Queen Amara, after you channel Minister Inga and moved to the tomb, you vanished from the scene of the crime by channeling the other victim. That explains why no one found you after the murder was discovered. Oh, you putrid pepper. Of all the half-witted buffoonery to come tumbling from your lips. But I suppose I indulge you and play along with your little delusion. Tell me, Mr. Justice, who was the other victim? There's no way this can be true. But... no, I can't stop now. If it's the truth, it's the only way forward to solving this case. The other victim who Queen Amara channeled was Dirk Sadamati.
Listen, son. Even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I I don't have long to live. There is no escaping death now that it has its sights set on me.
Dirk knew everything, but he couldn't bring himself to tell me.
I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did.
He couldn't accuse the love of his life. The sad truth is, the other victim, channeled by Mara, was...
Take that!
What? You can't... That's not possible! The defendant, Dirk Sadmati, is the one Queen Amara channeled. He's our other victim. This is insanity. Apollo! What are you... Do you realize what you're proposing?
Objection!
I demand an explanation, Mr. Justice. I don't know when or why Dirk was murdered, but the facts and evidence speak for themselves. And this is where they've led me. I see. After Inga's murder, Dirk and Maya were the only ones in the tomb. But if one of them was actually dead and being channeled by Mara... But it can't... Can it? Dirk's bloodstain at the scene of the crime was a clincher for me. He wasn't even injured, so how could he have possibly bled that much? The only logical explanation is that Dirk had also been murdered.
Objection!
That's enough. Your explanation cannot be the truth, and you would not dare to claim to have proof to support your assertion. Ayuda, I wish it weren't true. I wish with all my heart that I'm wrong. As much as I don't want to believe it. Yes, I can prove it. Dirk's killer must have hidden his body. It would have to be someplace nobody would ever look. There's only one such place. You truly have proof? The fastest way would be to actually have someone go check the tomb.
Go check the tomb?
But why? Because I believe Dirk's killer hid his body here.
Take that!
You would suggest Queen Amara's sarcophagus, the only place in the tomb that no one would dare to look. Plus, a killer would soon become trapped by hiding in there. But a body, well, that's a horse of a different color. Which means...
I believe we must search the sarcophagus at once. Your Eminence, being that Queen Amara yet lives, I trust we may now open it.
If we must. Your Majesty, I believe Detective Sky is still there at the tomb. Let us contact her at once and have her conduct a full investigation into the matter. Time passes, and Emma returns with her report.
And now then, Detective Sky, your report, if you would please.
I'll start with my findings. Please let me be wrong about this. I just want things to be as they were. A search of the sarcophagus revealed a body that appears to be several days old. A body? Detective Sky! Tell me it wasn't Dirk. Tell me my whole theory was completely off base. I have a photo of the body, and I have positively identified it as Dirk Sadmadi. Dirk! No! Why? Why did this have to happen? Damn it, Dirk! Answer me! How can this be? Traitorous snake, the very head of the insurgency, murdered. Oh, what a joyous day. Those fools shouting for change and revolution will finally return to whatever rocks they crawled out from under. What was I even fighting for? Apollo. What am I supposed to do now?
Son. A lawyer. Should never look the way you do right now. A dragon never yields. Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it lashes its jaw firmly into its prey until the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth.
But Dirk, what if the truth is that you're...
Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all.
You believed in me that much, Dirk? Dirk, I think I finally understand. to yield. Not now, not ever. Not after Dirk believed in me, despite knowing what he was about to happen. Besides, Dirk left me with two things I must do. Are you alright, Apollo? Sorry about that, Mr. Wright. But I'm fine now! Hello? Detective Sky! Yes? Are you sure? How sure are you that the body's been there for a few days? I'm positive. No autopsy's been performed yet, but I'd say it's been at least 3 days. Fortunately, the low temperature inside the sarcophagus kept it from decaying. Oh, and the chest area bore 3 gunshot wounds from a small caliber weapon. And I believe they are the cause of the death. Dirk's corpse photo is now added to the court record. At least 3 days, huh? That means Dirk was already dead by the time he came to visit me back in the States. Then, who was channeling him? I think it would have to be someone who could get into and stay in the US without arousing suspicion, yet also had a solid cover story so they wouldn't be seen as missing. I believe this is who was channeling Dirk when I saw him at the States.
Take that!
Maya? Oh, I see. She was being held hostage at the time, so it seemed only natural that she wasn't around. Right. And do you remember what she said earlier? So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk? Mm-hmm. A pretty big one. Dirk didn't want his own death to be known. The other members of the Defiant Dragons would lose all hope if they find out. And that would snuff out the flames of revolution for good. Miss Faye, Dirk told you to keep quiet about this, didn't he? I guess it's no use hiding it anymore. Yes, I promise not to tell. Dirk made me promise before he died. So I was right then! Apollo, there's something I need to tell you. It's about, Dirk's final moments. I'm listening, Miss Faye. What happened in his final moments? It was soon after I was kidnapped. Dirk paid me a visit in that tomb where I was being held captive. I'd say it was a few days before Minister Inga's murder.
Hey, young lady. Time to get you up and out of here.
It's that revolutionary guy!
I'm here to rescue you.
You are? Why?
I figured things were a little too quiet with that stamp-sucking scumbag. So I started digging around, and that's when I found out that you'd been abducted.
But why would a rebel help me?
Let's go before it's too late. It already is for you, pal. Long time no see, you rebel blowhard. Inga, I know you're up to something, and I'm going to find out what. That's gotta be smart. You've become the real thorn in my side, you see. So it's time for you to be pushing up daisies.
Dirk!
Did you really think a pea shooter like that could kill a dragon? What the? What are you, some kind of freak? There's nuts to this.
Dirk was shot several times, but he barely even flinched. He sacrificed himself for me. Those ropes. I thought I'd help you.
Relax. It's going to be okay. Sorry things turned out this way. But it doesn't look like I have much longer.
No, don't say that.
You're a spirit medium, aren't you? When I'm gone, I want you to channel my spirit.
Stop it! Don't give up like that!
If you do, untying a rope like that will be child's play.
No! Please, hang in there! You can still make it!
Promise. Promise me. One thing, young lady. It's about my son.
Dirk. I was talking about you, Apollo. He said he wanted to see you one last time. So he asked me to return to the US and channel his spirit. He really said that? Mm-hmm. He also said he'd been meaning to visit you for years, but kept putting it off. That this was his last chance.
You just show up here without warning after all this time! What gives? I came all this way to see you, son. Come, rejoice.
Right. Why don't you tell me the real reason you're here?
Dirk. I really did come to the US because you wanted to see me. I guess that means it was Inga that hid Dirk's body in the sarcophagus after Maya left the tomb.
Apollo, you can't stop now. Dirk would want you to keep pressing on.
I know, Miss Faye. And I won't disappoint him. Defense, if you are ready to proceed. I would first have you answer this. Do you believe the accused's death will impact what we know about this case?
Yes. And I believe I can explain everything now.
Very well. Your explanation, if you please.
Dirk entered the tomb at 3 p.m., the time that the hostage exchange was to take place. Or rather, Dirk, as channeled by Miss Faye, did. And by the time he entered the tomb at 3 p.m., Minister Inga was already dead. I say that because we know the minister was murdered at 2 p.m. But there was someone else in there. This person was already hiding in the tomb, waiting to channel Dirk in place of Miss Faye. Oop, there we go.
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it? The fact of the matter is, Queen Amara killed Minister Inga at 2 p.m. She then went to his private quarters and channeled his spirit. The minister, thinking he was going to be late, hurried to the tomb after the hostage exchange. But once in the tomb, Queen Amara stopped channeling Minister Inga and hid herself. Then, when Dirk entered at 3 p.m., she snuck up from behind and forcibly drove Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body. Drove his spirit out of her body? Impossible.
Objection!
Actually, there is a way to do that. With a Magatama parting, that is. Using one, anyone could drive a spirit out of a person's body, even if it refused to leave. Ugh. Are you telling me that the extra pale brown Magatama in the tomb was... that it was... That's right, Prosecutor Sadmati. And you've seen one in action before. You saw how the glowing red Magatama sent the High Priest back to the Twilight Realm. And how it turned a spent pale brown afterwards. In other words, the brown Magatama found in the tomb looks the way it did because its power had been used up in pushing Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body, right? I probably passed out as soon as Dirk's spirit left my body. I was exhausted after channeling him for so long, after all. After that, Queen Amara must have dressed Miss Faye in her usual outfit and tied her up. I'm not sure when she got that outfit, but we can assume she had it all planned out. Then Queen Amara must have changed into Dirk's clothes, smeared blood onto them, picked up the knife, and channeled Dirk's spirit. That's how she made it look like Dirk had committed the crime. And that's how she escaped. Right under our noses. Gah! I don't know, Apollo. The whole thing seems a bit far-fetched. Dirk. What was going through your mind while all of this was unfolding? So ultimately, it was all for naught. Nayuda! Those dreams of revolution Dirk was always spouting. They placed nothing but false hope in the minds of people. And in the end, they were simply fantasies. Nayuda! How can you... Talk to them! Karma has spoken. The dream of revolution has withered on the vine. Its fate is sealed. The other insurgents will soon wake from their shattered dreams. No, Dirk's dream can't die like this. I'm not gonna sit back and let that happen. I can't. I won't! Nayuda, don't forget that Dirk's been proven innocent. His name is no longer tainted by the charge of murder. Now the rebels and their sympathizers, who have been calling for his release, can't be charged with abetting the accused. So the revolution is far from over. It's only just begun. Objection! No, Dirk has not yet been proven innocent. You have merely indicated the possibility of his innocence. What do you mean? Dirk is indeed dead. However, what if it was Dirk who killed Minister Inga while being channeled by Miss Faye? And while the crime could have occurred at 2 p.m., you have yet to substantially prove it. Or do you have some conclusive evidence to prove the time of Minister Inga's death was at 2 p.m.? Oh, well, no, I don't, but... It seems further testimony will be required of me. As it would appear that I have fallen under suspicion, I would like to state my case. Prosecutor Sadamati, the rebellion must be snuffed out once and for all. You must prove Dirk Sadamati to be the foul murderer that he was. And every last insurgent and their sympathizers must be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act. As you wish, Your Eminence. Why is Nayuda doing this? Kavon shouldn't have him under his thumb anymore. Amara's not a hostage, so what gives? What's left to chain you to her like this?
Very well then, Queen Amara. Please proceed with your additional testimony.
At long last, we get another opportunity to cross-examine. And... let's see this. Well done, lawyer. You have painted me as a killer, nothing but your silver tongue. However, you have no evidence proving your distaste for the theory. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the murder crime while being channeled by Miss Faye. Now let us end this charade. For the eternal glory of Khura'in and its people.
Do you understand now, you putrid pepper? There is no point in defending Dirk any longer. It has all been in vain. Let it go and move on, right? Well, not today. Your theories are but a pillar of salt that crumbles at the slightest breeze. But no more. This ends here and now. The defense may proceed with this cross-examination. We have no proof, eh? One sec. Hi there. Sorry about that. My alarm actually started vibrating, letting me know that it's almost midnight. So, I do apologize. I am going to still keep playing, but I did have to go and take care of that really quickly because, again, under most normal circumstances, I'm supposed to be out of here at midnight. But tonight, I'm going to stick through this. We've got about an hour and change left to go, so let's get into this, shall we? For the cross-examination, we start by pressing the second statement. Hold it! I admit I don't have any solid evidence. Yet. But you're the one, only one, who committed the crime. What on earth do you mean? Including Miss Faye, there are only 3 spirit mediums in Khura'in. Furthermore, when the crime scene was first discovered, Queen Khura'in was with me and Mr. Wright. While Miss Faye was tied up in the tomb. That means that the Dirk we saw after the minister's murder could only have been channeled by you, Queen Amara. Insolent lawyer. Forgive your mercifulness. Really, Your Majesty.
Objection!
But have you considered the following defense? What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium in Khura'in?
Objection!
Oh, come on! What are the chances? You lack the evidence to support your claim that Queen Amara is a killer, which is why you have had to use a process of elimination to zero in on her. It therefore stands to reason that you would have to rule out all other possibilities as well. Well, can you eliminate the possibility of another spirit medium defense? Under the circumstances, of course I can't. Under the circumstances, Apollo, there are only 2 ways to establish Amara's guilt. We either prove that she killed Inga, or prove that she was in the tomb. Which one can I actually prove? We can prove that she was in the tomb. I can prove that Queen Amara was in the tomb when the murder occurred. It seems you are ever bent on painting me as a killer. Well, if the shoe fits... Very well. Let us see some evidence that proves that I was at the scene of the crime. You do have some, do you not? There is nothing to prove that I was even at the scene of the crime. I vehemently disagree.
Objection!
Queen Amara! Does this pendant look familiar to you? Why, that is... We found it in the tomb, and it has a minister's blood on it. Which means it was probably dropped in the course of the crime.
Objection!
And I fail to see how it is relevant to your argument.
Did that not belong to the accused? That's what I thought too. After all, Dirk had said it himself. He said that? Yes, but it was a lie. Because I believe he was covering for someone else. Covering? How? For who? Furthermore, there is a certain piece of evidence that shows the pendant isn't Dirk's.
Take that!
That's a photo of the accused's body, is it not? Yes, it is. And I'd like to call your attention to a certain spot in it. This right here proves that the pendant that was found in the tomb wasn't Dirk's.
Take that!
You'll notice an object near Dirk's left arm. It's an identical pendant, except it's blue. Oh, now that you mention it. Don't you find that a little strange? Why would he own two of them, but in different colors? Here's what I think. The pendants were meant to go together as a pair. A pair? If the blue pendant was Dirk's, then what about this pink one with Minister Inga's blood on it? Who do you suppose it belongs to?
Objection!
Sorry to disappoint, but no fingerprints were found on the pink pendant. Therefore, we have no way of knowing to whom it belongs.
Objection!
Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Sabmati. I'm guessing you didn't know what this pendant is actually a locket. Come again? Now, this is where it gets interesting. When we opened this locket up, we found a faint fingerprint inside. On the back of the lid, to be exact. What? No. So now the question is, to whom does the fingerprint belong to? Queen Amara, it belongs to you, doesn't it? Oh. It seems I've truly rendered the witness speechless this time around. This cannot be. Mother, tell me this does not belong to you. Nayuda, Think about it, Queen Amara. Dirk must have realized that you were channeling his spirit. And he had probably already figured out who the minister's killer was. And yet, he still claimed that the pink pendant belonged to him. Why would he do such a thing? You really don't know. He was protecting you. Because he loved you. He loved you until his very last breath and beyond.
I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did.
Dirk knew everything, even that he was being used. But he kept quiet, all for your sake. Dirk, why do you always... Well, Queen Amara, Dirk, the one whose love for you never wavered all these years. Are you going to betray him now? Dirk, Well, thankfully I don't have to deal with another breakdown just yet. This cannot be. I refuse to accept it. Queen Amara, are you ready to confess your crime? I can deny it no longer. The truth is, it was I, Amara Sigatar Khura'in, who slew Minister Inga. That's preposterous! Why?
This is beyond belief.
Mother, why would you... Forgive me, Nayuda. I never wished to cause you such sorrow. But I had no choice. It was the only way.
The only way? So, in the end, Queen Amara and Dirk Sadmati. I suppose this means that they were unable to reconcile while he was still alive.
I don't think the state of the kingdom or the incidents of the past would have allowed that.
They were prisoners of their shared history, so to speak.
Queen Amara, there's something I need to know. You had staged a near-perfect crime. So why did you bring this pendant into the tomb with you? You should have known it would come back to haunt you. I do not really understand it myself. I had nearly been assassinated by my own husband. Yet I could not bear any hatred toward him. I was unable to discard this, or part with it for even a short time. As with Dirk, I have never stopped loving my husband for the past 23 years.
Mother.
So she really believes it. That Dirk tried to assassinate her. Your Majesty, is it not time? Time to declare Dirk innocent. I would ask that you do this for my beloved, who now dwells in the Twilight Realm.
Very well then, Your Eminence. Prosecutor Sadmati, if you have no further objections.
This can't be. My mother... I have no objections. Dirk, I did it! I finally did it! I proved your innocence! But...
Very well then. Being that Queen Amara yet lives, we can no longer charge the accused with the assassination that never came to fruition. And as for the murder of Minister Inga, the truth has been laid bare for all to see. Therefore, I will now pass judgment upon the accused, Mr. Dirk Sadmati.
Hold it!
Your benevolence!
Your benevolence! Uh-oh. I cannot accept this.
Is something the matter, Your Benevolence?
Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. What's with her all of a sudden? Is this some sort of lingering affliction towards Nena? Rifa. Speak the truth, Queen Amara. Did you really kill my father? Yes. There is no mistake.
She has confessed to the crime, thereby clearing the accused of all suspicion. I see no need to continue these proceedings.
Barbed head! Hornhead! Are you going to let this stand?
Dirk's been proven innocent, and he's about to be declared not guilty. Even so, something doesn't feel right. Apollo, if you have any doubts, now's the time to raise them. After all, the court is a place for finding the whole truth. But it's all up to you. There are definitely things that don't quite add up. Does this mean the whole truth has been brought to light yet? Should we continue this trial? Yes. Your Majesty, I have a feeling we haven't discovered the truth, the whole truth. And the only way we'll ever find it is to continue this trial. Go ahead. Very well then. Will the defense please tell us this? What important fact about this case has yet to come to light? We already know the murder method. We already know Amara's married life was shaky at best. But the motive behind Minister Inga being killed is a bit perplexing, even to me. Therefore, that's the only option. Queen Amara? There's something I still don't understand. What was your motive for killing Justice Minister Inga? That is a fair question. And one that I shall now answer. It was for the future of this kingdom that I slew Inga Khura'in. To avert further tragedy. His death was an unfortunate necessity. Further tragedy? Over the past several years, Minister Inga had been rapidly expanding his power. He had established a secret police, and was relentless in his pursuit of the insurgents. He had even the overwhelming support of the people. But still he was not satisfied. Hungry for more power, he began planning a coup d'etat. You mean his plot involving the Founder's Orb, which led to Mayafe's abduction? Yes. Minister Inga also planned to use the orb to gain access to the great spiritual power, after which he would assassinate Garan and usurp the throne. His machinations were reminiscent of that terrible tragedy of 23 years ago. And as one affected by that incident, Amara vowed to never allow a repeat of such events. Yes, and the Holy Mother delivered unto me the perfect opportunity to fulfill my vow. Security amid the courtyard was rather tight due to the rite of channeling, and Inga had barricaded himself in the tomb with his hostage, away from prying eyes. So I knew I would never again have such a perfect opportunity, so... At 2 p.m., during the rite of channeling, I slipped into the tomb and slew the minister. Uh-oh. Bracelet. Apollo. Yep. It seems this trial is far from over. Queen Amara! I believe you're still hiding something. But if you want to keep on playing this game of hide-and-seek, then let's start with that last statement that you made. If I must.
Gotcha!
Queen Amara. You're not very comfortable talking about the 2 o'clock rite of channeling, are you? I can tell because a finger on your left hand twitched almost imperceptibly when you did. Oh? And that pose you make, is there something about your chest that makes you nervous? Whatever do you mean? The murder occurred at 2 p.m., and I'm pretty positive Amara was in the tomb at the time. So then, why is she so self-conscious about her chest when she talks about the rite? The rite of channeling. I slipped into the tomb and slew the minister. Didn't Albie snap a picture of it?
Queen Amara, I have here a picture of the rite of channeling. It was secretly taken by a certain individual.
Objection!
Such insolence! I would have the perpetrator's name at once. Sorry. No can do. You see, I just happened to find it on the ground, so... Do you take me for a fool? How about we discuss the photo's origin a little later? Because right now, there's something much more pressing at hand. I believe this photo merits further examination. I just wish there was more to see in it than darkness and more darkness. We might be able to make out a few more details with some image adjustments. Let's ask Emma if she can help.
Bailiff, please summon Detective Sky to the Hall of Justice.
Here you are. I was able to obtain a much clearer image by raising the brightness.
Huh? What's that right there?
An injury. No, wait. I think it's a burn scar. The channeling photo has been updated into the court record. And now... Wait a second. Your Eminence. You don't have a burn scar like that on your chest. What's going on here? If the person in this photo isn't Queen Khura'in, then who is it? As if we need to know.
Take that!
Queen Amara, the person in this photo isn't Queen Khura'in. It's you, posing as her, isn't it? The two of you look quite similar, but that's no surprise considering you're sisters. And even the shape and position of your facial tattoos are almost identically the same. And you are both capable of channeling spirits. Therefore, it would have been easy for you to impersonate Queen Khura'in. Queen Amara, you have a burn scar on your chest, don't you? Please remove your mountain mandala so we may see what's behind it for ourselves. Look! It's the exact same burn scar as the one in the photo.
I don't understand.
I knew it. So the person in this photo really is... Yes, it's Queen Amara.
This is absurd. Are you suggesting they switched places?
Amara's confession earlier was also false. Mother, what is the meaning of this? Don't you see? This changes everything! We know for a fact this photo was taken at 2 p.m., the exact time the murder took place.
But that would mean Queen Amara couldn't have possibly committed this crime.
Exactly. She now has an ironclad alibi. So Minister Inga's killer couldn't have been Queen Amara.
I'm afraid I no longer follow defense. Was it not Queen Amara who channeled the minister and the accused to stage the crime?
Yes. The fact has not changed. We have evidence placing her at the scene of the crime. And Dirk could have only been there in the tomb if she was channeling him. Which means, while Queen Amara did use spirit channeling to stage the crime, she didn't kill Minister Inga. His real killer is someone else. What's going on here? Was remorsefulness covering for someone?
If Queen Amara is not the killer, then who is it?
Isn't it obvious? Why was this rite held in the first place if Queen Khura'in wasn't going to perform it? Who was behind the two sisters switching places, and for what reason? The answers to these questions, along with the establishment of Queen Amara's alibi, obliterate a certain someone else's alibi.
Take that!
Oh, that's... Is this some kind of joke? No, Your Majesty. I could never joke about something so grave. The only one who seemed to have a perfect alibi at the time of the murder was Her Eminence, Quran Sigatar Khura'in. Queen Amara, didn't your sister Queen Khura'in ask you to pose as her and perform the rite of channeling? And didn't she also have you drive Dirk's spirit from Miss Faye's body and then stage the crime to make it look like he was the minister's killer? And at 2 p.m., while you were performing the rite of channeling as Queen Khura'in, did she not kill the minister Inga while disguised as Dirk? Well, you're merciful in this? It's no use trying to hide it any longer. You need to tell us the truth now. Mother? Justice Miniger's Inga's true killer is... Mother, no! I really did it. Your Eminence, my life is yours. Isn't he one of Khura'in's royal guards? Queen Amara! Arrest that guardsman! Mother, Khura'in couldn't have... Could she? Someone call for an ambulance, quickly now! The court devolves in a panic as we are forced to take yet another recess. Now, we just save our progress and go about from there. By the way, just for the sake of context, it would seem that the timestamps, as of right now, are going to be a bit pertinent. So with that said, for the final time tonight, I'm going to take a quick break. When we come back, we end things proper. Back in a few. This is it. The final chapter. Never have we had a case more tense than this. This is it, the final chapter. And here's where we stand right now. Queen Amara was shot. And it's likely that she may not make it. But we are now officially 9 hours into the stream, making this the longest Apollo Justice Trilogy stream to date. But I guess it also proves that I can pull off 9-hour streams if I so choose to. Speaking of 9-hour streams, if we manage to reach 30 followers, my goal, which is currently set at 30 followers, upon reaching that goal, I will add an extra couple of hours to my Minecraft stream and have a 9-hour Minecraft adventure. That is a part of my goal. And you can see that by typing in !goal right now. We have also been playing this without any alerts in the chat. Or any chat messages or alerts on screen during the Switch scene. This is the reason why. At this point, I'm turning off my chat. So this is the last that I will get to see of you anymore tonight. And that's it. I'm turning you off. And I'm covering you right now on Strategy Wiki. Henceforth, all of my controls are going to be keyboard controls, which I have set up, thankfully, so I'm able to still push buttons and switch things around. But going forward, huge spoilers. If you have not seen the end of Spirit of Justice, leave this stream now. If you have not played through up until this point, and you have not gone back and watched any of the VOD up until this point, end this stream right now. I'm being dead serious here. The whole case is going to turn for the worst right here at this stage. And before I continue, I do have to do this one final time. This is it. My last stand. My final chapter of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. I will not be doing any more streams of an Ace Attorney game or an Ace Attorney-esque game for this year. 2025, maybe. I have a couple of games in mind that I would really love to cover, and there is actually one game that I would like to play later on this year, but I'm a little hesitant to do it because I know I'd get ahead of myself if I were to go over the top as I usually do. Needless to say, you have been forewarned, and I've given you plenty of opportunity now to leave if you haven't already. So, with that said, let's get ready to go, shall we? So, again, the 2 bonus streams, or bonus episodes I have been saying, 2 bonus streams are turning into 2 bonus episodes. I will be getting those recorded at some time late April, early May, and those will be ready to go out as soon as late May. My asking for those is simply what I've been asking towards all of the Spirit of Justice. At 50 followers, I will release Turnabout Reclaimed, bonus episode A. Bonus episode B, Turnabout Time Traveler, will be unlocked at 75 followers. That, with the 30 follower goal of the 9-hour Windcraft adventure, are the current goals that I have yet for all the games that I have publicly mentioned on stream. There are other goals that I have set in stone for 35, 40, and 45 followers, but those of which you will learn on Saturday during DMA Live, which again is at 5 p.m., not 3 p.m. Sunday, 6 p.m., I will be with the board of directors, most likely on Lord Navas's channel. Depending upon if I'm able to stream it or not, I will be streaming it on my side as well. And then our next game will start Tuesday, and we'll take over for game cleaning Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Windcraft Wednesdays will also be on April 10th, next Wednesday, and I will be doing a little bit more of a longer stream, 3 to 6 hours once again. And my plan is to finish up all of the Festival of the Heroes content that I did not cover in my adventure back on March 27th, and my adventure on March 27th, and my adventure on April 6th after DMA Live. With that said, let's get back into this, shall we? This is it. I'm here. We're doing this. Let us continue now to the final chapter of A Spirit of Justice. We begin, once again, May 19th, at the High Court of Khura'in Accused Lobby. We're lucky the ambulance made it in time, but we've been forced into a recess for now while things get straightened out. I can't believe what just happened! Tell me about it. You think Khura'in put that guard up to it? If she did, she's going to regret it. No one gets away with something like that on my watch. Poor Queen Amara. Your benevolence. Any news on her condition? She is undergoing surgery at the hospital as we speak. They're giving her a 50-50 chance of survival. With Khura'in, justice will be served. Why? Why did this happen? Oh, just we were finally reunited. Amara? What was that about being reunited? Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Right. How are you, Hornhead? Darkside Money was your father and all, but blood after all. Thank you for your concern, your benevolence. But I'm fine. Right now we still have a trial to see through. So that's what I'm going to stay focused on. Hornhead, you are sturdier than your stature lets on. Just don't overdo it, okay, Apollo? Dirk. That was a real shocker, alright. Can't believe the dragon's dead. That's... Say, AJ, I was wondering, when Dirk disappeared after I freed him, that's because Amara turned back into herself, right? Yeah, I suppose so. But I don't know if it was because Dirk's spirit willed it, or if it was part of Khura'in or Amara's plan. Man. A dream of revolution. Now what are we gonna do? Is this it? Don't give up yet! There's a very good chance that Khura'in is the real culprit in all of this. And if we can prove her guilt in court... You're right! That could just be the push we need. The dream lives on. Yes, it does. You know what that means, AJ. The fate of the revolution rests squarely on your shoulders. All in a day's work. Oh, who am I kidding? That's a ton of pressure. But this is what Dirk gave his life for. So I have to do this for him. Honorable Rebel Dirk Satamani. I would have loved to have spoken with him while he yet lived. Really? Why not? I mean, he seemed like quite an interesting man. Did she bump her head on something earlier? The trial is about to resume. The defense is to report to the courtroom at once. Already? After what just happened? The first thing Garon will do is to respond to that last accusation. So you better stay on your toes, Apollo. I will, Mr. Wright. Ready or not, Garon. Here comes justice! We now resume May 19th, High Court of Khura'in. Now then, let us resume today's proceedings. Huh? Where's Nayuta? I must offer my apologies. I never imagined a royal guardsman would do such a thing. What? He wasn't acting on your orders? How dare you cast such suspicions upon her eminence? It's quite all right, Your Majesty. Suspicion is only natural under such circumstances. But rest assured that he acted alone, for I knew nothing of his plans. I don't believe that for a second. Now then, Your Majesty. Regarding the murder of my husband, Minister Inga, I would like to offer a new possibility. A new possibility, you say? Indeed. For during the real killer had confessed to me. What? Bailiff? Bailiff, call the witness to the stand. The real killer confessed. What's she got up her sleeve this time? I have a really bad feeling about this. Oh. Fuck! I had to mute myself because I knew I was going to say something naughty. And again, I can't exactly type in exclamation point. I can't type exclamation point Frost, but I would at this point, just for the sake of the command. He's the one who confessed! Satamani, you're the real killer? I questioned him during the recess, as I felt that Amara had been covering for someone. So it was that he finally confessed to his crime to me. Nayuta! You didn't really do it, did you? Her Eminence speaks the truth. It was I who killed Justice Minister Inga. Nayuta! Peace! Prosecutor Satamani, are you absolutely certain about this? A confession of this nature is grave indeed. Yes, I am certain. I killed him by my own hand. At last, the real killer has been revealed. How are we supposed to respond to this? Nayuta, retract your confession now!
Justice. It is not yet time for your cross-examination.
Who cares about that? Admit it! It was Queen Khura'in who put you up to this! She forced you into giving a confession, didn't she?
Satura!
You are out of line, Mr. Justice. Learn some self-restraint. Or do you have something that might prove that I did not commit this murder?
That is... I think you're doing, you idiot!
Truly, the truth can set us free. Looks like Khura'in got him to him somehow. I definitely didn't see this coming.
Ayuda, why are you doing this? Why would you sacrifice even your life to do Khura'in's bidding?
Whatever the case may be. Prosecutor Satomari, your testimony, if you please.
I told you that things would turn from bad to worse. So Ayuda is called up to the stand to allegedly confess to the crime of killing Justice Minister Inga. But we have a few issues with this upcoming testimony that I will point out in due time.
I cannot remain silent while her eminence fell under suspicion for this crime. It was I who murdered Justice Minister Inga. He had to die for the future of Khura'in. I consider divine judgment cast upon a fiend who sought to assassinate our mother. My mother was simply covered for me. I'm ashamed I let her go so far for my sake.
You do understand what you're doing, right, Ayuda? You're sentencing yourself to death if you're found guilty.
If that is a court's verdict, then so be it. I must obey the law above all else.
The law, Ayuda, or the Queen?
Objection!
Enough! This blather has nothing to do with the witness's testimony.
Please address any issues you may have during the cross-examination defense.
Oh, I will. I'm gonna blow his problematic testimony to smithereens. Time to make like Rico and make this confession go kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Anyway. We're gonna be reading through this for a while. I cannot remain silent while her evidence fell under suspicion for this crime. It was I who murdered Justice Minister Inga, blah 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 blah. I had to drive for the future of Khura'in. I consider divine judgment cast upon a fiend who sought to assassinate our monarch. My mother was simply covering for me. I am ashamed to let her go so far for my sake. Hold it! So, you killed Justice Minister Inga, and Queen Amara staged the crime. Is that how it went?
Precisely. My mother is as clever as she is kind. She sought to conceal my crime by taking all of the guilt upon herself.
Yet another lie. You poke a hole in his testimony, but how? Ayuda, could it be that you don't know Nana's real identity? You didn't realize that Nana was actually Queen Amara, your own mother.
It's not as strange as you might think. Much time had passed since we last met, after all.
Right. 23 years ago, was it? When Dirk saved her after the supposed assassination attempt.
No, Mr. Justice. It was 15 years ago that Dirk abducted my mother.
Huh?
That's weird.
Are you sure about that?
I remember clearly. I was around 10 years old at the time.
Ayuda, please add that last statement to your testimony.
I was reunited with my mother, Queen Amara, 15 years ago when Dirk abducted her.
Objection!
You're saying that Dirk made off with Queen Amara 15 years ago. But that's strange, because I heard something very different from Dirk. He said that they ran off together 23 years ago. That is impossible. I know for a fact it was 15 years ago. Well, I have evidence that contradicts your statement. How do you explain this photo? Dirk said it was taken 23 years ago. He said that? He did. But if we take what you just said as fact, then there's something in this photo that doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense to me, so I suppose I should ask. What does not make any sense if the photo is only 15 years old?
Take that!
Nayuda, this discrepancy may not be directly related to this case, but I don't think we can simply overlook it either. Dirk said that the baby in this photo was you, but that doesn't make any sense if the photo's only 15 years old. After all, you said you were around 10 then, right? He's definitely sweating bullets over there, or something. Apollo, if this baby is Nayuda... Wait, you don't think... Did Amara have another child while she was on the run? What? And just what if that child were being held hostage? Nayuda, is that why you obey Queen Khura'in's every command? You presume too much. Huh. That's why Queen Amara was trying to take the rap as well. To protect this other child. A child born 15 years ago. It'd have to be someone who's around 14 or 15 years old now. This is just a guess. But I believe I know someone who fits the bill. This also explains the strange behavior. This is a child who was born to Dirk and Queen Amara 15 years ago. All those strange statements she kept making. Now they all make sense. Prosecutor Sadmani, may I ask you something? Of course, Your Benevolence. I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara and about me? Where did you hear such a thing? From Mother, and only yesterday. Rafa was carrying on about telling the truth to the people. So I told her. I told her what the truth really was. But it is up to a mother to discipline her child. I see. I cannot accept this. There's something the matter, Your Benevolence. Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. Why? Why did this happen? Just as we were finally reunited. Queen Amara... Now I see, Nayuda, why you do what you're told. The other child born to Dirk and Queen Amara was... Hold it! Mr. Justice, I believe I know what you are about to say. I cannot allow you to name an innocent soul as a child of terrible sinners. I thought you might try to stop me. After all, simply revealing this information endangers who you've been trying to protect. I think this should make it clear who I'm talking about. This is a chink in your armor. The reason why you're feared is sibling's reputation.
Take that!
And that is a file full of information that Dirk collected on what happened 23 years ago. Of particular note right now is what's written here. The sins of the father are visited upon his children. This deeply held idea is why you were expelled from the royal family. Which means it wouldn't bode well for your sibling either. If she were revealed to be Dirk's daughter. You became a prosecutor to bring down Queen Khura'in. But at some point, you came to serve the very regime you despised. And that was because the Queen found this chink in your armor. That's how she came to use your sister against you. Hold it! Nayuta, have you been keeping this secret all this time? Have you been trying to protect me? You are an innocent party to all of this. I live only to safeguard the law and serve the country and queen from which it flows. Not such as you, who is destined to ascend the throne. Do not fret over one such as I. No, I cannot accept that. What you see is malarkey. Don't you even care about what happens to you? For country, queen, law, and everyone's future. My personal feelings are of no consequence. That is why I resigned myself to my fate. I know I must accept the status quo without any thoughts of change. Spoken like a true prosecutor and patriot, I shall continue to rule Khura'in until the day Rafa succeeds me. For that is what is in the best interest of our kingdom. I know your limits. Yours is no small sacrifice, but I promise you this. In exchange for your life, the child shall remain safe, and the kingdom shall prosper. That is all I can ask for with my meager existence. Yuda, is this really the new you? Resigning yourself to the will of another and killing any hope you've held for the future! No. Nayuta I knew would never let himself be turned into this. Now, Your Majesty, if you would hand down your verdict. Objection! You can say that you're simply accepting your fate, Nayuta. But I know that deep down, there's still hope in your heart. Oh, Holy Mother, preserve me. It's a kind of hope that preserves through the most desperate of times. And it's what binds you, me, and Dirk together. As a family. I know, because this has demonstrated to me that you haven't lost all hope yet.
Take that!
When you interrogated Dirk, you confiscated all of his possessions as potential evidence. All except for this. Did you take your attorney's badge too?
No. I thought it strange, but just when it looked like he was going to take it from me, he changed his mind.
So tell me, Nayuta, why didn't you take his badge? You couldn't bear to take it from him, could you? And I know why. It's because this badge means something special to us. Hey, Dirk? Why do you still wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right?
This badge is my heart and soul, son. I'll never stop trying to realize my dream. Not until my very last breath.
A dragon never yields, right?
Exactly. Nayuta, Apollo, I've vowed to restore Khura'in's legal system to its rightful state someday. I want to pass on to you a world where you can live free from the fear of tyranny.
You may say that you've given up, but that's not how it really is it? You never gave up. And you never will because you still believe that all of the wrongs will be righted someday, don't you? You are very perceptive, Mr. Justice. It may very well be as you say. Why did I not confiscate this badge? Even I did not know. Until now. Perhaps I was waiting for him to save me. Save you? Yes, save me. Like he did on that day. Hyuna! Apollo! I'm coming! What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Hyuna, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me. Understand? Someday, you would come and free our family from the chains of the past. Perhaps, deep down, that is what I believed. I believed in Dirk, our father. Hyuna, I knew you. However, it was but a dream. And now that dream has died, murdered, along with Dirk. So now, as the eldest, responsibility falls squarely onto me. No matter the cost, I must protect her. Please try to understand, Apollo. Understand why I shall bear all this sin. It's the only way. But... such insolence! You have wasted more than enough of my time, lawyer. Do you not see the futility of your desperate floundering? The immutability of his duty. It is time to accept defeat. Now, watch as the hammer of justice comes down upon your dear brother. Your magistrate, the verdict, if you will. Yes, Your Eminence.
Objection!
Wait a second! Does the defense wish to raise an objection? Maybe some way to save Hyuna. Apollo. It all goes back to that incident 23 years ago. Which branded him the son of a criminal. So, what if we could once and for all prove that we're gonna try to assassinate Amara? Right. Hyuna and Rayfla's father would no longer be viewed as a criminal. I thought there wasn't any evidence left. Because it was all destroyed in the fire. And Dirk investigated the matter for years, but never managed to learn anything new. Really? Nothing at all? An exceptional lawyer like Dirk tried that long and really uncovered nothing at all? He had over 2 decades of Apollo. Huh? He's right. I doubt Dirk would have gone to his grave without discovering something new. He must have secretly planted something to topple the army somewhere. Take another look at all the evidence. We might just find what we need to break out of this situation with him in there. Got it! If the defense is done stalling for time, I shall now render my verdict. No, wait! About the assassination attempt 23 years ago. The defense has some new information I would like to share. You do? Well, we had intended to deliberate that case in the course of this trial. Did you leave something behind for me? Is there some connection I'm missing here? The
Very well then. What is the source of your new information about the case from 23 years ago?
It was with us all of this time. We've had it ever since the very beginning of this adventure. And it's just like a true Chekhov's picture. That something that's introduced in the first act will come back to be essential in the final act.
Take that!
A photograph?
Yes. Do you recall the traveling musician who died in that fire 23 years ago?
How could anyone forget such a painful chapter in our history? The poor fellow was caught up in the blaze that was meant for Queen Amara. We never knew his identity, though, as his belongings were burnt to ashes.
Well, about that. The truth is, he was my biological father.
Whoa?
What? Why, of course. With his photo and her benevolence. Exactly. We might be able to prove Dirk completely innocent. And that would free her from the infamy of having criminal blood in her veins. Because here in Khura'in, we can witness the final memories of the dead. What utter nonsense! There was no evidence left in the wake of that blaze. That's what you think. But Dirk went to the ends of the earth to bring this little souvenir back for us. He did? Yep. And boy, is it the best piece of evidence ever. He knew that with it, we'd finally be able to conclusively settle the matter here in court and save his children. Your Majesty, the defense requests that we hold a divination seance for this new victim.
Objection!
What a waste of time. The events of 23 years past have already been deliberated at length.
Objection!
But wasn't Dirk on trial for that incident as well today? So, we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we failed to look at this new lead, would we? Alright.
As a presiding judge, I will now share my thoughts on the matter. The attempted assassination of Queen Amara is a case we can ill afford to leave open. And I believe that the final memories of this victim will prove to be very important. Therefore, it is the opinion of this court that we should conduct another divination seance.
Why, Your benevolence! If you knew the full name of the victim seen in this photo, you would be able to perform a divination seance, right? Of course. Leave it to me. Thank you. My father's name is Jove Justice. All right.
Now, your benevolence. Please commence the divination seance when you are ready.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Like for the first attempt, I am going to skip this, but the divination seance does work this time. We already showed this in the trial, or earlier in this episode, so I'm not going to bother doing that again. With that said, the scene opens to a building ablaze. Sensation of burning, heat, a crying child. Pain from behind him. A metallic sound as a lighter falls to the ground.
The spirit of the victim has granted us a window into his final moments. It would appear the divination seance was a success. So those were my father's final moments. The baby we saw must have been you, Apollo.
I will now decipher the experience of the deceased. Are you ready, Hornhead?
Yes, please proceed.
Very well. Here are my interpretations of the facts as gleaned from the seance vision. We get one final insight into Jove Justice's final memories. Someone attempted to assassinate Queen Amara by setting her residence ablaze. Hornhead's father happened to stop by and was knocked out by the assassin. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter found at the scene of the crime. That is how he was determined to be the assassin. Hornhead's father was trying to save his son, but sadly he perished in the attempt. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. Father's final memories. They're right here for everyone to see, but can any of them unlock the truth behind what happened 23 years ago?
Objection!
Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter that was found at the crime scene. However, the hand holding the lighter in the seance vision appears to be gloved. I believe you were right. What could this mean? It calls into question whether the hand in the vision really was Dirk's. If only we could make out the details a little better. Very well. I will attempt to focus a bit more on what the deceased saw. Perhaps that will help refine the seance vision. It does seem that there was a glove on that hand. But still, what significance could that have had? It means that Dirk's fingerprints got on the lighter at some other time. Somebody could have even put them there after the fire.
Objection!
All you have is pure speculation, but the fact remains that they are his fingerprints. Therefore, it stands to reason that Dirk was the one who used the lighter.
Objection!
It just means I have to prove that the figure in the vision is someone else, using the information in my father's final memories. Either way, it seems that I must revise my insights. Fourth statement is updated. But if someone had put his prints on the lighter after the fact, then we know not to whom it belongs. Okay, she's updated her insights. Time to go over them and see if there are any new inconsistencies to be found. I'm gonna let this play out. But we need to go back to the same panel. the wristband and the reflection that we need to point out this time.
Objection!
Do I have to do all of that all over again? Probably. Because I freaking misclicked. Okay, so we just saved at that point. Cool. Got it.
Objection!
Wait. This means that the real culprit is... The figure in this vision is clearly not Dirk. The distinctive band around the wrist gives their true identity away. Ah! That's a sign! It can't be! This will prove just whose hand was captured in the seance vision. Oh wait, I had it right.
Take that!
That photo. So you do believe the culprit to be... Justice Minister Inga had cuffs with the exact same pattern on them. You're referring to the cuffs of justice, right? Yes. I hear they're a traditional part of Khura'in's Justice Minister's attire. But what does this tell us? It tells us that the figure in the vision is none other than Khura'in's late Minister of Justice, Inga Khura'in. No, not my father! So he planned the assassination of the former queen as well as the current one. Justice Minister Inga. So then, Dirk's innocent of both charges. Nine dragons. Right all along. Hold it. Nayuda! What you proposed is not possible, Apollo. But back then, Inga Khura'in was not the Minister of Justice. What? The Justice Minister 23 years ago was... you, Queen Garan. What? Oh, right. She served as Minister of Justice before succeeding to the throne. I guess she also prosecuted the assassination attempt 23 years ago as one. So then, the figure in this fiction is actually... Your Eminence. It's you, isn't it? This is madness. Why would Her Eminence do such a thing? Because she would ascend to the throne. She wanted to usurp the throne from her sister Amara? That's why she tried to assassinate her? I find this all very hard to swallow. Your Eminence, are you the one responsible for tearing my family apart? And it was you who killed my father! Well, Your Eminence, I'm asking you a question! Such insolence! Peasants. Always carrying on about things of no import. You do not deny it, then. You concealed the truth and used me for your own designs.
Spare me your feeble-minded line of questioning. Even if Dirk were cleared of all charges, it shall still be I who decides Wraith's fate. You do wish for her to be queen someday, do you not? Remember, the child lives only by my good graces. Now kneel before me and fulfill the end of your bargain by offering me your head. Your Eminence, I am done heeding your commands. Even as you used my sister against me, I still believed you. I believed that protecting your secrets was in the best interests of this kingdom. But you have been deceiving me all the while. Ayuda! You dare defy me? Your Eminence, I can turn the other cheek no more. Therefore, I hereby retract my confession in the murder of Justice Minister Inga. To retract, you say? Final piece of evidence you left behind. So at least Mayura suffered. Now, he's finally free. And all this time, not once did I reflect on my own conduct, for I had believed all was fate. Lost in my own sense of resignation, I was unable to wake from my despair. But you, Apollo, you have awakened me with your demonstration of our father's creed.
A dragon never yields.
I will carry on Dirk's legacy and fulfill his dream. Hear me, Garan. I will cast you down from the bloody throne. Long live the revolution! Insolent fool! Now even you prattle on about revolution! Oh, would you look at that? Well, Apollo, it seems we're finally making some headway down that road that Dirk carved out for us. Yeah. Now, if we could just prove Garon's guilt, we could continue on down that road, where the revolution Dirk dreamed of. Your Eminence, you have been accused of the crime committed 23 years ago. Would you like to say anything in your defense? Not so fast, Your Majesty. The cups could have been stolen and used without my knowledge. So you see, they can hardly be considered proof of anything. Why, I believe you're right. Ark! We know she's guilty! Well, lawyer, is there any other evidence you would have me refute? Unfortunately, this photo was the last piece of evidence Dirk left here. As far as evidence goes, I've got nothing else regarding that case from the past. However, now that Prosecutor Sabmani has retracted the confession, we'll have to re-deliberate the current case from scratch. Yes, the defense speaks the truth, even though it is clear who the guilty party is. Queen Garan! The defense accuses you of the murder of Justice Minister Inga Khura'in. Good! What? Do you have any evidence, defense? It's all proof one was a killer. There is still one more avenue for us to explore, Mr. Justice. If there is, Minister Inga's final memories. In them, the minister's killer posed as Dirk. Therefore, one must ask, how did the killer dispose of their disguise?
Hey, you're right. A lot of blood would have splattered onto the killer. So the blood-soaked clothes would have had to have been dealt with somehow. If they're still around somewhere, then...
Objection!
I was wondering what absurd idea you would concoct next. Clothing can't be disposed of most anyway. I doubt you can find them now.
Objection!
And then you do not know us very well. Your benevolence. Yes? On the day of your father's murder, you had been watching in the courtyard from 2 p.m. Now, during that time, you saw Queen Khura'in, did you not? Yes, I did. I saw my mother entering the palace from the courtyard. But I was told not to mention it because it had nothing to do with my father's murder. Rafa, you would not dare! The Queen headed to the palace. Did she have Dirk's clothes in her possession? No. No, she did not. So, maybe she disposed of them somewhere in the courtyard.
Objection!
The police did a thorough sweep of the area following the crime, but they did not find anything resembling Dirk's clothes. But you knew that already, didn't you, Prosecutor? Yes, I admit no clothing was found. So you admit that you were merely speculating, chasing phantoms, and delusions of evidence that never existed. Lady! I've been chasing phantoms ever since Part 13. Trust me, you are nothing compared to what I've had to deal with. This makes no sense. Clothing just doesn't disappear like that. If Khura'in wasn't carrying any clothes, she must have gotten rid of them somewhere. Somewhere where she thought they'd never be found. Where'd they never be found, huh? Dirk's clothes were hidden here.
Take that!
The tomb? You believe the clothing was hidden there?
Yes, it's the only place it can be.
Very well. Where in the tomb do you believe the clothes were hidden? Where do you believe the clothes were hidden?
I need to make sure I've got the right voice. And again, I don't need to present. I don't need to move because it's right here.
Take that!
Of course, it makes perfect sense. The clothes weren't simply hidden. They were returned to where they belonged. God!
And by that you mean...
The killer would have had to get Dirk's clothes from somewhere. Luckily, they were right there. Yes, of course. At the time of the minister's murder, Dirk's body was already in the sarcophagus. So the killer could have simply borrowed his clothes. Right! Before the minister entered the tomb, the killer put on Dirk's clothes, and then hid behind the curtain above the sarcophagus. And after the minister was killed, Dirk's clothes were returned to his body.
Objection!
So what? So still speculation. We know not whether those clothes were actually used in the murder. Therefore, you cannot prove that they are somehow connected to this case.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong. But I believe you already knew that. Because these clothes were definitely used during the minister's blood because of this.
Take that!
Bloodstains on Dirk's clothes are no doubt the result of being shot by the minister. However, that doesn't explain everything. There is also some blood spatter extending from his left elbow to his abdominal area. I believe that this blood spatter came from...
Take that!
If the killer wore these clothes during the murder, then the blood spatter must have come from Minister Inga. I thought it was all Dirk's, but that makes sense. Only one way to be sure, though. Let's get those stains analyzed right away. Indeed,
this may be the conclusive evidence we need to prove the Queen's guilt.
Objection!
You cannot prove it was I who hid those clothes. They could very well have been hidden by a third party. Could they really? I'd say the possibility of someone other than Garan hiding the clothes does not exist. No, it's just not possible. Your Eminence, I recall you saying the following. The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be possible for some knave to open it.
Ah!
That was your own testimony, word for word! Why, you... insolent! Admit it. Only you could have hidden Dirk's clothes after they were used in the murder. That means that you are the one who killed Justice Minister Inge. Insignificant worm! You dare accuse me, the ruler of Khura'in? Do not think for one moment that
Objection!
we tolerate. Objection! I'm afraid such arguments aren't valid here in the Sacred Hall, Your Eminence. Because even monarchs aren't above the law. Good. It's the end of the line for you, Queen Garan. Time to come down from that lofty throne and face justice. Good. Me? Face justice? Surely you jest. You are in no position to force my hand, lawyer. Oh? Surely you haven't forgotten about the Defense Culpability Act? Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In short, should I be convicted of murdering my husband, your dear brother who delivered false testimony in my defense shall also be found guilty. What? That can't be... Can it?
By delivering false testimony in the course of protecting a guilty party, he would certainly be judged by this court as having supported a criminal. And the Defense Culpability Act would most definitely come into play.
That law is so broad that anyone can be convicted under it.
When it comes to the DC Act, even I am conflicted. And yet, as it currently stands, it is the law of the land. And as you said earlier, no one is above the law.
For all the absurd things I've seen, this law really takes the cake. Now what? What do we even do at this point? You need not look so forlorn. Dirk has been cleared of all charges. So let us leave all thoughts of the real killer and revolution in the past where it belongs. She wants us to just let her off scot-free? And yet, I don't see any other choice.
Shut it up!
We cannot yield to her here, Apollo, if it will move the revolution forward. I will gladly face the DC Act. Now do it. Accuse Queen Garan of the crime that she has committed. But such insolence! What you speak of is not revolution. Our kingdom will not function without its sovereign. And Rayfa cannot ascend to the throne, for she is as yet incapable of channeling spirits. Thus, to accuse me is to wish destruction upon our fair kingdom, you terrorist. Terrorist? If you would insist on accusing me, then as ruling sovereign of Khura'in, I proclaim the following. all who imperil the crown, no matter the reason, shall be subject to immediate execution upon the Queen's orders. What? Immediate execution? Do you still not comprehend? Then let me be clear. For the sake of this kingdom's future, and in accordance with the laws of crime, I command that you be put to death at once. What the? Isn't this going a bit too far? Why is the Khura'in Royal Guard? They were on standby in case of an attack by foolishly optimistic terrorists. Now, if you would continue to oppose me, the very embodiment of the law, then under my regal authority, you shall all be put to death.
Objection!
Oh, come on! This is insane, even for you! You can't possibly get away with something like this. This is a court of law. You can't just order our execution without due process.
Hold it!
Now, look, Apollo. Truth and due process are certainly important, but so is your life, so think before you speak again. But... Please, Apollo, do not make this any worse than it already is. I cannot lose you to the Twilight Realm, too. Arg! What am I supposed to do? How do I win against an opponent that can rewrite the law as she sees fit? How could I ever bring her to justice? Is this really how it all ends? It's your life or your accusation, lawyer. You cannot hope for both. It's time to cease this insanity. What do? Should I accuse Queen Khura'in? There is but only one choice. If we give up now, it's all over. We get a bad ending, and that's game. For the sake of having to end this the right way, we must accuse Queen Khura'in. I know what I have to do. Mr. Wright! You know that saying you're constantly reminding me anything of? The worst of times, or when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles? Ugh. You never fail to surprise me, Apollo. Nyota, you know that creed we've known ever since we were kids? A dragon never yields. Apollo, they're not merely words. They're what carried us this far. So now, it's time to honor these words and the memories of the ones who gave them to us. I couldn't agree with you more, Apollo. Those words are more important to me than you know. If there's any time to remember them, it's now. Same, Apollo. Not one, but two suspicious creatures dwell deep within you. The fierce dragon and the virtuous phoenix shall scatter the clouds hiding the heavens. They shall join you in your death-defying bluff. I think I finally understand what those words really mean. The resolve they embody. Are you smiling? Even in the face of certain doom? Is there no end to your defiance? Unfortunately for you, no. I won't let fear or even the law force me to abandon the pursuit of the truth. Because there is another saying in my country. The truth will set you free. Indeed. That is precisely what the judge sought to do through this trial. He wished for us to break free from a certain despicable spiders immobilizing silk threads. We won't be intimidated by unjust laws, or given to fear. Abandoning the truth like that is just not a part of my playbook. There's only one path before us. Revolution. It's the time to make Dirk's dream a reality is upon us. Your Eminence, if you are the law here in Khura'in, then your very existence is wrong. Does your desperate bleeding know no end? I know it's a bit late to ask, but what was the plan? Well, if Khura'in is going to execute us on the spot under the Defense Culpability Act, and the law itself derives its power from the authority of the Crown, there's only one thing we can do. Dethrone her. Right here, right now. Alright, but how? It's not like we have a lot of time to come up with a way to do it either. That shouldn't allow you to perform another cross-examination while we think. Don't worry. I came up with something. We'll be fine. We can't give up. Not now. We have to keep on fighting to the end. We can't allow these broken trials to go on. It's time to make things right. If I can accuse Khura'in, Nyota will be subject to the Defense Culpability Act, which means he'll be put to death in accordance with the law. It's the only way out of this is to dethrone Khura'in right now. And the key to dethroning Khura'in is the Founder's Orb. Dirk was convinced that the orb is a key to the revolution in Khura'in's future. In light of Khura'in's obsession with the orb, it makes a large amount of sense. She probably doesn't want anybody using it to gain spiritual powers and the rights to the throne. Inga definitely tried to do just that. But that's where it starts to fall apart. Inga couldn't have channeled the Founder even after abducting Miss Faye. After all, he didn't know the Founder's name. The name of the Founder is only known to those who became Queen. That means the only people who currently know her name are Khura'in and Amara. So even if someone else had the orb, they wouldn't be able to channel the Founder. That begs the question, why is Khura'in so fixated on the orb? Okay, let's not overthink this. Khura'in is obsessed with the orb because... hard to believe, but if she wants spiritual power, does that mean Khura'in can't channel spirits? That would explain why she had Amara perform the rite of channeling. Is that why she let Amara live? To stand in for her when the time came to channel spirits? If so, Khura'in can't channel spirits. Khura'in has no claim to the throne. Khura'in's Defense Culpability Act was established under the Crown's authority. But if she has no claim to the throne, then the DC Act will become null and void. No, not just the DC Act. All of the insane laws she has enacted would be swept away in one fell swoop. You claim the authority of the Crown? You of all people. That's a good one. Have you truly lost it, lawyer? Indeed. I would have the defense explain himself at once. It's easy, your majesty. Why is Queen Khura'in so obsessed with the Founder's orb? Why did she let Queen Amara live? And why was she having her mercifulness perform the rite of channeling in her place? The answers to these three questions point to a single conclusion. A fact that will shake this kingdom to its very core. I still do not follow, Apollo. Your Eminence, I have just one question for you, and please be honest. You can't actually channel spirits, can you? What? Do you believe the Queen is not capable of communing with the dead? The defense will explain himself at once. In Khura'in, the ability to channel spirits is an absolute requirement for would-be Queen. But your eminence, if you were incapable of doing that, then you'd have no claim to the throne. Not only that, but every law you've passed would be rendered null and void. And you, the Khura'in Royal Guard, you seem to be rather enamored with the Queen's supposed spiritual power. But what if she had none? What if she were just an ordinary person, a pretender to the throne? That's crazy talk! Impossible! Everyone knows only spirit mediums can become Queen! Such blasphemy! What grounds do you make such a defamatory claim? Queen Khura'in? If you think I'm just out to defame you, then prove it. Prove it using this piece of evidence you wanted so damn badly.
Take that!
All the conditions for summoning the founder should be in place. With the orb, we know what the founder looks like. And as Queen, you should know the founder's true name. Now, if you would, Your Eminence, please show us the great spiritual power you bear as a Grand Priestess of Khura'in. Witness Your Eminence's great power with your own eyes. The Holy Mother will appear before us. A great miracle of miracles. Praise be, Your Eminence. May a mighty spiritual power show us the way. Enough! Enough, I say, you mindless cretins. Your Eminence, can it be that you cannot? No, I want a lawyer. Summon one at once.
Objection!
Aren't you forgetting something? There aren't any lawyers left here in Khura'in. You can thank your Defense Culpability Act for that. Your Eminence! Please, give us a glimpse of your magnificent spiritual power. Summon Her Holiness so she may guide us. I've heard enough from you. Out of my sight, all of you! If you truly are capable of channeling spirits, then get on with it already, Your Eminence. You sneaky, underhanded wretch of a lawyer. It reminds me, you said something to this effect earlier. Is it time to cease this insanity? Don't you feel stupid for saying that now? Indeed. Of all the things she has said, I can think of none more ludicrous. Apollo, teach this deceitful putrid queen a lesson she won't soon forget. Gladly, because it really is time to cease this insanity. Khura'in, your reign of terror ends here! Very well. Demonstrating my facility as a spirit medium is simple enough. Behold, the magnificent power to commune with the dead. Oh, Your Eminence! Oh, great spirit of the founder who dwells in the Twilight Realm, heed this secret covenant of the orb, and appear here before us. Here it comes. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Huh? The spirit of founder! I beseech us with your sacred presence. Your time is now. I beseech you, appear before us. Heed my call, founder, please. No, wait. I was just warming up. The raid actually starts from now. Look. Yeah, let's see. Holy Mother! Take that!
Prosecutor Sadmati, how is Her Eminence? It seems she now believes that she herself is a holy mother. I see. But her attempt at spirit channeling failed, did it not? Sadly, it seems unable to accept the facts. It will be quite a challenge to question her later. And what, may I ask, was her motive? I understand that she killed Minister Inga in order to protect his coup d'etat. But what of her attempt to assassinate Queen Amara 23 years ago? To become queen herself? Maybe she just craved power and attention. It's likely she developed a psychological complex from her inability to channel spirits. That is why she kept Queen Amara alive, to perform the rite of channeling for her. In that way, it would seem as if she had great spiritual power. In short, she built a cult of personality upon fear and lies. But then again, do not all tyrants? So then, she never really intended to kill Amara, huh? What I don't understand is why Queen Amara even listened to Khura'in in the first place. Especially 14 years ago, before Rafa was being held hostage. Why would she keep letting the people of Khura'in think she was dead? Well, she kept quietly performing the rite of channeling for Khura'in. My mother is a gentle soul by nature, and loves her sister dearly. So when Khura'in told her to hide because Dirk was out to kill her, she believed it. And what's more, she did not wish to tarnish the name of her beloved sister. That is why she acquiesced so obediently to Khura'in's request to keep channeling for her. Until she fled with Dirk and was told the truth, that is.
So that's what happened.
And since Rafa was being held captive, I imagine Amara had no choice but to help cover up the truth behind Inga's murder.
Yeah, living secretly as Rafa's servant, Nena. No doubt only deepened her love for her daughter. She'd do anything to keep her safe. All the more the reason to hide the painful truth from her.
Well, that was a case for the ages. Prosecutor Sadmati has been cleared of all suspicion in the murder of Minister Inga. As has Mr. Dirk Sadmati in the assassination attempt on Queen Amara. Now then, I think it is high time that I handed down my verdict on Dirk and Nayuda Sadmati. Not guilty.
And for the final time, Dirk, I hope you're watching. I proved your innocence. Nayuda's smiling again. And that revolution you've always dreamed of is finally happening.
With this, may I say, the court is hereby adjourned.
May 19th, High Court of Khura'in, Accused Lobby. Way to go, Apollo! I was on the edge of my seat when those guards stormed the courtroom. That was a shocker, all right. I can't imagine anything like that happening back home. I know, right? I was ready to go on down there and teach them a lesson myself. Really. I was barely able to hold her back. Hold me back? You were about to go ballistic after a while there, Athena. Yeah, well, I was thinking about helping you smack a few of them down, to be honest. Remind me to never say or do anything to deserve a my Athena double suplex. You did a fine job out there today, Apollo. Thanks for all the great advice, Mr. Wright. It was all you. That perseverance and never say die attitude you show was really impressive. I actually learned a thing or two myself. What? From me? That's a laugh. There were any number of times where I wouldn't have blamed you for giving up. But you stuck it to the end and came away triumphant. The sheer force of will and inner strength forged in countless trials. You overcame the most desperate and hopeless of situations I've ever seen. I don't know about all that. I mean it. You've really come a long way, Apollo. I have nothing but respect for you as an attorney. Really? Aren't you just exaggerating just a little bit, Mr. Wright? You did it, Apollo! You finally won his seal of approval! But what about me, Nick? My channeling's come a long way too. After all, I was deemed worthy enough to be used in 2 major crimes already. Yeah, and 2 major chances for me to become someone for you to channel next. Honestly, I couldn't have done it without the support of each and every person here. Mr. Wright, Athena, Iota, and of course, Dirk. That was pretty cool, Polly! Trucy! Trucy, what are you doing here? It's magic! I'm afraid she employed the old let's show away Mr. Edgeworth's suitcase trick. What? Although it certainly explained why my suitcase was so heavy. Tell me you at least noticed it was heavier than usual? Trucy, do you even have a passport? My magic panties are in extra-dimensional space. It's like a mini-universe in there. I could produce a passport at the drop of my hat. Right. Maybe some things in this world are better left a mystery. Hornhead! Barkhead! I am forever in your debt for what you've accomplished in this Hall of Justice. Without your presence, I may have never changed, as I have this day. It's pathetic, I know. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. It was you who changed yourself. Only you could choose to defy Khura'in. And that decision was yours and yours alone. That's right. All we did was present you with an opportunity. You made use of it with gusto. Victory is yours, your benevolence. You should be proud of yourself. I see. So, I am worthy of my title after all. I shall work to heal our kingdom so that it may know peace and prosperity once more. She'll sure bounce back quick. So, your benevolence, I take it you learned the truth of your origins. That you are the daughter of Dirk and Queen Amara. Yes, my mother. I mean, Her Eminence told me. She said it was part of my disciplining. If you can call it that. It sounds more like blackmail. Keep quiet or I'll tell everyone you're the daughter of a criminal. My mother was so insufferable. Or should I say, former mother. Sounds like there was no love lost there. But you cleared Dirk's name. My true father will no longer be known as a criminal. Therefore, I have nothing more to fear. So, what's next for the Kingdom of Khura'in? I mean, you lost your queen, so... Her benevolence, Princess Rayford, will ascend to the throne. Nayuta, but she can't channel spirits yet, right? Indeed. Which is why I will act as regent on her behalf, until the day she comes into her own. Yes, your help would be greatly appreciated, Prosecutor Sut. Is she gonna say what I think she said? What she is? What are you looking at, you horn-headed nincompoop? Ouch! In any event, I will be assisted by Nayuta and Queen Amara for the time being. Queen Amara? Our country offers counsel to the rulers of naming kingdoms through channeling. It is a duty I intend to fulfill myself one day. But for now, I will have Queen Amara assist me in that capacity. So then, she's going to be alright? Yes. It seems the bullet went straight through her without doing any serious damage. That's a relief. You did it, AJ! Thanks to you, both Dirk and Nayuta beat the charges against him. And you got the revolution rolling to boot. Revolution? Dirk. I guess you were right to believe in me after all. Yes, sir! There's gonna be some major changes around here. The legal system's gonna return to its rightful state, like how Dirk always wanted. The name of Apollo Justice will go down in Khura'in's history. Yeah, right. Oh, Nayuta, before I forget. There's something I wanted to give you before I head back home. You wish to give me something? Yes. As Dirk's birth son, I think that you should have this.
Take that!
This is Dirk's. I have to get back to the States. And I know you're a prosecutor and all, but as a man that's going to change in Khura'in, it's only right that you have it. Change Khura'in. Yeah, in Dirk's place. Apollo, I'm afraid I must refuse your gift. What? Why? There is something I would like to show you. Huh? What's this all of a sudden? Mr. Wright, won't you and your friends please join us? Oh, sure. May 19th, at the former Sarmari Law Office. So why did you bring us here, Nayuta? Apollo, I want you to stay here in Khura'in. What? But why? We have lost our queen, and our kingdom stands at a crossroads. Most of all, we will need to rebuild our entire legal system. Naturally, that includes the reintroduction of lawyers into the court. Wait, you're not asking me to. Yes, I want you to take over this law office. With you as a lawyer and me as a prosecutor, we shall rebuild Khura'in's legal system from the ground up. You want me to rebuild the legal system? That's a lot to take in. Apollo, I cannot do this without you. As a lawyer, you are Dirk's spiritual heir. And having studied in America, your legal knowledge will be indispensable. This is way out of my league. The revolution is still in its infancy, but it was Dirk's dream to restore the legal system to its rightful state. Will you not help me realize that dream? Come on, AJ! You know it's what Dirk would have wanted. Let's do it together! You must be taken aback by my sudden request, but please give it some thought. Of course. I'm honored that you asked. But still, I have my job back at the Wright Anything Agency to consider too. Don't you worry about that, Apollo. Besides, this is something only you can do. Something only I can do? I mean, to be completely honest, our office would be a bit short on firepower without you around, but hey. Mr. Wright, Actually, I'm sorry, but I can't get on board with this. Athena? I mean, there's still so much I want to learn from you, Apollo. That's right. It won't be the same without you. And everyone back home would really miss you too. There's no way I can agree to this. Still, if you really wanted to stay... Yeah, Athena's right. It won't be easy, but... Athena, Trucy... Apollo, no one but you can make this decision. Know that I will not question whatever choice you make. Our flight leaves tomorrow morning, Apollo. Think you can make up your mind by then? I'll try. Talk about a difficult decision. Should I go back to the States and continue working at the Wright Anything Agency? Or should I stay in Khura'in and help Nayuta rebuild the legal system? What's the right thing for me to do? Apollo ponders this the entirety of the remaining day. We now go to 8 a.m. at Temple. The bus to the airport will be here any minute. I wonder where Apollo is. Do you think he decided to stay here in Khura'in? I bet he was up all night thinking. This is a life-changing decision, after all. But whatever he decides, I'll have to accept it. I guess this means no more courtroom battles alongside him. Hey, guys! I know the booming voice anywhere! I made it! Apollo, you're here! Does this mean you're coming home with us? Well, about that. Mr. Wright. Yes? I've made up my mind. Here it is, the moment of truth. I still have so many things to learn from you, but... I've decided to stay in Khura'in. You're staying? But... I feel like I have to pick up where Dirk left off. I can't let his sacrifice go to waste. I see. Plus... I want to teach others everything you've taught me about being a lawyer, Mr. Wright. Apollo! Dirk's roadmap for the future, and your teachings. I believe that those two things will save the people of this kingdom from further unrest. I want to do this. No, I have to do this. Apollo. I never felt prouder. Proud to have such an amazing attorney working under me. But someday, I'll return to the US. Once the new legal system here is firmly in place, I'll be back. Scout's honor! Will we really see you again, Apollo? You bet! Not that I have any idea how long it'll be. But I promise you this, everyone. I'll keep on learning and growing. And I'll come back to the US an even better lawyer. So don't you forget about me. Of course we won't, Apollo. There will always be a spot waiting for you back at the office. In the meantime, we'll be rooting for you. So knock 'em dead. You got it, Mr. Wright! I'm gonna miss you, Polly. This is it. But I'm going to support your choice all the way. Thanks, Trucy. Good luck with your magic act. I know you do Trip Kamari proud. I'll be cheering for you too, Apollo. But don't think you're the only one with room to grow. The next time we meet, you probably won't even recognize me. In other words, game on? You bet! And I'm gonna win! I miss you too, Apollo, but can't wait to see where your new adventure will take you. Well, there's our bus. I guess this is it, Apollo. I'll never forget everything you've done for me, Mr. Wright. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Here's to seeing you back in the US again someday. Until then, you know where to find me. The legacy of those who came before us is handed down from parent to child, and from mentor to disciple. We must never stall or stagnate, but to continue to grow and change. All that we've been taught, the beliefs and convictions that have been passed down to us, we must continue to nurture them so we, in turn, can pass them on to the next generation.
Are you really sure you're okay with him staying, boss?
Uh-huh. I always figured he'd leave the nest someday.
Oh, I think they're almost here.
Just a little. Got it. Huh?
Why don't we go and check it out, AJ?
Thanks for the adventure, Apollo. And I will see you all in the next one. Whenever that comes out. And that is it for Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. Our adventures with Apollo Justice are over for now. But I hope that at some point in the future, we will have an opportunity to cross paths with them yet again. Just like before, I'm not playing the credits this time because I want to do that at the end of the... Well, I want to play through the credits at the end of the bonus episode and clip that in for you all. Just because I feel like you deserve it. And in fact... I don't even want to deal with all the dialogue. I want to go and listen to the song in full. So, that is it for the Apollo Justice Trilogy. Game number 3 off my calendar for the year. And of course, it's only the end of month 2. On Saturday, April 6th, we'll come back here to this very scene and talk about my thoughts of the entirety of the Apollo Justice Trilogy. I need a few hours to get them cobbled together, of course, so we'll be starting at 5 p.m. And then we're gonna do some stuff on the Minecraft server. And after that, it'll be my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 4th game on the roster for 2024 game cleaning. But for right now, I hate to do this to you guys, but that is gonna be it for this super long almost 11-hour adventure here on DMA Live. Again, thank you so much if you have seen every single episode, every single second of this. Thanks for joining me on this adventure. And that's going to be it for me. And that is it for this game. In the next game cleaning stream on Tuesday, we tackle something that I've been looking forward to playing for quite some time. I mentioned this as well in a post on DMA Live Replay, but I want to go over the clues one final time for the sake of the video. Your clues this time around. All of the games that I have picked this year are of games that are at least 5 years old or older, but I have not had the ability to play in some time for whatever reason. Of course, this makes things like the Apollo Justice Trilogy and the Spiral Reignited Trilogy that I'll be playing over the summer viable games, as the original releases were out much earlier than 5 or more years. But this game, I'm playing on the original system. Well, I say original system, but it's actually a Steam game. So we'll keep things a little bit more close and concise. Your second hint. It is also not going to be a visual novel. I'm putting those to bed for at least the time being. I might revisit it sometime in July or August, or maybe in September. But for now, I'm done with visual novels. So your next game is going to be a lot more interactive and going to be something that I'm going to have to take a lot more active control in order to, well, make my way through all of the different levels in the game. The final hint that I will give is that a fellow Minecrafter has played this game. And not only were they one of the main reasons behind my playing it, but their primary character will also be featured in this game in some capacity. Of course, you'll learn the title, the schedule for cleaning through this game, and everything else on Saturday, April 6th, 2024. Until then, thank everyone for the adventure. And on behalf of myself, Ben the Millennium, my cat T'Challa, who's trying to break into the studio because I am well over time, and everyone else here at MK Intermedia, thanks for joining me and for helping me out in getting over 20 followers throughout this playthrough and on our Adventures of Windcraft. I'll be back again on Saturday at 5 p.m., Sunday 6 to 9, and then next week on Tuesday, we start our adventure. See you guys then. This person has just gone live, and I'm planning on saying a fond farewell, everybody. He broke the all-time hype train record. So yeah, we're gonna say hello to Pirate Software. And as far as a message, well, I think you all know what we need to do. AJT Bye, everyone.